Wait, I've started mine already. We're technically live now. All right, there we go. Good morning, Enrico. Good morning, Skylar. All right, we need to get our streams chat sorted out as well.
It's time to do it. Give me a sec. So I'm gonna open your stream and I'm gonna knock.
Okay, and then I click accept.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna appease the masses by doing a game duel.
Then Toggle, this should open like a call thing.
It did not. I just clicked accept and then nothing happened.
Okay. Well, maybe we can leave it at that. But we haven't merged chats yet. So start sharing chat. I've enabled it. Okay. Actually, you don't have to do anything. Stay where you are. I think everything should work out.
I'm playing a game in the background here while you're setting this up.
Okay, so just to test. So Andrew, hello, I'm a Joe. Can people type in chat? Let's see if I can see people from Toggle Stream chat with me and vice versa.
I can. All right, so I have Temporus in my chat. Can you see him in your chat?
Time. No, I don't see.
Neurosite?
Toggle, you might need to open that thing and accept shared chat, I think.
Panic. Let's see, where do I do that? Where is that? So I clicked on accept. So let's see. Okay. Oh, what else do I click on? Is it under some stream panel, stream manager, community, content?
No, it's not in there. It's
oh, there's a stream together there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. And then get streaming software ready, shared blah.
Yeah, I see Laramere, but I don't see Temporus. Also, why is Neurosite in your chat? Wait, what's going on? Neurosite, you traitor!
This is going in the wrong direction. Okay, get started. All right, so start a shared chat.
Yes.
Wait, I've started with myself. What?
Okay, wait a second. Let me close this thing.
Share start viewer call-ins. Damn, this thing can go south quick.
Okay. I think I know what to do. Click on my stream. Like open my stream as a normal stream.
Okay.
And I think you should see next to my nickname a button.
Okay, I've popped it open. Where I've got your stream there.
Oh, I think it's working in any case. Wait a second. It is working. I see Laramere. No, wait, it's not. No, okay, no, Neurosite just typed here. Okay, never mind.
Okay, let's do. Okay, so I did a pop-out thing and it's a guest star.
Yes.
And a block, and then.
Okay, on the right side, you should see a.
Chat is on, yeah.
Oh, it is on. Oh, there we go. Now it works. I think you have to be inside that thing for it to work.
This is so dumb. So we basically have a window that just tries to use the microphone and everything.
Yeah, I muted everything. Just leave it muted there. I tried using it the last time. It just was crap.
It does seem a little bit ropey. If I may say so.
Okay, now I see everybody. Yeah, that's nice.
There we go. All right, and I have. Oh, good damn it, OBS.
We're streaming.
We are streaming. We're streaming and we have no clue, man. It's great. Let me pop out my chat as well and hide it behind the rest because I can't read that. All right. Okay. So let's go to and let's figure this thing out. Right. So twitch.tv. Chat and then pop this out. Get rid of window decorations.
Nice.
So there we go. Shared chat. Okay, there we go. So does that mean that I can ban your users, right? Does that mean that?
Good question.
That is
Maybe?
okay. Let's see. Should we try to just ban random people? No, okay. I see a little icon next to your chatters. Emmy
yeah.
Dudes is there, and I can't click on the name and do anything, can I? I can ban Emmy Dudes. I will not ban you, Emmy. Okay. That's that. Well, I don't know if it does work. We're not gonna ban you, Emmy.
Interesting. I think this is something that I should add support for in Bork, basically, at this point. That's cool, though. Your video is mirrored on one or the other streams. Yes, I keep it mirrored on in OBS because so that it looks like I'm looking at the content as what I have on my screen.
Yeah, I don't do that. I'm too flippant. I just look whatever, right? I have no idea. Okay, but I don't have to keep this window open, do I? Okay, and what do we see here? And there we go. Oh, I can, if you hover over the little view thing, you can see that you have 28 views. I have 9 views. I gotta leave Twitch now.
9.
What does it say?
I see that I have 28 and we have 75 shared. So
oh, is that what it means? Because I just saw like 76 total viewers. Yeah. I don't know. I don't understand it. I'm gonna stop looking at the numbers because numbers drives me crazy. All right, and then let's get everything else.
Okay, so by the way, everybody, this is our first time trying this stuff out. So sorry.
It just embrace the train wreck. It's good.
Yeah.
Right. I imagine that we've said good morning to everyone, and that's it. Do you want to? So you know what? It is customary, right, to ask people how was your weekend, right? So how was your weekend?
Wait, you're asking me or chat? My weekend?
No, I'm asking you. Chat's week. I know about their week. They all told me in private.
Right. My weekend was pretty nice. I went to a open source Saturday event in Turin. So open source Saturday is like it's a full day thing where you get there in the morning, and the idea is you basically everybody stands in a circle and everybody says what they want to work on, and you decide if you like maybe you want to contribute to an open source project that it's yours or somebody else's. Maybe you're interested in trying to learn a new language, and then other people can decide if they want to do their own thing or if they want to create small groups. So. And then you spend the rest of the day there with your laptop open, talking about stuff and programming. So it's a nice event, and there's one in Milan, closer to where I live, which I usually go to. But this one was a little bit further away, and it was a nice event. There was this co-working space located in what used to be a place where they would do maintenance on trains. So it's like this huge, very long thing, right?
Wow, that's gonna be massive.
Train yard. I think I can show you on Google Maps. Let me see. Turin, and then this thing is called. Yeah, what is this thing called? Oh God. Why am I forgetting? It's close to here. Okay, give me a second because there we go. There we go. This is it. So this is the location. Okay, this is a bar side. Okay, let's look at more like normal sites. Yeah, this is the main area. So the main area is this. Yeah, they used to pull trains in there, but now it's all these things are like tables and places where you can sit and do co-working. So it's a big co-working space.
Oh, are you showing it on your screen? And I didn't realize that.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Well, I'm still there. Can you see it now?
Yeah. I just popped it open.
Yeah, so it's this. Let me show you some more. Okay, I'll scroll up so you can see more pictures. So this is a big table next to a bar, so people get drinks and sit here to have drinks. Apparently, they organize tech events. That's awesome. This is the outside. This is the bar.
Wow, this looks very fancy. I have to say.
It's very fancy. And okay, so this is the main area where they used to pull in trains, and now it's just a bunch of co-working spaces. So every one of these things is small. They're rented by companies. Like every glass box is rented by a company or something like that. And then there's also places out like in the open.
I kind of wish they would have kept like the train carts, so you would have had you rent a train to sit in. That would be pretty funky.
Yeah,
maybe that's a little bit inaccessible though. That's very cool though.
Yeah, it also has a nice, like the bar area is really nice. Also, surprisingly, I'm used to Milan where everything becomes overcrowded very quickly. This place instead was not crowded at all, so that was nice. Okay, they only have super fancy photos. They don't have photos that show. Oh, there we go. Here's an old train.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway, went to this place. It was cool. Enjoyed it. That was my weekend.
Very nice. Very nice.
I
right. So I wonder if you see the chat on my. No, you're not going to see the chat on my screen. I have some users who's asking if your rules, the verified chat thing. So I'm wondering if someone who shouldn't appear in your chat, if you look on my screen, do they appear in your chat? Because I don't think they should appear in your chat.
Is it Bonnenkrautschaft?
That's the one. Are they appearing in your chat now?
Yes, I see that. I do have some restrictions in my chat, yes, because I used to get a ton of spam messages.
My restriction settings is anyone who has been following for less than 3 days or whose account is younger than 1 week, they have to have either verified email or phone. And then after it doesn't matter because bots usually get banned before that. But now that's well, I was talking to someone else yesterday who wants to get into streaming, and I was showing them my streaming settings, and we're just talking about this thing, right? Okay, let's see. The place looks huge. It really does, Russ. It looks really cool. If I didn't read your message because they didn't like you. Cruel. Anyway, let's see. It's better to moderate than to flat out restrict people from joining. Yes and no, right? I think this is fine to filter people who haven't had an account for more than like 3 days, because that's generally gonna be either they're gonna be spam bots, which are created and destroyed roughly within 24 hours. So you can filter out those things, right? And not having to have moderators is actually really nice because it's sort of, you don't have to deal with anything, right? There's like this. I mean, if there's a situation that arises,
I think we lost the stream together.
Do we?
Yeah, because I don't see your chat now anymore.
Really?
God damn it!
You haven't been invited to stream together session. Okay, yeah, that just died. Okay, let's reload that and let's start that again. Okay, for some reason I don't have the option to stream together anymore.
What the heck?
This is so jank. It was just saying, okay, we'll just try again. Okay, let me see if I go to the window is still open. It's like I have this floating window now with where I can't do anything, right? Let me just restart that whole thing.
I'm gonna knock on you. Okay.
And I'll accept that and then open stream together. Whoops. Yeah, thank you. We're just gonna broadcast everything there. Get started. Use this window, block the microphone, and got it. We now have chat.
Yeah, started shared chat.
All right, and it just ended that thing. Okay, all right.
Hopefully we're back in track.
I believe you, many wouldn't. So shared chat is on now.
Okay, cool.
And okay, now I'm getting this connection errors. So I don't know if this will actually keep working or not.
You're getting where you're seeing connection errors?
It was on it's on the stream together thing.
Oh.
Okay, so oh man, it's just too. No, I do see Caratham in chat now, so this seems fine.
Yeah, so far it works, I think.
All right, I'm just gonna hope for the best now.
Man,
This is wild.
everything that is touched by Amazon becomes an Amazon Basics version of something, huh?
I love it.
They just got rights to James Bond, so get ready to see Amazon Basics spy go around in his Amazon Basics gear.
I imagine the product placement where he just constantly orders his gadget from Amazon instead of actually having anything. So instead of Q and M, he's just got a smartphone and he keeps ordering Amazon Basics.
Yeah.
And it just falls apart all the time.
Yeah, like the umbrella that can that you can use as a gun or like protects you from bullets, right? He won't even open. Like he opens it once, tries to close it, bends the wrong way, falls apart.
Oh man, I'd watch that, man. That's fantastic, right?
Yeah.
Oh damn it! Oh man. Oh my god, that's our official name. Hey man, I don't set the labels. You guys decide if you accept the labels or not, right? This is why no moderators, okay? This is anarchy. That's great. But that co-working location thing looked really cool. I always liked the co-working location stuff, right? I used to go to a few different ones. There was one in a really small town I lived in. I never went to that one, but I was kind of interested in one. I've been to pretty much all of them in London, and the hub in Islington has been pretty cool. There was like a makerspace as well in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I had friends who worked in the one at King's Cross as well, which was also very cool. So no, I like this I like these co-working locations and stuff. It kind of makes sense, especially with the sort of work from home thing that came out of the whole COVID thing. So work from home is now normal, but I appreciate that some people want to go to an office. But rather than renting an office space, why not have like co-working locations and stuff like that? I think that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
They're pretty good, Joe. So depending on what you want to do, right? If you want to go to a makerspace, then you go to the one in Angel or like Islington. And if you want to go to work and drink expensive coffee, you can go to the one in King's Cross, right? If you want to do networking, for that you could like Google and Microsoft and all these people. They host networking events all the time. You just like there's going to be an event every day. Basically, you just turn up. Somewhere in Shoreditch, there's a guy working at Google with a name tag for you, right? It's all good. All right, okay. So you've been doing some co-working stuff. That's pretty good. So let's see, where are we at with everything? I'd like to give it like about 20-30 minutes.
Yeah, I also was late announcing. So yeah, we need time.
There you go. Have you made tea yet? Okay.
I have not made tea yet. Thankfully, it takes only 2 minutes and a half for me to make
can
tea.
You post the link in the chat?
Yeah. 1 sec.
Hello, Banana. What are we working on currently? We're just conversing at the moment, Banana. Who redeemed the game though? That was Skylar Bonin. You're way too late. That short was wild. Oh, it was hilarious, man. I tried to explain to my wife why it was funny, but she's like, "What's wrong with making tea in the microwave?" So anyway, I'm single now, so there you go. There you go. Good post.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. Speaking of wasting time, it's the podcast time. It is podcast time, Brongelus. But so this was interesting because we did this a few times over like the last month or this month maybe, and it was fun. And then we decided we're going to try to do this a little bit more. And someone likened this to a podcast, and I kind of like that. But then someone else said, podcasts don't interact with chat, and I don't know, is that true, right? Would you not, if this was a podcast, would you not interact with chat? And
I guess normally podcasts, most of the time, they're not recorded live, right? Some I'm sure are, but most are not, and they just get posted after editing. So I'm guessing that's why there's no chat interaction, because it wasn't happening live. period.
Oh yeah, I mean, if it's not happening live, that's it. So is this does this like qualify as a live podcast? And what makes something a podcast then? What's like the definition for that? Is it that you can consume the content without video? Is that what makes it a podcast?
Maybe, yeah. It's like web radio, basically, but also not live.
I got an automod thing here. Someone was called an automod, but I don't see it. So I'm wondering if it's the automod thing happened on your end.
Automod?
Yeah, I got like an automod thing on mine here. Like to show this. Here you go, right? Hello message for using channel block term. Oh, so probably someone in your chat posted some term that's blocked in my chat. And
could be.
Oh, I see. Okay, what's the Boris? All good then. All good.
Yeah, but this is all. I see.
Yeah, this is all very new to me, how all this stuff works, right? It's weird.
Look, it's probably very new also to the Amazon employees that have been working on that feature. They themselves don't know how this stuff works.
And you'd think they would, because like WebRTC is not new, right? That's been around for a hot minute, right?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, there's also like a bunch of Twitch-specific systems that they had to bend to their will because this wasn't originally designed to support this use case. But yeah, it's kind of jank.
I think, yeah, I just wonder what, because like one of the things that people like to joke around about here on Twitch, well, at least in this area of Twitch, is the Twitch API, and they have like lots of undocumented APIs and things like that, right? So, I mean, I don't know. What's your experience using the Twitch API? How do you feel it's kind of work? How do you feel it's working or not working?
I wasn't stoked with the Twitch API when using it. Then I used the YouTube API, and man, that put things into perspective for real. So I'm actually a Twitch fan now.
Do you think the Twitch devs sitting there be like, you guys don't know how good you have it, right?
Yeah.
They're like, you don't know what you have, you complain. And then they should instead of fixing the API, they should just encourage people to combine the Twitch API with the Google API and that's just exposing Google API for what it is. So you're not really running a risk of losing anything. You're just getting people to stop complaining about the Twitch API, right?
I think that Twitch certainly has a problem when it comes to like modernizing stuff, I think, because they have the IRC interface, then they have the WebSocket interface. And the WebSocket interface, it's basically IRC over a different transport.
Yeah.
And then, but then also some things, some you can request some things to be notified about some things through the IRC API, but not everything. Some things are available only on the WebSocket API. So the WebSocket API is the IRC stuff on a different transport, but not only that, there's also different types of messages that you can request. And so it's kind of a weird soup. I guess one reason why they can't just upgrade things to something new all that easily is because they still have to keep the old stuff running because of TVs, like TV apps for Twitch, that kind of stuff. But they could do a better job.
So .0/ says the YouTube API is fine if you use Python. But I think maybe we should like prefix this with the YouTube API might be fine if what you're doing is using. Now, I know people who work with YouTube API and they've also had plenty of complaints. But so it's not just the chat. But for those who don't know, on Twitch, you can get your chat messages pushed to your endpoint. On YouTube, you have to pull it like it's 1995, so you don't really get anything.
Yeah, the thing is, it's the live stream part, I think, of the Google APIs that is.
Yeah, but it was the other day, a friend of mine who does a lot of work with Python, and one of his clients had something to do with YouTube, and I think it was like a case of gathering. Like you couldn't select a range of videos or whatever. You had to like iterate through the entire list of videos every time you want to do so. I don't remember exactly what it was. Don't quote me on that. But whatever it was, I remember thinking, well, that seems kind of backwards and stuff. But at the same time, designing an API is probably quite hard because you don't know how people are going to use it. You kind of just go, well, we expose this, and then people sort of figure out what they want to do with it. And people are quite inventive, so they They kind of have to, they come up with all kinds of weird ways to use it that the developers didn't think of. But that's when you as a developer should change your API to be more accommodating, right?
Man, so yeah, you don't know how people use it, but then, man, for chat, polling in 2025, polling plus the token, like access tokens that expire in was it 3 hours? And then you have to refresh the token every 3 hours. That seems a little bit too much. I don't know.
Oh yeah, you have to constantly refresh the token as well.
That was the token.
That was the bug where you had the countdown timer, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because somehow that is that is what causes things to go wrong. I haven't figured it out yet what it is. It's probably on my end. It's not YouTube. But
you did figure out why the timer was speeding up, right? That was because the early return error, wasn't it? You had like an early error return.
Yes,
that sped the whole thing.
It was that.
Yeah.
But then after all this stuff was ironed out, now we remain with a problem that trying to refresh the token kind of breaks the HTTP client in a weird way, and I don't know why. It's probably Mimi's using it, but I don't know.
So Skylar's saying, could it be that you run out of quota? And you know, we've had like 80 beautiful segues into various contents. We touched on AWS and James Bond, which means we could have like segue into the thing. And now we got the quota. That could have been a segue into another topic. But what I think we should do is I think we should start off with a little bit of chewing gum for our brains, right?
Yes.
You had something lined up for that. So I'm going to share your screen now.
Yes. So here's what I want to do. Let me put up some tea. This is going to take 2 minutes and a half, right?
Hang on, that's very smart of you. I should have something like relevant to what I'm working on my screen as well. I'm just showing like the Firefox search the web thing. I'm a clot, man.
Yeah, right, I'm always be selling your open source projects. That's the ABC. I'll be right back.
All right. Okay. So while that is happening, right? Well, now I can control things on my end, but I can't do anything over at like Christoph's end, right? We've spent this morning setting things up and getting things going over the interwebs. There are so many ways you can do something. So just sharing the audio was like 50 different ways we can do that. Getting audio, like getting my desktop audio to his stream and vice versa without causing echoes was issues. There was so much stuff going on. I think we spent probably a good 1.5 hours just fiddling with this stuff, right? And now we gotta get the screen set up as well, right? So we have the what do you call it? Like OBS scenes and everything. So it's all these things, right? What are these things you set up? Well, I literally just told you, right? There's the scenes. So my OBS is very it's very finicky the way things are. I'm not going to share this with you because it's going to get confusing, but it's kind of a little bit all over the place, really, right? Selling your open source project makes people use your open source project. So it's objectively a bad idea because you don't want people to use your project so you can blow things up without everyone getting mad at you. Interesting take, Skylar. I feel like that could just be you could just put some kind of DGAF comment in your open source code. On the other hand, other people using your project is a good way to find bugs, as you probably know. So it's good that other people will use your project, right? There we go. All right, I have to click that one away. Yeah, we're good there. Okay, can I move this now, or is this gonna just completely flake out if I do this? Okay, let's just move this up there. If I go to my stream manager here, because I should probably have that one open as well. No. Create a dashboard. Come on. I just have to have like this tiny window in the corner open so it doesn't decide to end my stream or some stupid thing like that with the stream together. And no. Okay, what is this thing? Okay, I just skipped reading the chat moderation thing. I am terrible. There you go, right? Done at me, right? Delivered as is, done at me. Oh, what do you think Christoph have in the background there, right? It looks kind of like a phone, but also not because of where the charging port is. I don't know. What are we looking at here? It looks like either a phone or no, you know what that is? That is probably a Ulanzi light. I think that's a Ulanzi light. You can select the view angle. Yes. Were you able to rest on the weekend? Thanks for asking, Kenny. I kind of did. I did. Oh no, not the Flipboard .0. The thing to the left of Flipboard, but I think that's a Ulanzi light. So yeah, I did manage to get some downtime, which was well needed. The missus wanted to go gymming twice, so she went. Thank you for the follow. Oh wow, thank you for the resub, Modprog. I'm sorry, I did not see that because I don't have my alerts on. I am so sorry, Modprog. I am the worst. Unrelated, of course. Alerts on. Oh my god, I have failed as a streamer again. Okay, there we go. I'm so sorry, Modprog. Thank you so much for the sub.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay, so behind you, question is, Christoph, next to the Flipboard, is that a Ulanzi light? Or what kind of light do you have? There's something on a tripod there. That is a light, isn't it?
That is indeed a light. It's not Ulanzi. It's
not
Falcon
Ulanzi.
Eyes, I believe. Let me double check. It's a Falcon Light, Pocket Light F7. I think it's Falcon Light.
Nice.
I don't see Falcon Light written anywhere, but I do believe it's Falcon Light.
Nice.
Or Falcon Eyes, Falcon something.
It looked very similar to this thing that I have, which is one of those light panels.
Yeah, it's one of those.
It's one of these things. Very, very. I mean, they look like phones. I bet you could just walk around and pretend to talk on it, and people would think that you were on the phone, right? And at the same time, you have like these weird colors coming out of it, so people would be very excited about it. Look at that guy. He's talking into a light. He must be a genius.
There we go.
All right, excellent work. Okay, and we still have shared chat, so that's good. I mean, I'm kind of looking at it
Still
like
working?
any moment
Okay.
it might just go away, right?
So I
There we
refreshed my stream manager, and I lost the thing that tells me who is coming from which channel.
Really? Because I see a little avatar around every. Like if I just move this thing over here, I just see this.
Yeah, I also saw it in the beginning. It's just that after refreshing, it went away. I don't know.
This is so rubbish.
It is what it is.
It's pure jank, right?
Yeah.
Pure jank. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, but yes, rubbish. Let's watch some rubbish because that always excites people.
Yes. The theme of this segment is let us show Toggle all the bad things that happen on YouTube, right? Because there's an endless stream of those, and he doesn't know. And I mean, he should know, right?
I should know. This is my education, right? This is where this is.
I mean, you know, this way as a dad, whenever you're gonna catch any of your kids, you know, watching weird stuff on YouTube, you will be less appalled, and you will say, "Oh, I know that one. Christoph showed me."
My wife asked me, she goes, "What does skibidi toilet mean? And what's phantom tax?" I was like, "All right, who have you been talking to? And why are you asking?" Oh, and my kid just rolled her eyes. It's great. All right, so we're looking at your screen now.
Yes. Okay.
I'm gonna have to face in the other direction. This I should probably have my camera flipped, but just people chat. You can deal with this. This is fine.
Yeah, I think I can do it on my end. Let me see if flip horizontal. There we go. Now you look. Okay. The flip was funny. It was like an animation. A bad animation.
Oh, okay. Hang on. I kind of have to. Where's the flip thing? Order, transform, flip.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna flip vertical.
No,
it didn't do anything.
Flip horizontal.
It didn't do anything. I don't know what I just flipped, but something is flipped. Okay, then I'm upside down. But I have flipped something. I don't know what I flipped, but it is flipped. Okay, there we go. Right. Okay. Let's have a look.
We're good. So this is a YouTube channel. They have more than one. I believe it's the same people, but I am not sure. Subscribe to become a Sigma coder. So let's take a look at let's take a look at what the content is. Okay, you will see that there are like some recurring themes, some things that get repeated a lot. And in the general, well, you know what? Let's just watch it, and so we see.
So wait, do we have the audio?
There's only like music in the audio. There's
okay.
Yeah, there's nothing else.
And this was this like AI generated content, or what was this? Sorry,
I don't think it's AI generated. I think it's worse than that. It is human generated, human crafted almost, but it's really bad. I guess the point is enjoy what the message is. Okay. Actually, you know what? I should go for most popular instead of latest. Okay, see, are you ready? 37 million views.
Oh my god, 37 million views, man. Okay, let's see this then. Let's go.
Oh, it's slightly covered, but yeah, and everyone likes her. So, but these fellow want us all. Why is this interface so bad? Okay, make us
what are we even looking at here? This is super confusing.
We can ask him for any code. So basically, what it's saying is somebody at some point shows everybody else this like quote unquote secret thing, where the secret thing is using AI to do stuff. Like the professor is so young, no one listens to her. The student pissed her so much she lost it.
The students pissed her.
Trying to kick him out of the class.
That's a violent crime.
Yeah, he disrespected her so much. She decided to give him another chance. And this is when he showed her that we don't need her anymore. There is an AI coding expert that codes anything for us. He created a rocket game. So Black Box AI will replace front-end developers soon. Share if they need it. Yeah, our teacher is so young and everyone is flirting.
I feel like that's a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah, but also what I find funny is that these people are like entering a classroom and like recording a bunch of these videos with constant zoom in and out. Like,
I wonder if this is like if these are just like video bits from other things, and then they just cut other things in there.
No, I don't think so because I think that the people in those scenes, they tend to be the same over time.
No, I'm like I think literally. I wonder if it's like maybe not stock photography or stock videography, but rather someone has taken video from something and then they've just changed the narrative to this, right?
I see. I don't think so. I mean, you can see them now, right? Right now, I think they're all getting together and it's like, hey, can you guys help me make an ad for my startup? It's like, yeah, my startup project is this fake AI thing.
Like, it doesn't make any sense. This makes no sense. It's like this is not happening in my reality. This is happening somewhere else.
Teacher didn't want to teach us today, so she showed us this trick. So she like takes a screenshot of candy, like what's it called, fruit something game.
Yeah, Candy Crush looking
Candy
thing,
Crush,
a jewel.
And then in theory, the AI makes it for them.
But it's always the same thing, right? Why does the teacher show them the same trick though? Hello, Pepper. Welcome, Raiders.
Oh, there's Raiders. Sorry, I was so captured by the.
Rishi says this is AI content YouTube sub grab. All Indian wanna be rich YouTube money boys. Good spelling of boys there. But more importantly, if it is, it's successful, right? Because it had like 37 million views, right? Yeah. I reckon that's gonna clock up something, right?
But to be clear, let me see. This is AI content. I mean, it depends on what you mean by AI. If you mean the shorts have been created by AI, I don't think so. I think the shorts have been made by people. then
I think
yes.
Skylar is saying it's an ad for black box AI, which
Yeah,
they're using constantly in these things.
Yeah, it's certainly an ad for this stupid AI thing.
But it says subscribe for more coding tips. Do they have any coding tips that doesn't involve black box?
No.
Yeah, maybe not.
No, they only have these.
This is, I mean, like, why is this actually working though? Do you think this is working? I feel like this is some means of.
I have no idea.
Why are the headphones on the screen though? Is this like a new Apple thing that I don't know about? Do you charge your headphones by jamming, or is that like an obscene amount of earwax that makes them stick? Why's the headphones on the screen? Why are the headphones on the screen? This is so bizarre.
Oh my god. Yeah.
This is insane.
And that's all
to
it
finish
does.
what a boss asked us. Are we out of school and into the workplace now?
There's also a ton of comments. Oh, but it's on the side. Well, let me exit full screen so I can also see chat.
They won't need Chat GPT anymore. Oh my god.
Do and free AI chat with any GitHub repo. Coders selling non-coders coding software to code their codes for them when they probably wouldn't be writing code if they didn't already know about code. What?
No, that makes no sense.
-1 competitor. So there's, let me see comments on the, on the most popular one. 4,000 comments. Future of programming, that's called copy paste.
I think when was that comment? If that comment is not from sort of 2001, then I feel like they're a bit behind. Okay.
9 months ago. So teaching X, simping, checkmark. Okay. She literally flirts with him. So there's also the flirting angle that really captures the mind of certain viewers. It's amazing. Like, it's amazing how this crap works.
What happens if I pin a comment? Does that get pinned on your end as well? I don't think so.
I have no idea. You know what? We should ask some Twitch engineer. Try. See what happens.
I just pinned a comment saying that you don't want to pollute your browser history by watching this. You watch someone else watching this. There you go.
I'm actually subscribed to that channel in my main account.
To this channel?
Yes, I am. Because I want to see the insane shorts they come up with.
Then it works.
Look, it's not like you get anything good from shorts anyway, so might as well.
No, I never understood. So I think I made like 1 or 2 shorts in my entire life, and I thought it was funny. They were like one-off jokes, or I'm pretending to be profound and say something wise. But every time I think about like making a short, like the amount of effort for the amount of like content length you're making, it kind of drives me a bit crazy. Yeah. Like. And most of it, I mean, this zero effort gone into this thing, right? It's like someone like looked up the term jump cuts, and then they're going nuts with it, right?
Yeah, they're definitely. But I wouldn't say, despite that, I wouldn't say it's zero effort, because there's the recording part of it. Like they are occupying what I believe is probably an empty classroom, and they are using it they're using that time to record the raw footage that then gets edited. So they're putting effort into this. There's like some actual oomph behind.
A group of people actually doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
For all we know, it's actually her startup. Maybe she is the one that owns it all. We don't know.
If I owned a startup, if I was like in a C position, the last thing I wanted to do is make a video where I'm flirting with students. I feel like that's setting yourself up for failure and lawsuits. So maybe not.
Maybe, but that like it works. Like here at Riddle _ actually Riddle thinks that it's not them flirting with her, it's her flirting with him.
Look at Riddle's avatar, though. I mean, like if that's your choice of avatar, I'm gonna assume that has nothing to do with Riddle themselves, right? I don't think that's them. People are getting really upset about this. We call it destroying our future and all that.
Yeah.
I think there's like a detachment from reality when it comes to some of these things, where people think that we're gonna go from nothing to everything in a second. So their like advent of AI is like instantly everyone got like they lost their jobs and all that stuff. And I'm still sitting here waiting for an AI that can solve something as basic as writing a decent implementation of a multi-threaded chat, but it doesn't exist. And it's just I feel like we might get there, but we're nowhere near there. I think all the people will be like, "Oh, we're doomed." Not yet, we're not, right? So I think we got many steps to go before doom happens, right?
Are we sure it's not all fake to farm cloud? We are sure it is all fake to farm cloud.
Yes,
we're confident that it's all fake. Yes,
they're selling dreams and making profit. Yeah, there was an article on some platform, Futures something rather. We can look at that later, actually. But how the AI stuff is not actually able to solve coding problems as much as they pretend that it is, right? No, absolutely.
Yeah, I do think it's true that like if the question is it like what is the percentage of IT workers today that uses AI chatbots, so LLMs, LLM chatbots on a daily basis? That percentage is probably scaringly high. I would be willing to bet money that a ton of people are today using chatbots every single day. Now, are those the people that make software from scratch? Can those people make software from scratch now using that stuff? I don't think so. I think they're basically like doing more, let's say, quote unquote, menial tasks, and they're getting help from ChatGPT. But like, I don't think you can get past that realistically.
So yeah, I wonder. I don't think the whole AI thing's gonna go anywhere anytime soon, but it's like it's not as exciting as people want to make it out to be in terms of what a game changer it is. It's cool. I've used it for rubber ducking, and it can be useful, but I don't think that it's something. I mean, like, for instance, let's say that you're going to go and make a change in a sufficiently large project. For some reason, you have a bit of an aneurysm and you download the GCC code base and you're going to go and add a new keyword. Do you think that you could do that through an LLM without actually understanding what you're doing and have it work, right? I mean, could maybe adding a keyword, that was kind of a bad example because I don't know how many places that touches, but let's say you're gonna go and implement some optimization or whatever, right? Like the fact is that you have to traverse the entire code base to get there. I don't think an LLM can, as much as we want to say, could you like condense it? We get to a point where what people want is like short answers, but there are no short answers. You cannot answer something.
I think the answer in that case would be, my expectation would be that maybe if you press the LLM enough, so if you ask, enough follow-up questions, so maybe you ask a starting question, right? And you get a starting answer, and probably the starting answer doesn't include everything, but then you start going through the process. So you try to do it, then you start asking the LLM about the compile error that comes from that. If the LLM knows the code base well enough, either because it was trained in its initial training or because somehow the code base. So I don't know about GCC. I'm guessing GCC is probably too big for any LLM to be included in the context of a conversation. But if it's a code base that you can fit in the context, meaning like you can pass the code base to the AI as an input, then it might be able to actually get you to some form of success. But
that is the point.
Yeah,
but the code base is that small.
I don't know. Maybe my static site generator, maybe your anathema. It depends on the AI. Some have pretty big context windows that allow you to literally paste an entire project in there. But I think the point is that even if you can maybe get to an answer, you cannot probably get to an optimal answer. Like it will allow you somehow it will get you there or close to there. Also, you as a human being, you probably, can over time gain competence as you're, not a ton of competence, but some competence as you're doing it. And so you can also help connect the right words together. But then you get to a solution that doesn't have you don't have the overall knowledge necessary to be confident that your solution makes sense. That part is completely missing, I suspect, in those kind of changes.
Absolutely, and this is also, I think, if you either you become detached from your own code base, or the LLM can't fit the code base. Like there's no like winners in that sense, right? You're gonna lose one thing or the other, right? Because there's no part where you are entirely involved in the code base and you understand it. From a bird's eye perspective, I think once your code grows past like 5,000-6,000 lines of code, I'm just making up a number here, you probably can no longer remember and fit everything in there. It also depends on how long you spend working on it, right? I have a very small code base that I don't work on frequently, and I don't remember anything from that one, right?
Yeah. Karitam, we did see, we did watch Anti-Res fix a bug, but I would say, in any case, we're talking about something different here. We're talking about, can the AI make you create a new feature, right? What Anti-Res was doing was much more limited than what we're discussing. He basically provided a single data structure source code, so not an entire project, just something more limited. He provided a patch, and he started interacting with the AI, and that's cool. But a new feature, which is what Blackbox is telling you. Well, not only the new feature, Blackbox is like saying, "Oh, I'll create a new project from scratch for you, and it's gonna work out of the box, out of the black box." Wink, wink. But yeah, I think that is. I don't think we're anywhere near close that being good enough.
But the Anti-Res example here, it kind of just proves my point that he certainly knows about Redis and he certainly knows the code base. The question is, could someone like me, who has never opened the Redis code base, use Claude to go and fix that bug? And I think the answer is probably no, right? I wouldn't even know where to start. So no, I don't think so, right? Yeah. Modprog says, a friend wrote to me, I'm as good flex, do you have friends? I'm considering switching to Hyperland because I want to label my workspaces and still use number keys to navigate them. And Grog, I don't know what Grog is, told me that Sway cannot do it. How do you respond to that without sounding like a condescending asshole? You just say, well, if you think that it can be done, I don't know what he's swapping from, Windows 95, then he's right. If it's from i3 or whatever that can already do this, then you just tell them, oh, you can already do this thing, right? So I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Oh, Grok is the AI? No, this says Grok. Oh, Grok.
I mean,
maybe it was Grok.
We could be pirates. This could be Grog. So I don't know. Maybe it's a typo, right? Grok is Twitter's AI. Oh, right. Okay. And GK, is that? I mean, honestly, I don't mind. I get that we all make typos, but I don't know what the actual spelling is because there seems to be an abundance of this now. It's a Twitter LLM. All right. Well, I mean, maybe tell your friend. I mean, if you think it's possible to do already, then just tell your friend that you think that's already possible, right? Again, if they're on like Windows XP, maybe they need to upgrade, right? My response was RTFM, but that's not really a helpful response, right? Because I don't know if your friend though understands computers at all, or if they have like no insight whatsoever. But saying to someone, if I say to someone like just RTFM, right? You kind of need to understand what is that they need help with, right? If this is a very technical person, then by all means go and read the manual, right? But if it's not, then RTFM might be unhelpful, right?
Yeah, LLMs are not great for that kind of. I think that's the key point. Yes, if you're already experienced, then you can use an LLM as an extra tool, and it's gonna help you marginally, not a ton, but it will help you. If you're not already an expert, then your ability to use the tool is also reduced. Even though the tool is not gonna tell you that that's the case, the tool is gonna lead you down random rabbit holes, and it will give you wrong information, and then you will just not know.
I think I have a perfect solution to all of this. All you have to do before you get access to the prompt, you have to solve some bullshit lead code problem in a programming language that you're not entirely familiar with. But here's the thing: you can't use an LLM to look up how to solve the problem. You actually have to go and research it. So it'd be like, what's your least favorite programming language? You get a list of 3, you select that one and go like, ha, now you have to solve this bullshit lead code problem, right?
Yeah.
With this thing.
I also, it was funny how they trusted Grok. Yeah, why would you trust Grok? Why would anybody trust Grok?
Well, I mean, arguably, like, why would you trust anything coming out of that, like, black hole of moral and moral decay or whatever it is, right? It's like, no. But I think that was pretty. It was pretty wild though. That I think like the expectations and reality are not quite there yet when it comes to LLM and stuff like that. And the thing is, like, don't get me wrong. I can imagine that people would be cranky if you spent 60 years learning how to code, and then you don't need that knowledge anymore because it can all be condensed into some kind of LLM thing and whatever, right? If we get there, is it really going to be a problem, right? I mean, at some point, you're going to be bored of solving the same thing over and over again anyway. So by all means, let's have some new interface that will solve this for us. I'm not going to be against that, but I just don't think that we are there, right? I think we're quite far away from that as it was, right?
Here's a prediction. Well, not a prediction, but like a consideration that maybe might be relevant. In my experience doing software development, I feel like there's like there's more probably, but there are at least 2 ways of doing software engineering, or in general, like looking at the creation of software products. And like, one is more high quality, and it's like you're working at a company that has a software product. It's a technology company. You have a software product, and you need to make the software good. So like, you work at Twitch, and you have to make your streaming services work well, and chat should work, and you need more features, more fancy ways of using chat, like sharing chat together for co-streams and stuff like that. So one way is doing software is you do this kind of product. Another one is you work at a consultancy company and you're making websites and like inventory things, like content management system thingies for a non-tech company, or like a non-purely tech company. Like you're making I don't know, like a catalog for a company that sells shoes. You're making, maybe the company sells, I don't know, phone stuff. So technically they are a technological company, but then they don't know how to make their internal systems nice. And so you, as a consultant, you do it for them. To me, and you agree, Toggle, right, that there's like this big split. Like there's a ton of people that do consultancy and websites for companies, right? And then you have people doing something else. Like they work at Google, Netflix, Twitch, Amazon, whatever. Now, to me, the consultancy part, it's kind of like the quote-unquote retail version of creating software. So like your customer cares about quality up to a point. It's willing to pay up to a point. It's willing to wait only up to a point. It actually knows what they want only up to a point, which is like the difference between having somebody who wants like something like an artisanal made versus somebody who just wants to buy a chair and they have and they want it now, be done already. They want it to cost not too much. They want to have some choices between a few different types of chairs, but then at the end of the day, they don't want a perfect chair handcrafted by an artisan. So I think that AI probably, if it can help with something and become genuinely useful, it will probably be first for the second type of stuff. So people working in consultancy, doing over and over the same kind of boring and retail-ish software, and which is way more restricted range of things that you need to know how to do compared to being a engineer at Twitch, for example. It depends on whether the company sees the software as a cost center or a profit center. Well, if it's not a tech company, it's always a cost center, right?
I mean, this is pretty good though, right? If we or rather, I have a kind of an analogy for all of this that I think fits rather well, and this is again down to an expectation that isn't going to be met. Because when you're approaching the whole LLM thing and you want a solution to your problem, the fact is that you might not even understand the problem. And to use this as an example, right? So we can use the chair example. You just want a quick chair versus an artisanal handcrafted carpenter's chair, right?
Yeah.
But you might not even understand the chair in the first place. And this is where the analogy might break down a little bit. But imagine that someone goes, okay, I want to build something. I want to build a network chat, right? I like using networking as an example. It's something we both are kind of familiar with. And so they go, okay, I want to be able to solve this problem where I want to be able to read I want to be able to like get messages from a socket and send messages. So you're given code that will allow you to read from a socket and then write to a socket. And you get that because that's all you think that you need, right? So all I want is this thing, right? But once you go to use it, you realize that your reading operation is blocking you from writing anything. So you can never send the message until you get a message. And that's when people are going to start to understand that the answer you get from these things are answer to a question that you didn't understand yourself. And I think this will actually lead to people trying to understand and getting a better understanding around this thing, right? So to some degree, so going by what chat is saying, that Microsoft article or paper, that saying that people are going to lose critical thinking skills by some margin. But that is kind of down to how we use LLMs and what we do with the information. Again, you will lose critical thinking for 5 seconds until you realize that the code you were just given doesn't work, and now you have to sit down and figure out, why is this not working, right? Why is this? And assuming that you read the output that you get, you might actually learn very quickly about concepts that you didn't even know existed before today. You learn about non-blocking, you learn about multiplexing, whatever it is, right? So I think it's gonna be something at least, right? CryptoCard says we're going to have some very bizarre and entertaining bugs going forward. We're not going to have any bugs going forward, CryptoCard, because Google is now going to said that they're going to use Rust all over Android, so there will be never a bug ever again.
Rust plus AI, that's the future.
There you go. That's right? All you need, right? There is that moral memory safe choice connected with an AI. I think that we've reached the pinnacle of the we're done, right? Everyone can just put the feet up. We're done.
I forgot about Rust, my bad.
There you go, CryptoCard. I forgive you. Your name is kind of rust colored, all right? Do you ever think about this, Christoph? If you look at the GitHub, when you see that little color bar with the with the language color, they've almost put Zig and Rust to be the same color, right?
Yeah, it's very close, isn't it? I'm also colorblind, so to me, it's the same thing. Both languages are actually the same thing to me because I'm colorblind.
Yeah, I mean they're both morally superior to anything else. So there you go, right? But I think that's funny. I mean, that must have been kind of a nice move. Imagine that you make a programming language and GitHub recognizes that, right, as a real language. That must have been. I know people say we don't care about stars and all these things, but I think there's a part of us that does. I know if I made a programming language and it got its own color on GitHub, I would sit down and feel pretty stoked about myself for at least 5 minutes before I moved on. Right?
Yeah. Well, in my case, it felt pretty nice when, for example, Helix and NeoVim, although I don't remember if... So NeoVim has now the ability to use my HTML LSP, but Helix has it configured by default to be the official, one of two official language servers that you can use, so that you don't even need to configure Helix at all. That felt pretty nice, yes. So that part is true.
Oh, speaking of Helix, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm not gonna let another segue just disappear from under us here. What's your take, right? So I stopped using line numbers, and this comes from a post that someone mentioned in my Discord as well. So really, okay. Let me pull that up, right? And I know I'm breaking our agreed flow here, but I just couldn't let another segue disappear like this. Because by the time we're going to do an actual segue, maybe they're all gone, right? They don't exist anymore. Okay, let me just pop open the old Reddit thing here so we don't have to suffer the foolishness of Reddit, right? So this is someone who disabled line numbers for Vim, or like for this has nothing to do with Vim really. It's more about can you get rid of the sidebar? You know what? Right, never mind. But they decided to disable line numbers, and I haven't used line numbers for a very long time now. I stopped using them, and I found that they don't do anything for me. And when people ask me so if you're not using line numbers, if you don't see them, how do you know which line to go to? And to me, it's a question of, but when do I have to know which line to go to? And that's most commonly in like errors, and errors usually give you you can still jump to line number and it gives them. So what are you using line numbers? What's your take?
I have line numbers. I never navigate to a line number that isn't a line suggested by an error. So like, I know that some people do like jump 5 lines forward, that kind of stuff. I never do it. I'm not a super proficient user of model editing yet. So like I survive, I'm comfortable, but probably somebody who is more proficient maybe could have an argument in favor of having relative line numbers. But I also think that, to me, the future is like structured navigation, something like go to the end of the block, go to the other argument, go to the next statement. To me, those seems kinds of navigations that feel much more appealing than jump 5 lines forward.
Yeah, because you're looking at where you want to go rather than looking at the line number. If I'm reading chat here, Modprog and Bezos says they use line numbers when they screen share. Maybe if you're screen sharing, not on stream though, right? On streaming, when you're streaming, by the time you look at what someone says in chat, the line number is most likely no longer relevant. So that's just a red herring. But maybe in screen sharing, it would be helpful when you are doing like pair programming over the web and you say to someone, okay, go to line 120 and delete everything because it's terrible, right? Then it kind of works, right? In that sense.
When pairing, Neurosite has a good point. When pairing, it's really useful to say a line number, which, to be fair, it's an argument in favor of absolute line numbers and also against relative line numbers, because the moment you have relative line numbers and you like start moving around, then the other person has no stable numbering system that they can refer to, and it's always cringe.
Humanoidism says you could use a plugin to jump by other motions without doing HAKL. I don't understand which editor you're referring to, Humanoidism. In that case, I don't know which editor needs a plugin to do other motions if they support motions. So I'm just wondering if I missed some context there. Relative line numbers are useful when janking and deleting certain lines from current often. Maybe there's only one case where I think having line numbers might be helpful, and that is when you cannot identify the operation you want to perform as being part of a singular motion. For instance, you have a bunch of curly brackets after each other, and you can't delete the entire paragraph because then you delete half the function or whatever, right? So in that case, it makes sense, right?
Yeah. There's also, Slaza has a good point. Have you seen or rather, I think that this is what Slaza is referring to, but have you seen the new fancy way of jumping to any word in Helix?
No.
Okay.
Do you want to give us a demo?
Yes, I'll show you a demo if I remember how to, if I remember how to do it. So it's go to and G for go to, and then W, jump to a 2-character label. I'm sure that you can do this also in NeoVim, obviously. But so you press GW, and now you see that every word has the first 2 letters replaced. So
yes, I see.
Give me 2 letters of a
P-O.
word. P-O. Whoops. GW. Oh, did I mess it up? P? Is this not P? What am I doing wrong? I'll do CF. Okay, I'll do CF. I don't know why. Wait, let me try again. What the heck? GW P? Is there no P? Maybe I have something else on P? Where did you see P actually?
Yeah, I just looked at port, PO.
No. Okay. There's no P. You see, look at the grayed out letters.
Yeah. Are those the ones that we're going
Yes,
for?
the two grayed out letters at the beginning of every word.
Might be. I thought it was
Yes.
what came. I thought we were building something up, right? Okay.
No, okay. No. Right. We go only. We
So
go.
BK will get you to the next thing.
BK.
Right? Yeah.
BK got me to this const because this const started with BK. Let me try again. You see, right? Like here I have CW. Here I have AUD. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Can you?
Yeah, it's very small.
Okay.
I sort of popped out your screen share at some point, and now I can't get it back. So I just have a black square where there should be a screen. Let me see if I can pop this back in again. Exit picture in picture. Oh no, damn it, that was the wrong one. Okay, hang on. I gotta move your camera there. I've full screen the wrong thing. There it is. Okay, there we go. Picture in picture. No, then it took the other thing away. Why is this so bad? Okay, hang on. Full screen. There we go. Now I see your desktop full screen. Okay. Whew.
So, okay, GW, and then you can see the two letters. Everything has two letters, and you can jump. BA, BC, AU, AW, AI, AE, CR.
This is true, right? So what do you press to start that navigation?
GW.
Okay, GW.
It's go word.
Then you kind of dealing with something else, right? So I would say if you want to rename the known folders config, I don't know if this is the same in Helix, but in Vim I would just type /kn for known. I don't know what that does in Helix. Does it jump to known folders if you do that? KN, and then that's it. There's not only do I get to the function I want, I don't have to jump to the line number and then press W to jump word-wise to it.
Searching is certainly a good way, yeah. I mean, I also go to references, go to definition, that kind of stuff. Like this thing doesn't have references, but like if I go somewhere else and I say, go to references, this shows me wherever I'm referencing the config type. Then I can go to definition, and brings me to the definition. So there's a ton of other like structured ways of navigating, which I think are good. Space S for symbols, is that it? Open the symbol picker also. This only moves you to symbols, but still it's pretty good.
It is good, but none of this. So obviously, I'm very much in favor of me. That's very important. Of me not using line numbers. So I don't mind if other people do it, but I think that people turn on and have line numbers, or they just leave line numbers on by default without ever considering whether they actually do anything for them or not. Right. So in general, I think most people don't actually need line numbers. I think it just gets you halfway to where you want to go, where there are means to getting exactly where you want to go.
I guess my main motivator for leaving them on is so that chat can point things out to me more easily.
You want that behavior.
I want the backseating, yeah.
Oh my god!
I welcome.
I don't know, man. I mean, if I want to listen to someone tell me I'm wrong all the time, I just go upstairs and speak to the lady, right? No, jokes aside, low hanging fruit there, right? But no, I think it's interesting. So I wonder how many of you actually, how many of you in the chat are not using line numbers? Like you turn them off. Do we have any people in the chat who just turn off line numbers, right?
Let's see. I have the ban button ready.
How do you tell on which line you put a breakpoint if you don't have line numbers? Why do you? But because you see that in your editor, right? You'll see where the breakpoint is. I don't know whether line number helps. Oh. Don't use them, but I'm too lazy to turn them off. That's a real developer right there. Give it a try. I've turned them off. Use both. I like my line numbers. They bring me comfort. Then you should keep them on. And I also know that Temporis just want to be a contrarian today. I need them to flex. That's a good point. I had them on, but I've turned them off and see if I missed them. I'd say run without line numbers for a couple of days and see how you do, right? I just never turn them on. Okay. All right. What do we got here? I turn them off. I only have them on when pairing. Yep. How will I scroll with mouse to the correct line then?
Well,
you don't use them. But hang on, whether a line is correct or not is not determined by the line number, right? So if wait, what? Sorry, what? How does that work?
Well, in Crowdshaft, so if an error reference a line number, the way I do it is like, let's say that there's a number on line 25. The way I do it is colon 25.
Yeah. You absolutely do not need to see the line numbers for that, right?
Yeah, so I jump that way. And even this, in my opinion, is a downgrade. Actually, you know what? If I have everything set up correctly, this is integrated with my LSP, so I don't even do that. I do left bracket and then go, or right bracket and go to next diagnostic. So I do D, and that sends me to where the next diagnostic is in the LSP.
Relative line numbers don't add any value. So I think relative line numbers, the reason people have them is because if you're in a really large file and you're on line 1005 and you want to go 5 lines up, then it might make more sense to navigate that way. But you can, of course, just do 5J and 5K and to jump up and down, right? So that's not really a thing. Right?
I found two people in my chat that didn't know about the colon number thing.
All right. Well, the thing is, Helix is a little bit unknown to me, right? I've tried it. I didn't love it, but it's not peasant. I do line number G to jump to absolute lines in big files. Yes, but then you got to know which line you're jumping to. And that's the whole point. You know which line you jump into for a reason. Either you have an error message or a warning or someone. Oh, sorry, I didn't see which stream you were from. Either you have an error message and you have like no, there's no reason to just go to, wake up and I'm going to go and scroll down to line 53 today for no reason whatsoever. You always know which line you're going to, why you're going there, and whether you can see the line number or not is actually not relevant. Right? But that's interesting. Essential to facilitate communication when you work with a team of 3 constantly patching and fixing the same code base. Just fire the other people the same when, right? It helps. Otherwise, yes. I didn't know line number GG was a thing. Yeah. Saw some surveys said about 10% of people use Helix, but forgot the source. Oh, really? 10% of all the people in the world carry them? Because that's a lot. Yes, it'd be interesting to see if any of you tries to run without line numbers for a while. How do you feel about it after I'd say give it 2-4 days or whatever and see if that makes any sense to you or not, right? Because I think that's quite interesting. I haven't read these comments, but since it's Reddit, I'm gonna assume that they're all wrong anyway, so it's all good. Oh yeah, shit, I'm sharing your screen instead. I'm gonna trip up on this so many times, not knowing which screen my viewers are seeing on my side, right? I turn off your report when you're crying. There you go. Bracket G is a good one to go to the next Git change. Interesting. I didn't know about that one. I'm guessing, is that a Helix thing or? Control click the error message path in the terminal and switch back to editor and correct line. There you go. I use most often when using an outside testing tool, Playwright. Yeah, and then all of these things give us the line numbers.
Oh my god, this is so good. What? I didn't know about that one. Holy, this is so good. Thank you. Now I'm the peasant. Yes, square bracket, you can go to next change, and that's based on the Git state.
It's that's a Helix thing, right?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna see what I have
it's
here.
It's a Helix thing. Every single thing that is a Helix thing can also be a NeoVim thing. So I'm sure you will find a way. I'm gonna see
what happens on my end if I go to
G dot. Go to last modification. Yes, last modification is not based on Git, I'm guessing.
This is actually taking me to the G. No, G dot doesn't do anything now. G bracket.
No, I guess that's a Helix thing.
It is a Helix thing. Installing plugins. No, plugins are for the weak. You don't need plugins. And certainly Christoph won't be installing any plugins either because he uses Helix. And there you go, right?
G. Oh, yeah. Space G. File too large to preview. Whoops. Oh, but these are untracked. Yeah, these are binaries also.
Nice. Oh, man. It's educational, right? We're getting somewhere. That's really cool.
Yeah, so the reason why they weren't showing up is because I had another Helix open in another window. So it's actually all committed. Right now, I don't have changes in this repo. But this is all cool. So nice. Nice that you can do all this stuff with the editor.
Education burns me. Get out of the church, mate. I feel like half the chat is helixing. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a lot of Helix users in the chat.
I thought the Helix was going to have Scheme plugins. As far as I know, it's not mainline yet, and I suspect there's a ton of resistance from people because they don't want to do Lisp. We'll see.
I am one of those people. I am feeling strongly about not having to write like Lisp. I am very happy on that. But then, I mean, the thing is, I actually have a lot of respect for the Helix editor. I think it's amazing what they've managed to do. They're breaking into space where I don't think Cocoon ever made it that far. And you're basically competing with Vim and NeoVim, which is pretty established at this point, and they managed to clock up quite a large user base. So I have a lot of respect for Helix. Just because I don't like the way they do plugins doesn't mean that I think the editor is terrible.
Yeah, I feel that what they have going for them is like they basically have a NeoVim-like experience for people that are grog-brained like me, where they just like I can't do the proper work to set up my NeoVim with everything like the way I want it. So I just want a decent experience out of the box, and that's what they provide. And I think it's pretty nice.
So what's your debug experience in NeoVim? Do you do any like GDB? Oh, hang on, LLDB maybe in your case, LLDB debugging.
I do LLDB, but no editor integration whatsoever.
Really? See, that's the one thing that I kind of find it really hard to give up, right? I mean, you could just switch editors, but I think that one of the reasons to use a terminal-based editor is to have the same editor for everything because they're fast to start up and you only have to kind of learn one editor sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think that it's just, I feel like from my perspective, it's just that the LLDB on the CLI is already so much jank as it is that adding more complexity into it would just drive me insane. Like sometimes I want to start a command and I want to pass a ton of flags because I'm debugging maybe a Zig command that has a ton of arguments. So I need to invoke that through LLDB. Another time I need to watch something that is already running because for one reason or another, I can't start it myself. So I need to attach to a running process. Then printing variables is complicated. Like there's already so much custom stuff that I have to do that I suspect the editor integration either wouldn't allow me to do, or it would be just an extra layer of junk that ultimately doesn't really add anything. So, but that's based on my needs. Like I can see somebody not needing to jump through all these hoops because they're doing something simpler, let's say. So in that case, I get it.
Now, I think so. There's some people mentioning like VS Code being fast to start up now, and that's another fun one, right? Because VS Code is arguably the only use of Electron I've seen where it's somewhat optimized, right? It's everything else. And I remember, do you guys remember Light Table before Atom was even a thing? So Atom was an editor which has been discontinued. Those people went off to do another editor project now. And before Atom, we had something called Light Table, which was supposed to be quite revolutionary and cool and all that. And it kind of did did a lot of what Atom and Electron does, right?
Yeah.
But it also became this with the Electron, it became this thing. Oh, we just use Electron for this thing, and now like you have 3 desktop apps all consuming lots of RAM, and well, we all know how that goes, right? But VS Code is arguably not that bad when it comes to startup. The reason I wouldn't use VS Code is one, I don't particularly feel like I have to. It doesn't add anything to my workflow. I tried debugging in one of JetBrains projects the other day, and it was actually really nice. So if I need to do it, I would just pick that. And also, I just can't. I got like trust issues with Microsoft and my code, and like one day there's like, oh, we changed our user agreement. All the code that you write, we instantly send it to train our AI models on or whatever, right? And I'm like, well, I don't want that. Well, I mean, they do it on the GitHub stuff already, but it's like you don't have to make it easier to do that. And then more importantly, I know if someone told me that you can use VS Code over the network, because I use my laptop a lot to program. But I don't want to run VS Code as a server on my service. That is also a little bit icky in my book, right?
Yeah, that's the whole like cloud dev environment thing that was going on a while ago. I don't know how much that is like popular today. I believe that Google at some point went that way. So basically, there's like these services that the moment you want to start working on anything, they instantly spin up a developer environment from scratch for you. Where if the project, like if the repository has like the appropriate config file, they will install all dependencies for you. They will set up the editor and everything else, and then you can basically have a shell and then VS Code. And VS Code is like it's a decent interface into that temporary dev environment. So some people want to do this, and I believe that one of the reasons why this approach caught some steam is also because maybe I'm misremembering, but I kind of think that Google was saying that they started doing it. And for some people, everybody wants to emulate what an ad company is doing, even though they are not in the business of making ads. So I don't get it. But that's also why these things were becoming more popular. I agree. I can't use VS Code personally because it's just, I feel like for me, it's the wrong approach. Like I just don't like anything about it. It's overcomplicated. It's like Microsoft. Okay, Toggle, do you eat goat sometime?
Do I eat goat?
Yes.
Yes, I do. It's been a long time since I had a goat curry, but I have eaten goat.
Goat curry, goat cheese, goat milk. Have you ever had those?
Goat cheese is great, though. Yeah,
right?
yeah, okay.
It's nice, but there's a problem, right? People are.
You're gonna tell me that the goats all work at Google now, and I'm gonna be.
Yeah. Okay. I'll bring it back. People are putting question marks in chat. So yes, the point is this: goat is fine, but everything made out of goat smells and tastes like goat. It's like
it's very musky. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, it's goat everywhere. And to me, that's Microsoft stuff. Everything smells like Microsoft everywhere. It's the same exact thing.
Microsoft, because you want your computer to smell like goat.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, here's one thing, for example, that drives me nuts. And I get it that it's a personal preference. So I understand people having different preferences. But one thing that I hated is, for example, in VS Code, there's a delay between you typing and VS Code showing you diagnostics. So you type something, and then as you're typing, it is not showing you diagnostics. Then you stop typing, and 500 milliseconds later, the diagnostics come in. And I hate this, because I actually want to see, if I have wrong syntax in my document, I want to see the diagnostics instantly. The instant I'm typing a wrong character, I want to see that is a wrong state. I don't want to wait half a second to see if my stuff is correct or wrong. And I hate this, because to me, in my brain, it registers as lag. So I just can't, the entire philosophy behind the thing. I don't know. I can't use it.
No, I don't see the to me personally, I don't see the charm with VS Code, and I've tried lots of editors over the years, and I certainly have nothing against IDEs. I think they solve a problem. They have the debugging built in, and some of the stuff is pretty good, right? But these days, it's just nice to have the same editor for everything, right?
Yeah, but also the debugger, also this thing where you have to configure everything how Microsoft wants you to configure it is so annoying. It's JSON files everywhere. You have to escape strings inside JSON strings. I mean, I understand it. If you want the ability to debug something in your editor, you need to configure how to launch the debugger. I totally get it. So some configuration needs to be done. But also the entire system of how everything works, I don't like it. Also, when I was making my my language server, I didn't like how you have to write TypeScript. So you have to write a bunch of TypeScript in your extension just to wire in a language server that speaks language server. It's not instant. You have to write a bunch of boilerplate. So I don't know. I don't love it. The only thing that I miss from having a GUI editor versus a terminal one is that in a GUI editor, you can click on a error message And like in your terminal, you can click. You have a compile error. You can treat the file path colon line colon column, and you can by clicking you can have the GUI editor open, or rather, gain focus and then move to the right file, the right line, etc. That part you can't do with TUI stuff. That's the only thing I miss. Everything else, well.
Yeah. No, I think that there is value in IDs, but the TUI stuff is just so much more responsive as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like you get feedback loop is shorter, and I mean, it's really hard to sell me on the other. So if you could have some kind of new programming context where the terminal is no longer sufficient, then maybe. But right now, I don't think we have that. Like, we don't like program in some kind of 3D virtual reality where you need to look behind the source code, right? So I don't understand what there's nothing to be added by the graphical aspect of it, right?
Well, okay. You know what? I'll say something positive about GUI stuff that you can't do in TUI, because I personally think that the best possible editor would be a GUI one. Just wouldn't look like VS Code at all. Here's a couple things that you can do with a GUI that you can't with a terminal, that the terminal editors have to kind of make do with what they have, and in my opinion, it's suboptimal. One is smooth scroll. In a GUI editor, you can have smooth scroll. In a TUI application, you can't with status quo, because it has to repaint stuff. So it can't show you, for example, the visual movement of I'm going down versus I'm going up when you have a big jump. Well, in a GUI, in theory, you could render that smoothly. Problem number two, different font sizes. In a GUI editor, you can have like small text placed on top of like definitions to add metadata to give you extra information. You can't do that in a TUI environment, and that's kind of annoying. And like pop-ups, for example, you can kind of mimic them in a TUI setting, but it's not the same thing as what you can pull off with a GUI one.
No, I agree with that. You cannot the pop-up thing. It's a bit half and half. You're not going to get like a small balloon help kind of thing, right? But smooth scrolling, you're definitely not going to get. I know someone has written some kind of NeoVim wrapper.
Yes, that's
a
smooth
GUI
scrolling
at that
thing.
point,
Yeah,
right?
that's exactly it. That's a GUI. Neurosite is talking about some like voodoo stuff. Kitty has text scaling support, different font sizes, and I'm adding support to Flow now. Oh my god, is this like a what? How does it work? Like, is it gonna make an entire row smaller?
Can you show us like a screenshot of this neurosite? Because now I'm very curious, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna start Googling for it, I guess.
We don't need another browser, says Chibisoft. No, I think, I mean, arguably, if you need that, then there is. I don't think we need to translate everything in from the world of GUI to the world of TUI on account of them being different worlds, right? And if you need some of these things, there are obviously GUIs as well.
Okay, so there's a protocol. Let's see screenshots here. Quick demo of why this would be cool on a Markdown CLI render. Oh my god! Yes, they're doing it.
Oh, dear. Is this using like Kitty's? Is this using Kitty's like image protocol or something? So the text is not actually selectable.
No. It is a Kitty text sizing protocol. So it's another protocol from Kitty that doesn't like hack using images. It's just basically, I guess, allows you to define per row ? How big the text should be, and then I guess how big the cells in that row should be.
Bonan, can you not see, says Alejandra, on in like large text, and then it's everything as a small
Toggle,
text,
are you watching my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, you can see also that they're able to select stuff.
Oh, nice.
That is
slowly TUI applications will become GUI applications by the power of feature creep. Yeah, I think so.
It's not just per row, it's per text chunk. Oh god.
Okay. Yeah, I don't even know how to. How would you even deal with that, right? A slippery slope. You know what? That kind of is. Yes, a slippery slope indeed, right? We've solved a lot of problems that I don't think necessarily needed solving.
Yeah.
Which is one of them being how to draw images in the terminal. I don't think that was ever a problem that needed solving, right? Because the terminal is the terminal. I don't think we really needed I don't think we really needed to solve like loading images in there. I get that there's some nicety of having it, but we have so many other ways to observe images, right? Image humanism says images, I'd say is fine, but like where do you draw the line? To me, the terminal is just basic text, and that makes it very convenient, and the constraint makes it easy to work with. When we extend this to do a lot more, we kind of aren't we making this a little bit of a subpar GUI at that point, right? Aren't we going from a good TUI to a bad GUI at some point?
I think I do think that this is a reflection of how bad it is to make a GUI. Because the point is that if you make a TUI, it's portable. Like TUIs are so much more portable than GUIs on Linux, especially. So it's because it's impossible to make a GUI application that doesn't poop itself all over the place. On Linux, every time you move it to Sway, Wayland,
it's
i3,
so bad, isn't it? It's just it's so bad. The world of GUI is just pain, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this is why people do this. I mean, to be fair, guess what? I wanted to make a Twitch chat client, right, for myself, and I had the option of doing it as a GUI, but then I said, you know what? I'm gonna make a TUI. So.
Yeah, well, that's the point of Temporis. The terminal is portable because we agreed on all the features, and now we're adding like all these other protocols. The thing is, I'm not against this. I just think it should move outside of the terminal, right? I think that what I'm about to suggest is just another GUI toolkit in that case, I guess. But like, take that away from the terminal, and you'd have something maybe easy to build with, like you have in the terminal, but also a little bit more flexibility, right? So I don't know. Uses Kitty PT. I don't need to check for uses Kitty PTCL.
Yeah.
No, right. Yeah.
I would say at the end of the day, in any case, all these extra features, the only people that have to worry about the complexity of them, I guess, is terminal emulator implementors and maybe people that want to use those features. Like you as a user, you don't have to worry about them. You as an application that doesn't use like random text sizes, you don't have to worry about that. If you want to opt into that feature, then yes, your rendering code will have to be more complicated. And in theory, you should have the ability to fall back to not having that feature.
Oh yeah. So just to make it clear, I absolutely support the idea of someone working on this feature, and I think that it's a great feature. I think that whatever you build for you is fine to do whatever you want, right? But when you're writing a TUI application and you want to give it to people with the assumption that most people can run this, that's when you have to opt out of these features, right? Let's go back to ASCII and the same with Unicode. That becomes difficult for other people who don't have Latin character sets, right? So Chinese, Japanese, whatever, right? That's gonna be problematic. I was just joking. I don't know humanoidism. I think you just put your foot in your mouth and you realize that it tasted goat, and now you've done it. Now you've done it. No, I think that's. But all in all, I kind of like the terminal for how versatile it is, right? So Chibisoft said we don't need another browser. But I think we can treat the terminal as another browser, but not in that sense, because
it is
I use one, you use another, but we can both run the same TUI applications, just sort of how we can run or look at the same web page in the browser.
To some degree, the terminal is a software distribution platform. Like not just a terminal in terms of like it's a UI for software, but it's also like an interface of some kind for software. But it's also something that you can use to distribute, or rather, what I mean by that is like, where every time people say, oh, just, sudo sh this script and just run it. And people do it, but people do it. So you can use that as a way of distributing software. Yeah.
True. Whether that's a good way or not, but and I know, but I think that's most people though. Be frank, you know what? I don't think there's most people at all. I think you and I might operate a computer in a similar fashion, right?
Yeah.
I have like a browser, or everything else is just terminal.
Yeah,
Windows,
I mean, it's either that or whatever percentage you take out of that, you give to VS Code, and then you have captured the vast majority of software developers out there.
So what Humanism says, of course, the problem now with today is they may be crowdsourced specifically for a given terminal, and that is perfectly fine if you're making an application for you and maybe someone you know to use this thing. You use the Kitty Image Protocol. As a matter of fact, I'm going to implement support for the Kitty Image Protocol because one person at least wants that, right? I don't want that. But if I give it to other people to use it, maybe they will in return find bugs and make my life difficult. So there is a trade-off there. But if you make something for quote unquote everyone, obviously there's a caveat. There's a small percentage who doesn't have anything. And there's like some dude in the basement, someone going, oh, I use this VT100, whatever, and some teletext here or whatever, right? So they might lose out. But in general, most people can run this software without too many issues, right?
Yeah, I think modern TUIs they're not that bad. Like I'm thinking of my own like TUI chat client, and I use the Kitty Image Protocol, but it's kind of trivial to turn that off if the terminal doesn't support it. So yes, you can hard code stuff, and that might kind of break your application. But I don't know. So far, like I get it. If you're trying to support like legacy stuff, then there is like an ocean of things that could or could not be supported and whatnot. But if you're targeting anything remotely modern, the only things that become optional is the weird Kitty protocols. They are nice when they're present, but you can also make do without if they're not there. Like in my case, when I don't have the Kitty Image Protocol available to me, what I did was just render the emote text instead of the image. And maybe you know what? Maybe the feature detection is the problem. In my case, I used to have like a very shitty detection system that said, does the terminal name contain Kitty or Ghosty? If it does, then enable it, otherwise disable it, which is not the correct way of doing it. Now I'm using a library that does that for me in the correct fashion by querying the terminal. But that's kind of where it ends. I think fallback stuff like graceful degradation is not hard to implement. Not that hard to implement in TUI stuff.
No, I think that's less inconvenient than doing like cross-browser testing where you have like 30 browser windows and you try to test your shitty website and that kind of thing, right? Which is what I had to do for a part of my life. But then again, if we talk about the target audience of your program as well, that is probably not going to be people who are not streamers, right? I mean, like this is solving a very specific problem for a very specific demographic. This wouldn't be the new make config for the Linux kernel kind of thing, right? Which I think is so again, I think it's perfectly acceptable to do that. As a matter of fact, once I implement the Kitty Image Protocol, maybe I want to play around with it, and I'm going to assume that whoever uses the software, right, is not going to be interested in dealing with that kind of specifics, right? What do you think of ANSI OSC codes? Like, too, it feels pretty old school when we have to hide the cursor, move the cursor. Yeah, it's just so what where are you? I replied to someone here. Rishu says it's a what we need now is a GUI terminal. So it's an idea I've been playing around with because I've done all this like layout stuff, and I'm also working on like a graphics backend to do things with. And one of the thoughts is to be able to not build a terminal, but something that almost looks like a terminal, but you have graphics for pretty much whatever you want. So if you want to make smaller text, you can make smaller text, but you have to make it like a whole thing. I don't know. There's a lot of problems to solve with it, but it is an interesting idea, I think. So it's something that I'm actively looking at as well, right? But first, you gotta solve the basic problems before you make things fancy, right? Well, really, humanism? Do people really care about that? I mean, you can disable window decoration and everything. And you know what? Ignore that comment. That has nothing to do with anything.
What is Adwaita? I never heard of that.
Adwaita is the default KDE theme. So if you run something like KDE Live or whatever, no matter what if you don't have KDE installed or not, you're gonna end up with some KDE stuff, right? Gnome. No, Adwaita isn't Adwaita KDE. All right, now I am uncertain. No, I'm not KDE. Okay.
Huh.
Oh man. All right.
Okay.
I thought it was what's the default KDE one?
KDE is usually Qt.
But Qt is Qt versus GTK, not Adwaita the Breeze. There you go. Thank you. So it's not Qt versus a theme of GNOME. That's insane, people. It's Breeze. Thank you, Chibisoft. That's the one, right?
Okay, so Breeze is the default Qt theme for KDE, while Adwaita is the default theme for GNOME. Okay, so what was the problem with Ghosty? That it did not implement that? That it broke it somehow? That it what was Ghosty doing bad?
I guess that's just what. So let me scroll up. Right? They choose to use the Adwaita default, right? Because you could disable
but you could disable it. I still don't understand what the problem is here. The problem is that it's a GTK
I'm not sure either what the issue is. I mean, this seems to be more symptomatic of Linux having all the GUI stuff all over the shop.
I think I understand it. Wait, it was using Adwaita. Okay, wait. Let me get this right. So if you had KDE installed and you installed also Ghosty depended on having GNOME stuff so that it could display its default Adwaita theme. Is that it? Yes.
But if you would have gone the other way and you would have selected some KDE stuff by default, wouldn't you have upset all the GNOME people then, or all the little gnomes?
I would assume so. So what is the solution? You need
I mean, there is no solution. This is again symptomatic of
Linux
and GUIs,
Linux
right?
moment.
I mean, as much as I love Linux,
does it have two executables now?
It doesn't have good GUI support, right? You pick either neither of them or both of them.
No,
okay.
Now Pointer says the problem is GNOME. Wait, just use. You can't use TUI for a terminal manipulator. That is the one case where you just
I don't know. I think that's a pretty boss move. That's very meta. you need to build your terminal to run in a terminal. So we run Ghosty in Alacrity, which is run from Kitty, and there we go, right?
Package manager build from source. I'm guessing that then there's a build option that decides which one to enable and depending on your needs, I'm guessing. Zig build, the optimized release fast, that creates an app, installation tips. Oh, there we go. Required dependencies, GTK4, lib Adwaita, unless using dgtk Adwaita equals false. So I'm guessing that way, that is the solution. Maybe. Adwaita is theme and a bunch of extended widgets for GTK. I think Qt people get annoyed because the Adwaita widgets are not easily themable in Qt. Alt flag got removed in master. So what is the solution? There is no solution. Just don't use Linux.
I think someone said the solution is either both or neither, right?
But I'm guessing the point is that if you're a GTK user, you don't want the GNOME dependencies, right?
If you're well, you know, the solution is to boycott GNOME. haven't people tried that already? Haven't people tried that already with the GTK2? Wasn't that a thing? All right. Use Flatpak. Flatpak broke. What do you remember that? It was recently there was a breaking change. It affected a bunch of Arch, by the way, users. They uses Flatpak. It was a problem with Fuse. There was some break. Did you see this?
Oh, sorry. I have people putting holes in the wall. Oh, God.
Oh, I thought it was someone driving by, right? Kernel broke, not Flatpak. There you go. There was something with Fuse file system, not Flatpak, but it affected Flatpak, right?
So, Toggle, here's a suggestion. Would you mind enabling noise suppression on my audio thing? Because I don't think...
How do I do that?
It's just an extra filter that you can add to my audio source.
Okay, let's go there. And then we're going to go filters. And is it... there we go, noise suppression. Do I need to I use RN noise for this
Yeah,
thing.
I think our noise is fine. Leave it with the defaults. Should be good as is.
Oh, do you have like people working in your building?
Yeah, somebody is like working, like, yeah, they're making holes in a wall. Anyway, I still don't understand then what is the solution here. I don't get it. Like, also, what do other programs do? Muffet doesn't do
You can do
drive-bys
server
anymore.
decorations in X, but I think that does that solve it? Isn't that just bringing back the whole like, okay, that's the problem, no easy solution. So it's a problem with no definitive solution, right? Is that what we're saying at this point?
Huh.
Or the other way around, yeah.
Because at White Hat does client-side decorations. Okay, I have no idea at this point.
No, okay, that's stagnated a little bit. Let's do the thing where we just moved on, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. So we talked a little bit about what was the last thing we
actually, I have a question for you, Toggle, at this point, which is still somewhat related, but about editors. Have you tried Zed? Why are you not using Zed?
Okay.
Is it because you hate Rust? Is it because you hate it because it's written in Rust?
Yes, that is one of the reasons why I don't use Zed. I tried to use Zed twice on stream.
Okay.
And it was pretty okay, so let me be a little bit political because I think what's his name? Richard Feldman works on Zed now, does he?
Yes, he does.
And then he was on your stream. So I'm gonna try not to say anything bad about Zed in general, but my experience was very janky. I got errors about not being signed in, and that is one of those things that makes me livid with a browser, with an editor. And so there was like errors and bugs in the software because I wasn't signed in. There was a couple of other things that just kept popping up that had nothing to do with anything. And it just made me frustrated. I think if you really want to upset your users, then add as many pop-ups as possible, right? To do things. But I think this wasn't really a pop-up as much as there was like some pop-up things, but then there was also the little terminal at the bottom. And there was some issues with these things. And once the issue had started, maybe it isn't, but I'm talking about an experience I had, not an experience I'm going to have in the future, because I'm not that amazing that I can see that far. So these things, I know, Null, I'm winding you up, don't worry about it. So these things are kind of like, these things happen, and it sort of put me off a little bit, and I also don't really know what Zed would solve for me. There are two editors written in Rust, and I don't care for either of them. I don't like the bloody hyper moral meme language, man. I can't abide by their nonsense, right? Ethically correct editors, right? No, but jokes aside, the notion of using a GUI editor to me just doesn't exist, right? There is no. I don't know what that would solve, right? So that's probably one of the reasons why I wouldn't use it. What is your experience? Are you okay? Let me just see if I can full screen this thing again, so I can see you have it. Is that Zed that you have open?
Yeah,
now?
I have it there. It just wanted me to install some HTML extension that's gonna give me, I suspect, a subpar.
So that's another, like that little pop-up in the bottom right corner. I have seen VS Code users, they've trained themselves to become blind to these pop-ups. And to me, they just make me angry because it doesn't need to be there. Can you like pop open the terminal? There's supposed to be like a terminal console. Was it this one? And then I think there was something that I tried to do in here, and it started prompting me for a bunch of things. So if you just edit the source code, project diagnostics, what does that do?
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. Outline panel, project panel.
What do you have in like the bottom right corner? What looks like a bell, some
GitHub Copilot, close bottom dock, assistant panel,
What does
notification panel.
assistant panel do?
It's like not
No
Copilot.
LLM provider selected.
LLM.
Can you select? Oh, look at that.
Yeah, they
I'm
have all
guessing
of
you're gonna
them.
have to sign in to use any of this stuff, right?
I would assume so. Yeah. Provider is not configured. Okay, so you have to paste in like tokens.
But
to
this
get
is
access to
not what
things.
my experience was like. I kept getting like error messages in the terminal. I think I tried to do something that's just basically just typing ls in my terminal, and it was showing error messages and all kinds of, or maybe I did like a cargo build or whatever. And it started freaking out about it, and that was really icky. But the thing is, I'm not against having more software. Having more choice is good, right? I just don't. No, I've never used Warp and Liquor. I don't really. I don't mind that these things exist, right? I just don't think that I am the target audience for these things, right? I think they're for other people. I don't know who that would be, but someone who isn't me, right? They have a bunch of extensions. Look at that.
Yeah, they have a bunch of extensions, but like HTML doesn't have support for HTML doesn't have support for like formatting. This is driving me insane. Sorry, this is my pet peeve at this point. Yeah, I don't know. It seems on one hand, it seems like basically the let's say the VS Code experience as a generic perspective, but better than VS Code in some ways. The problem is there's like stuff that like do I want the coding assistant stuff? Do I want Copilot? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't want Copilot. I don't want those other things. I get that some people want them, but like there's everywhere buttons for the freaking like inline assist. I don't even want the inline assist, man. I'm good.
Yeah, there's a lot of this. I opened an entity called Rust Rover on stream. And when I did, I think there was like a quarter of the screen space was dedicated to the editor. Everything else was like all the different panels and all these things, right?
Yeah.
Now it's okay. It's not turned into Copilot. Okay. No, I mean the thing is, I'm sure there's like people who are really into this stuff and likes it. To me, it doesn't really add anything. I don't know. Does it do debugging? Because that's like one of the only reasons why I think it might be worth using a GUI, and it's for like the debug experience of it.
Good question. I don't know. Maybe somebody can say. I don't know if I can debug my HTML code. So somebody else will have to answer this one.
If you open up like some Zig project, can you try to click in the gutter and see if it opens up or sets a breakpoint or something? I mean, I don't even see the debug controls anywhere, so I'm guessing not.
Yeah, let me find something. Zeit, build.zig. Go to definition. No, maybe you need to install an extension for this. They are working on adding support for the debugger protocol. Yeah, there's also another problem that they had where they had to make a choice, and I don't agree with their choice. So when they were making Z, obviously, if you want to be an editor, if you want to gain popularity as an editor, you need to support a bunch of different languages. There's like no way around it, right? That's kind of the point. And so they had to kickstart this new ecosystem, and they wanted to leverage pre-existing language servers. The problem is a ton of language servers, although I would say mostly pretty bad ones in my opinion, but probably not all. I'm sure there must be some good ones, but like mostly in my opinion, disappointing language servers are implemented in TypeScript. So if you look at Zed GitHub, where is it? No, that's my thing. Or does somebody link that to Zed? No. Okay. Zed GitHub. Okay, there we go. This is Zed. So you can see that to support this, they have in their extensions, some of them depend on running. So for example, where is it? HTML. Although they now have a new one, so maybe this has changed. Let's see. Source HTML.rs. Yeah, basically, they run Node. They run the entirety of Node in order to run the TypeScript LSPs. that are extracted from VS Code.
Yeah, the whole LSP is very like Microsoft centric. If you look at something like the Rust Analyzers website, there's a lot of like LSP specific thing, or sorry, VS Codes. Like VS Code is very heavily mentioned in there as well, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. But at least if it's a like a standalone executable, then you can run the standalone executable as a process, and then you can basically chat over standard input, standard output. But these ones, by virtue of being implemented in TypeScript, you need to have Node run. And in the case of VS Code, you have to have Node run anyway, because Node is running your entire freaking editor. But Zed had the option of never doing that. Zed had the option of saying, yeah, you know what? No dependency on JavaScript, no slowest, super slow LSPs, and we only do the high speed stuff. But instead they decided to go for coverage. So to cover more ground, instead they said, you know what? Okay, we will bundle Node. We will run a Node server, and we will start using these language servers implemented in TypeScript.
Yeah. Now, I think, I mean, there's a lot that can be said about Zed, I guess, but it's just not my cup of tea. I feel like people are gonna like it or not like it, and I think that the people who like the whole AI integration and graphical editor and all this stuff, right? They are the target audience, right? I just don't happen to be one of them, so it's really hard for me to even sort of have an opinion about it any more than I can have a valid opinion on what it's like to run Windows today. Like, I don't do it, so I'm not the target audience. I don't know what it's like. Right? I can't even find my way around.
I think there's also another couple interesting things to say about like the difference between a TUI editor versus a GUI editor. I remember going from Sublime to these to TUI editors, and one thing that like changed in my brain when going from one to the other is, for example, that in a GUI editor, you're used to having like this sidebar, right, with all your files divided in folders, and like maybe, okay, this is now running this in a folder that is a little bit too big, but maybe you have the whole project and you have files, and then you think about files based on where they are located, and you click on them to navigate from one to the other. I don't do that anymore. Like, my brain doesn't need to do that anymore, because now I'm thinking of things not in a spatial way, but in like just as in results of searching. So every time I want to jump to something, I search for its name, and yeah, and that's all
I'm guessing Helix probably have. There's two scenarios for this. One, a project that I already know, or is my project, or something I've worked on before. I'm just gonna use whatever fussy file finder to get to the files, or you're gonna navigate through like go to definition or whatever. The other example or the other situation is where you have a project you have never seen before. So you're exploring a project for the first time. And I'm guessing Helix has a way to open up.
Yeah, I'm sharing it. It's called the File Explorer. So you use E instead of F for File Finder. And so in the File Explorer, then you can enter the directory, and then you navigate. And then you can also search to move around. So for example, Darwin.
Can you not pop open like a file tree kind of thing that's on your left or right side?
Like it's a sidebar. No, there used to be a thing like this, but I think they did not want it. Like, I had it as a work in progress extension, but I think it kind of fell off.
Oh, because that's one of those things you can do in NeoVim, right? You could just open up a file tree. I don't know where I am now, but that didn't have a file tree. It should have a file tree, but we can open this one up, right?
Yeah, so Helix itself never had it, but I have a fork of Helix that has some in progress proposals already emerged in. Yeah, and it worked like this. Yeah, it worked exactly like this. I don't know. I don't feel like the need for this stuff ever, personally.
It's only when I'm looking at a project for the first time and I kind of want to navigate it and look at something. But once you kind of used to something, if I'm going to go work on the text widget, then I'm going to go and work on the text widget or the text layout.
But do you want the sidebar there? Even if it's a new project, do you always want the sidebar there?
No. I just want it when I open the thing. I don't keep it open. It is only there for me to see it and to navigate.
Okay.
And someone had a really good point once. They said, why do you open, why is the file tree always on the left side? Because if we put it on the left side, we're moving the code.
Yeah.
Every time we open and close it, we're moving the code. But stick it on the right side, and it's a non-issue, right? Whether you, when you open and close it, it doesn't like shift your code around. So
yeah,
and then it says that. I was like, that's a good point. So I'm gonna move it on the right side now.
Check out what you can do in Helix. Watch my screen for a moment. So you can do the file explorer thing, right? But one thing that you can do is that you do file explorer. I'm entering source. I'm entering ZCU. Maybe there's also buttons to expand things, and I don't know how to use it. Maybe you can expand things inline. But the point is, I will then, I don't know, enter something, and then the thing, the like the pop-up goes away. But then I have a button to open the last open peak, and so I can just bring it back. That's kind of my point. My point is that I have it here, I leave it, and then I bring it back when I need it, and it works. And and I resume exactly from where I left off if I really want to have it. And it also has previews, which I think is pretty nice.
Yeah, the preview can be nice. I do think that there is something like this in NeoVim as well, with a few plugins.
I know, guys, you can stop saying this. I think
what
everyone knows. Of course. I mean, what you said, and also people said in chat, you can have this in NeoVim. I am confident that there is nothing that any editor out there has that Vim does not have. Vim has, Vim and NeoVim, that has everything, sure. It should go without saying. I'm sure they can have it, and then you can customize it more. Like, that is always the case. Yeah, everybody knows that. Everybody should know that.
It's like, I don't know. It's funny because it's like one of those, like, oh, you can do this in Windows too. It's like, yeah, I didn't ask if you could do it in Windows or not, right? Like, you'd be like, okay, and then here we can do, oh, you can do it in this thing too, right?
I mean, if there is, if there is some instance of, this thing you can't do in that thing, then it's worth saying when you can do something or cannot. But if the thing can do everything, then, I mean, what is the point? There's literally no thing that NeoVim doesn't do. NeoVim doesn't give you donuts for free.
NeoVim does not give you donuts for free, says Crimson. That is true, but as I'm on a non-snack diet, I think that's pretty good. Right? Having liberal access to donuts might be bad. Emacs can.
Multi-cursor. Oof.
Well, multi-cursor mixed tasks can be done in NeoVim too. No, I think you can have it through some plugin or whatever, but I don't know. There's I think multi-cursor doesn't really make sense to me. I get that people like it, but that never registered, and I think that's more from never really getting used to do anything with like multi-cursors. But like multi-cursors requires that you go and set up the cursor for what you want to do before you do it, right?
Yeah, but I personally love it though. I would say it's
show me an example of if you have one on top of your head, right? Where multi-cursor.
There's a couple. So one could be like this. I select multiple lines, and then I select the start of a line, and I create multiple cursors, or I select like import, and that way I have a cursor for each import, and I turn each import into import uppercase. I don't know, or like I do something of that sort. Another way is, I think, based on search. Like I think, well, I guess I can select everything and then do S and then search const. So now I have a cursor on every const in my editor.
So that, but what does multi-cursor give you here? Because it depends on what you're gonna do, right? But you're either gonna do like a search or replace them. Actually, you know what? I can see how this would be more convenient, maybe with like a search and replace. Maybe I don't know.
I would say it's kind of like macros, but you have visual feedback, better visual feedback, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You definitely have better visual feedback than if you're doing anything with search and replace or anything like that. So the first example you had, you can do that with visual block mode, but when you're going across, when you have like line spaces, then you cannot. So that kind of makes sense.
Where I used it, for example, was at some point I was doing something like this. I was doing like uh, oh god, okay, this is too much. Let me try to do 3 on something that is more reasonable. So I was doing something like this, and then I was selecting some files. So I wanted to copy them because I needed to make them to put them into a Zig array. And so I was pasting and then selecting, and then I was selecting like the beginning of this thing, and then doing this kind of work, right? So where I put this, go to line, quote, comma. Last line has an extra quote. Well, in any case, you're seeing me not do the right thing. In any case,
no, but I
totally
totally get this. This is a very, it's very visual what is happening, and I think from that perspective, I can definitely see the advantage of that. Having multiple cursors for that is probably a lot nicer. Thing is, I really want to use Helix. Like, I really want to like Helix, but it's just like when you've used an editor for a while and there's like a change in behavior that you cannot get back, then it just then I just like throw my hands up like an old person and yells at the clouds a little bit.
So well, here's how we do it, okay? I think that Neovim might be switching to using a build.zig file. At least Bfredel was working on this a while ago. So the moment...
No, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
So when they switch, I switch to Neovim and you switch to Helix.
So we both won't get anything done and we'll be equally angry. See, I mean, it would be fun, right? If we ever, when I went to bed last night, right, I was thinking about like what fun things could we do on stream when we stream together, and I had all kind of wild ideas, right? I had one thought where, as for a section of the stream, I would show a piece of code on the screen and you would have to guess what programming language this was, right? And I thought that would be kind of funny.
Okay.
And then of course, I'm gonna spoil this. Even if we do this, I'm gonna spoil the joke now though, right? And the last thing I was gonna show you was a very obscure part of some Zig code that you have written, but you would never know that it was you just because you would show some bizarrely small part of it, right? And that's just me memeing. And then the other thing I thought is like, okay, we do like a competition. We both have to go and find a non-programmer and then bring them onto stream and teach them how to solve a problem in Zig and Rust respectively, right? And I had all this like wild ideas last night, and I think like, oh my god, that would be kind of fun. I think it'd be fun to watch. I think it'd be very uncomfortable for the person who's not a streamer. Like, wait, why do I have to be in front of the camera? Shh, don't worry about that. Are we recording this? No. Just talk.
No, don't worry.
Talk to yourself. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, you see that 217 number? Ignore that one. That means nothing. That's the number of cores on this machine.
That's the bit rate. Okay. Yeah. Hey, your bit rate went down to 3. Oh shit.
Yeah.
But oh man, that would be. But I had like all these thoughts, and but I think if we ever did something, we could definitely do like let's swap editors for a while and do all these things.
We could do that. Yeah, actually we could, but as long as the other person helps, because I would be probably lost very quickly. In any case, yeah, Bfredel here in chat. So did you see Bfredel in chat that was saying yes, it will happen for the next version, hopefully.
Oh, I did not see that. Yes, what happened at 0.12.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's not 0.12 of Zig, though, right?
No.
Good.
So, look, this is the same Bfredel that has been working on the PR.
All right. Okay. The way you said that, it was going to be more like, oh no, this is the same Bfredel who said that Microsoft had bought his company or whatever. Like you set it up like you were gonna disqualify the person more than anything.
No, it's actually the opposite.
The same Bfredel who stole all the Christmas gifts from the hospital. Okay.
No, Bfredel actually is a member of Neovim. So yeah.
Oh, nice.
He's been doing the work. So
what did I do now? You stole all the Christmas gifts from the hospital, Bfredel. I'm sorry. Zig Bill is better than CMake. I mean, isn't the general consensus that no one really likes CMake or make files in general, right? I feel like this is a sentiment that's been echoed through the programming community since forever. There's always like one guy out there being like, oh, I don't mind make files, and their make file has like 2 lines in it, or they only work alone or whatever, right? But in general, when you talk to groups of programmers, it's like make files and they all run for the hills, right? So I don't know. It seems like a good move, right?
Well, hopefully, hopefully works well for them. At the end of the day, I can't really speak from my place of knowledge. Like, I don't know how it is for them building stuff today and how that could improve in the future. In general, for me personally, build script Zig build is so much better than CMake. But yeah, so hopefully it works well for them.
All right, what we're gonna do now? I'm gonna go and get myself a drink of water. How you doing for tea and water and all that?
I am doing good, so I guess I'll wait for you. You know what? Maybe I'll do a very quick break to a 2-minute 30 break to get myself another cup of tea.
Okay.
And then okay. Listen. Okay, listen. If you're using like what's it called? Not tea bags. Tea that comes without a bag.
Tea.
Yeah, loose tea. Like if you're using loose tea and you're making everything like it's high quality loose tea, I get it. Maybe you shouldn't dunk it in the microwave. Maybe I would still want to do the experiment, but maybe it's not worth it. But I'm drinking like Twinings. It's not particularly good. Is Twinings considered like high quality? It's not. Who cares? Dunk it in the microwave.
So our just says, please don't use tea bags. They're toxic. I don't know. I think this is a shill for the loose tea company right here, right?
Look, I put it in the I put it in microwave and they get detoxified perfectly.
The shortwave kills all the toxins. So the thing is, you know what? I try to be an open-minded person, right? I mean, you get older and you get very set in your ways, and you kind of go, "Oh, I don't do that. I don't believe that. I don't want to swap editors. Why should I?" Right? But the thing is, I try to be an open-minded person, right? And the thing is, if I would try. I would make 2 cups of tea where 1 tea has been made in the microwave.
Yeah.
If we have a way to distinguish between these two, right? But since I'm gonna see the containers all the time, it's gonna be really difficult for me to know to be, objective when it comes to this thing, right? We need an additional person. I need to get someone here to shuffle the cups and label them in front of you guys.
You need to get your wife.
Then I'll try them.
Yeah, Karitani is saying it right. You need to get your wife to prepare both, not tell you which is which.
I think, yeah. I mean, I could do that. I was gonna say she is never gonna appear on stream, because then you guys know she doesn't exist. But I can ask her to just hand me the teas, and then she can tell you guys in chat while I stand over there looking in that direction and then tasting the tea afterwards, right? But if anything, it's a good way to ask my wife to make tea, right? Because she loves it when I ask her to do things for me, right? Her favorite thing to do whenever I'm building something or fixing something is to stand around, hold something, and wait. And this makes her so angry. And every time, so now it's like a running joke, right? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, last thing I did was like put down a new floor, and she was just standing in the corner holding a screwdriver or whatever. I was like, can you hold this for a second? And then she takes about half a minute, and then she realized what's happening, and she gets angry and leaves, right? But I'm gonna go and put the kettle on, and I'll be back in about 3 minutes. You hold down the fort.
I will 3 minutes plus infusion time versus 2.5 minutes, including infusion time. Just saying. Okay, let's see. What is going to be the next topic that we tackle? Because, by the way, we had like a list of things I wanted to go through. Guess what? The YouTube videos were the only things that we went through so far. Oh yeah, getting Jeff out of my bed. Yeah, I think he's gonna do that on. He's gonna be the one screen sharing and reading it, I think. Nice. Hyperland. He's right. So Zucchini, I we'll see what he does when he comes back, huh? Did you say this in my chat or his chat? If you're in my chat, you're safe. If you're in his chat, you're in his chat. So we'll see what happens. Christoph, the delay in releasing Zig 0.14 was due to something important almost finished? Yes, in good part. I think it was in part caused by general delays, but also mainly because Jacob Lee is very close to completing the x86-64 backend so that it can be enabled by default on Linux. So if you're on x86-64 Linux, you will get our custom backend on by default for debug builds, and that is going to be a nice experience. Also, yeah, another reason is because everybody takes way too long to prepare the tea, and so those delays keep adding up. I keep telling people 2 minutes and a half should be good enough for doing everything, but yeah. Kettle is better way waste excess energy to heat air in the microwave. Like the magnetron is either on or off, no in between. Honestly, I don't know what the efficiency of all these things is. For me, it's just that it's easier to put a cup in the microwave and just wait 2 minutes and a half. I don't think that the kettle would be particularly slower, but I can't put the tea bag in the kettle, or rather, I can, but I don't want to. I want to keep the kettle clean. While in the case of the microwave, I put both cup and tea bag with water in the microwave, and what I get out of it, it's like already made tea. It's kind of like it's the Star Trek experience, like a replicator made me Earl Grey hot, and boom, that comes out. It's the replicator experience. Yeah, also right. Air, I don't think that air has polarized molecules the same way the water does.
2 minutes, then my tea is ready. Do you want to go and like put yours on now?
Yeah,
and then
we'll see which one comes out first.
Same time? Yeah.
I was explaining, chat, that I'm living basically the Star Trek life because my experience is, replicator, tea, Earl Grey, hot. Boom, 2 minutes and a half later, that's what comes.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I mean, microwaves don't heat air; they excite the water molecules. How excited did it get, though, right? Can we coordinate our shirts while we do this tea dance? Maybe, Dota? An electric kettle should outperform a microwave on efficiency for cooking water. So that depends a little bit, right? Because you, in general, probably, right? But if you can fit just a cup of water in your kettle, and because a kettle has the kind of like minimum threshold you have to reach, or you're supposed to reach, right? But if you could reach that with a cup of water, then probably, yeah. Why not buy pre-infused tea? Sounds expensive. I like kettle because it's portable. How often do you move your kettle? A microwave is portable as well. I don't know, man. It is portable, right? Yeah. You can heat less and turn it off by yourself. But see, that's what I like about a kettle. Thank you all for the follows, by the way. A kettle is great because you turn it on and then you walk away, right? Whereas a do I have a little bit of a hang on, I might have some issues there. There we go, right? Whereas with a like a hob or whatever, then like what I do is I don't have a kettle because mine died now. So I stick it on the hob. But you can't just walk away from that. Now my tea is ready. Okay, hang on to your hat. Thank you, Dido. Yes, that's how it goes, right? Doesn't using the boiling the hot water feature of your coffee, doesn't that kind of bring a lot of coffee debris into your tea though, right? Hello, Billy. Billy. Okay, we're gonna see what we're gonna have. What we're gonna talk about next, right?
Okay. Tea
All right.
prepared.
We're all teed up now.
Still talking about tea stuff.
Oh yeah, man, they're in good form as well, right? I am I'm browsing Reddit while they're talking. Now I'm looking for the notes, right? Oh, so here's an interesting one, right? Okay, let me grab the link here. This came from where? Oh,
yeah,
there we go. Right, this came from one of my Discord users. Let me.
By the way, somebody while you were away earlier was saying, "Wait, did his wife write a blog post?" So
no.
Be aware that somebody was memeing about this stuff.
Oh, I see. I know. I don't know. No idea. Oh, all right. Oh, I see. Now I get it. I thought we were talking about tea. Okay, I'm too simple, right? You guys have to aim lower. Okay, just so you know. Okay. Still versus sparkling water. No, that's too hot of a topic for this thing, right? So we're gonna talk about Jeff Bezos in my bed, right? They thought I found live AWS keys in, right? For those who don't know, AWS keys can be incredibly dangerous if exposed. I mean, they can be dangerous for the company, right? Because you could use their keys to clock up a pretty chunky bit, right? The whole AWS thing is just so insane. Like it feels to me sometimes like AWS using AWS is a little bit like shorting when it comes to betting and the stock market, right? Like if you fail or you're short, you could end up like owing lots of money. And I feel like that's what AWS keys or AWS is.
Yeah,
right.
At the same time, I would say if you find live AWS keys in a IoT device that you bought, I feel like you have the moral duty of pumping garbage in there. Like
not what I thought you were gonna say. I thought that was going to be very wholesome. Like you contact the company, you tell them about this thing. No, you're just set up some loop to constantly pipe bullshit on there and just spend all their money. Right?
You teach them a lesson, or like you let them know. You let them know. You basically have their chief finance officer basically bring the news to the CEO.
I guess it's range from refrigerator to a bidet, but no one got it right. So I don't know who has a bidet as an IoT device, but maybe they don't. Maybe there's just things that people arbitrarily guessed, right? But they said what IoT device. Maybe they didn't give a list of IoT devices they have, right? The right answer was my bed, and here's a picture of the key, right? I also found a backdoor in my bed, but more on that later. Security professionals are, in my experience, exhausted of things being connected to the internet that don't need to be. And that's not just security specialists, right? I have 0 IoT devices, and the only reason I'm going to have one is because there was no other alternative, right?
Yeah. You know, my hot take on IoT is that like you can have, they also call them smart devices, right? So in my opinion, you either have smart owners or smart devices in a house. You can never have both at the same time.
I like it. Smart owner or smart devices. Very good. So security professionals are now tired of everything being connected to the internet. We want the features of the future without sacrificing our data privacy, cybersecurity, reliability, and integrity. I want the features of a temperature-controlled bed without having to worry about random engineers and hackers giving themselves access to my bed 24/7.
Man, that would be annoying, right? Like you're never gonna get a good night of sleep. Everybody gets in your bed.
Yeah, I mean, like there's physical
doors.
access to their bed. I mean, if you have a crowbar, you have physical access to someone's bed. But yeah. 8 Sleep offered the features of temperature control, set the bed to any temperature, hot or cold, for someone who suffers from insomnia. This seemed worth a shot. I'd be willing to overlook. The bed cost $2,000. My goodness. So the thing is, I think it's worth spending money on a good mattress. Yeah, it's not wasted money, right? You buy a nice mattress, it's gonna last you a long time. Now, I don't think $2,000 is all for the mattress at this point. I think most of it is probably for the bed, right? It won't function if the internet goes down. Now that to me is not something I would have been willing to overlook, right? Basic features are behind an additional $19 a month subscription, and this thing we have to stop accepting the premise that you quote unquote buy something and then you pay for it. That's called renting.
You see, that's why you need to teach them a lesson. It's like you have this thing where like companies, they have this concept of educating the market, right? They know that sometimes a product needs they need a mindset shift in the customer, like in their customers, to be able to sell a product. And sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's good. Doesn't matter. The point is, you need to do that back to them. Like just like they do it to you, you do it to them. And so that's why you need to always abuse AWS keys when you find them.
I think that is justifiably true, right? I agree with that because this is insane.
Yeah, it is insane.
You're paying $2,000 for a bed, and then you're gonna pay $20 a month for that. So that's kind of unbelievable. How what do you like? How do you justify the price? Because hosting for the software for the bed to communicate with it, that is not going to be $19 a month, right? You're not paying DigitalOcean $19 a month for your bed, right?
Also, how many?
This is all.
Yeah. Also, how many data points is your bed gonna send? It's like even if it sends a data point up to the API every time you fart, like how many farts are you gonna pump out in one night? So
what if they crank? We see that you've been farting a lot. We've raised the price for you now. We're raising the price to mitigate your carbon footprint, so it's now $30 a month, right? And the bed only controls via mobile app. I like. So if you're gonna list these quote unquote features here from worst, right? What is the least acceptable feature in all of this?
Yeah, that to me is already a deal breaker, to be honest. I would even say like the thing it can only be controlled via mobile app. That to me is already a deal breaker. Like it's so annoying to control things with mobile apps. Just give the goddamn thing a physical like controller.
Control.
Yeah, on the wire, maybe wireless, maybe on the wire, doesn't matter much. Like, yeah.
I mean, imagine, especially since this thing is going to be, imagine literally standing next to your bed, not being able to activate it because of a network issue. Like, you can physically touch the bed, but you can't turn it off or turn it on, like whatever.
Right, you can't even turn it off.
Imagine you turn it on, accidentally set it to max on a warm summer's day, and then just as that happens, the internet goes down, and now your bed is stuck being like 40 degrees or whatever on the hottest day of the year because you know goofed up.
It's so crappy.
Gandalf, thank you so much for the subs.
Oh,
did we get a sub alert or not? There it is. There we go. Oh no, wait. Why are the sub alerts upside down? Oh, I think I realized what I flipped.
That's what you flipped.
Oh my god. All right. Thank you so much, Gandalf. Oh man, my insides. All right. It did flip something. So yeah, the thing is, I could overlook $2,000 for a bed if this thing comes with a genuinely amazing mattress. But everything else here are just insane deal breakers for all of this, right?
Yeah, I pay the money, fine. Actually, I would even say you can probably find a mattress that doesn't have all these garbage features in it that costs the same amount of money, and you just get a significantly higher quality mattress.
I'm gonna tell you guys why we're in this situation, and that is because of the Rust programming language. And you're gonna hear this now, okay? Because the only people who are dumbass to pay for something like this is gonna be some idiot crypto bro, okay? So you can blame Rust for this one, okay? We'll take that one, okay? This is on us. All right. $20 a month for a subscription to your own bed. I mean, it's just out of this world, man. I will say being able to control the temperature of your bed is actually a magical thing. Oh, man, I totally get that, right? Having lived in warm countries and cold countries, that just seems amazing. After a few months, curiosity got the better of me, and I took a look at the firmware. In the end, I got enough of the cyber ache. I decided to seek simpler, less internet-connected solutions to my temperature-controlled bed needs. It turns out inexpensive aquarium chillers provide a similar functionality as the 8 Sleep Pod without the existential dread of being hacked and having my sleep preferences shared with a bunch of developers. So, okay, then here's like this setup. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to link the article in the chat as well. So for those of you who want to build your own bed, this is it, right? While the 8 Sleep CEO, Matthias, seems focused on providing Doge with great sleep, the real Doge, whose name is Latte, it's an ample name for the dog, is sleeping great tonight. Stick around until the bottom of the post to see how to set this up. It's easier than you think. So let's talk about the back door. First of all, how did I get the bed's firmware? Easy. You can download it. 8 Sleep provides access to the firmware through the update URL. And that's pretty good though, right? Just replace any numbers with any number. When I say backdoor, what I'm referring to, sure, 8 Sleep needs a way to push updates, provide service, and offer support. That's expected. Although the moment you know that someone has this, they have all the other control if they want to, right? What goes too far, in my opinion, is allowing an 8 Sleep engineer to remotely SSH into every customer's bed and run arbitrary code that bypasses all forms of formal code review process. And yes, I found evidence that this is exactly what's happening. That's even worse. So someone is not only has this, is there a possibility, but someone is actually doing it, right?
Yeah.
That's insane. Let's break down what's shown above. The first image, we see evidence SSH is being exposed remotely to a faraway host, remote connectivity API 8slp.net. Typically, SSH would only be accessible to the local area network, but the variables in production.json would seem to imply that this access was open up to a remote host. In the second screenshot, we have the public key that authorized to access the device. The email address attached to the public key, email protected. Yeah, I guess they can protect you. I'm guessing the email is not this person specifically, but I don't know. I don't know where I stand on that one. To me, it suggests the private key is likely accessible to the entire engineering team. What does this mean exactly? Well, each bed contains a full Linux-based computer. If my estimations above are correct, all of 8 Sleep engineering can take full control of that computer anytime they want. What can they do with that access? Let's start with the basics. They can know when you sleep. They can detect when there are 2 people sleeping in the bed instead of 1. They can know when it's night and no people are in the bed. Imagine your ex works for 8 Sleep, or imagine they want to know when you're not home. And there are like lots of stories around this stuff. I remember everything from that like old Google engineer. What was it, like Google engineer spies on teenagers? Do you guys remember this thing from way back when? So this was a AI tech. No. This is okay. This is what happened to search engines now. But there's like there's a Google engine. This is like back in like 2010 or whatever, right? It was like stalking teenagers online and stuff, right? It was insane, right? Imagine your ex works for 8 Sleep, or imagine they want to know when you're not home. I mean, like, to be fair, if my ex works for 8 Sleep, it means she's got a job, and I think that's good for her. Of course, they can also change the bed temperature, turn on the vibrating features, turn off your alarm clock, and any of the other normal controls they have the power over, right? So, like, if you extrapolate from what you can do with this, it's pretty simple to ruin someone's day. Make the bed incredibly hot and keep the bed quote unquote malfunctioning, and then you turn off the alarm. So the person is up all night, and then they get no sleep, and then they're gonna miss work that day, right? So if you have someone in your life that has an 8 Sleep and you really don't want to work with them, you can just do this to them so they turn up late for work all the time, right? Beyond the basics, what does access to a device on your home network grant them? And this is, I think this is a bigger concern, right? Any other device connected to that home network, smart fridges, I mean, it's just your computer being connected, right? Is typically routable via your bed. The insecurity of those devices is now entrusted to random 8 Sleep engineers.
Yeah.
Remember when Uber got in trouble for that God Mode app a few years ago? If my assumptions are correct about SSH remote access, this is in that ballpark. The device don't contain logs or notifications we can access to find when it's occurring. It's possible 8 Sleep borrowed a page from Tesla. I didn't know about this one, but this is also insanely gross. Like, if you guys don't know this, but Tesla, quote unquote, staff can just go into any Tesla car they want to, right? And this is part of the service. So if they want to, if you own a Tesla, they can just go and access your car at any point, just rummage through your glove compartment
on a wall.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we should all get jobs at Tesla and then start hiding in the back seat of people, and then just jump out and scare them and go, "You shouldn't have bought a Tesla," right? And then they will teach them, right? It should go without saying, giving engineers arbitrary SSH access on all customer devices is not best practices. I mean, if you think about it, anyone who works with anything connected online, the one thing you do is limit access to your production environment, right? So you should definitely not have this just laying around. Personally, I don't want my bed data accessible to anyone, but the 8 Sleep sure does harvest people's bed data and occasionally tweet about how they're watching you sleep. We checked. That is just insane. They're literally sharing this information.
Oh, that's an Italian name, Matteo Franceschetti. Great move. Good job, dude.
Oh man, he's no pasta for him though. Right?
No pasta.
He gets pineapple on his pizza.
Oh, like everywhere. Even the crust on the side. He gets pineapple also hidden in there.
Christoph. That is a clip right there. Someone just clipped that for Christoph. We'll take the sound away. Because the crust thing. Okay.
Oh yeah, he also gets pineapple in there, whatever that is. Yeah.
Okay, but so they're openly admitting this thing. This is insane, right? The key to a bad night's sleep was AWS. I mean, there's so many puns in here. The key, all right. Well, the AWS keys seem to be streaming data directly into Amazon. Of course, the $1 million question is, what's the policy on the key? The key could be the most dangerous thing described so far, or it could be useful for just a bit of mischief. If nothing else, someone could use it to rack up a huge AWS bill for 8 Sleep, which, wouldn't be too bad then, right? Unfortunately, we'll never know, because as soon as I reported 8 Sleep revoked the key, we can tell from the surrounding context that the key had write access to Kinesis. I don't know what Kinesis is. There's some kind of AWS service is in, but beyond that, it's unclear.
I'm guessing it's probably remote logging. Let's see, AWS Kinesis. Collect, process, and analyze real-time video and data streams.
Okay, so they're using that to probably stream that. I'm guessing the video is not in there because that would be insanely creepy. But
For now,
a Kafka in AWS got it. What we know, though, is an attacker could have used that key to send 5,000 put requests per second into Kinesis and racked up 100,000 bill per month for 8 sleep. Unexpected monthly bills cost all of us some lost sleep. They moved basic. So this one should not be confusing or upsetting to anyone at this point. Let me rephrase that. This one shouldn't be surprising. All of this should be upsetting, but not surprising. Basic functionality behind a paywall. Be aware, as of February 2023, the 8 Sleep has now moved even basic functionality previously available for free, like scheduling, behind a monthly paywall. This includes not just previously free and now paid features like autopilot, but now just the ability to schedule the temperature. And none of this is an additional cost to the company, all right? None of this is an additional cost to the company. They're just doing this because they can. They've measured how much bullshit can we get away with before people riot, and they did that. You now have to pay monthly for scheduling, vibration, alarm. Okay, so vibration and alarm is one thing, because I was wondering what kind of bed this was. Sleep tracking and a pretty useless autopilot. So what was that about aquarium? Okay, so now I think we're on to something else, right?
Like
so I think this is this is one of those really insane things where things are connected to the internet that doesn't have to be, and the only thing they do is give the manufacturer ways to charge you money, right?
Yeah,
I think it's a depressing thing that we somehow seem to be accepting, right? Would you ever have any? I mean, I have a smartwatch, right? And I take this off when I go to bed. No way I'm gonna wear this while I'm sleeping, just because I found the notion of someone tracking my sleep to be gross, right? Because I know the data is accessible to anyone, right? Andrew says, what's bed autopilot? And I'm going to assume that it's either some automatic temperature control, or it's going to turn the bed, start heating the bed before your bedtime. So if your bedtime is at 9 o'clock, it'll start it at like maybe 10 to
either that, or you wake up in another city and like the bed brought you there during the night.
I mean, that would be pretty good, man. You go to sleep and you decide where you want to go. You go to sleep and you wake up somewhere else. That would be pretty terrifying and exciting at the same time, right?
Yeah. I personally think that so this was a very interesting, entertaining read. I do think the focus was on the wrong side of it, meaning we were discussing about like it is wrong that people are fine with buying this kind of product, right? And I think that as software developers, it's wrong that we keep focusing on the security aspect, because in my opinion, as bad as it is totally bad. So without like denying that it is bad, I do think that this is a unfortunate consequence of a bigger problem that happens before that we should fix. So for example, why is there a full running Linux inside your bed? Your bed does not need a Linux with SSH and everything else to orchestrate a handful of sensors. It doesn't need that hardware. Like, it doesn't even need the hardware that is capable of running Linux. So you're paying more. The product is inefficient because it's bundling hardware that it shouldn't bundle. It's consuming more resources than it should, because, I mean, it's heating, so it will consume energy no matter what, fine. But it's also wasting some of that electricity to run freaking Linux when it shouldn't have to. The problem, and so the moment that you realize that this thing is just bad engineering, like, with all due respect to what was it, Matteo, whatever the guy was.
No respect is due there, man.
Yeah, no, that's
no respect
to me that is full blown incompetence. You are making a subpar product because you don't know how to do embedded development. Because the reality, then, if we actually go down to the reality of it, is that this is a startup of software people that have probably a very, very vague understanding of hardware, who did not even attempt to pull off proper embedded device. Instead, they said, you know what, we're going to just put Linux there, and if something goes wrong, we're going to remote SSH to restart the Node.js server, because you also know that the freaking scheduler is implemented in JavaScript or something worse.
My bed's running Express web server, right?
It is. I can fucking promise you, that's what it's happening. So they didn't know how to do hardware. They didn't know how to, like, they didn't make a good product. They, in my opinion, they should be pushed out of the market strictly on the basis that they are making a subpar product. So no Linux in your machine. And once you don't have Linux, also, the thing they were saying, stuff like, what is it, like timers doesn't work if you're not connected on the internet. Why that is? That is because they also didn't, they weren't able to implement this stuff on the client side, and they implemented it on the server side. So the timer stuff doesn't work because it requires connection for real. So it was so bad. Let me give you another example of this. I know somebody who used to work for companies that make Roombas, and the state of Roomba software development is such a mess. And I don't know if this is, I say Roomba, that's a brand name, I'm aware. My friend didn't work for whatever company owns Roomba, but it worked for one of those companies that makes the kind of tiny robots. So what he was telling me is that the situation is so bad that they do implement some of the core capabilities of the device in the cloud. Like, for example, route planning happens in the cloud because because they don't know how to program the device to route planning locally. So long story short, in my mind, this is entirely a skill issue, and this is a skill issue for real. It's a bad side effect of us as in the software engineering field, not knowing how to program anything that isn't freaking JavaScript.
There is. I totally believe this. I think that there are probably a lot of things like IoT devices that end up just talking to like a Flask API somewhere or whatever, then sending web requests in plain text, very unoptimized stuff, and very kind of I think so. Part of this, we have like this beautiful culture, they're like the maker culture, where you take things like a Raspberry Pi, a TFT screen from AliExpress or Temu or whatever. You put this together and you build some kind of portable computer that also acts as your girlfriend. I don't know. And it's really funny to do these things. But when these things start migrating into production, when being an embedded developer is basically the same as being when like on your CV you have Django and that qualifies you. That is kind of where we are with these things. There's seemingly no interest, right? Because I definitely think there's understanding out there. I think that there's plenty of people in the chat who knows how to do a lot of these things, but you have really small, cheap devices. It's like the ESP32, for instance, very cheap, easy to program. And you can do that, mesh a sensor, have some kind of, some kind of Wi-Fi bridge if you need to. But to connect that to the internet the way we do and do all these things makes no sense. There's literally none of these devices that offers you. And the only thing I can think of where people have had some interesting benefit from this are the doorbells, where if someone rings your doorbell, and you can tell them. Yeah. So you can be like, "Hi, I'm not home right now. Please burgle me," or whatever it is.
Or even better, you kind of act as if you're home and you're not wanting to open the door for them. Yeah,
that's it, right? So I mean, like you can just say, "I'm on the toilet right now," and then So there are situations where I mean, this happened to me. I was gonna go and help a neighbor with something, so I went over there a couple of days later, and I ring the doorbell, and he goes, "Oh, I'm not home right now. There's no one home right now." And the thought kind of just occurred to me, like, you telling me that there's no one around me, and I know there's no one in your house now. I mean, they trust me because I'm the neighbor, right? But if I would have just been some arbitrary, whatever, I'm looking for my lost cat or whatever, right? And you're just telling people you're not home. That's just really bad. You can even program ESP32 with Rust. You can, Scott. That's right. get burglar while on the toilet. I got burglared while I was in the kitchen, right? We had a guy burglar a house while all three of us were in the kitchen, and they walked into that. They walked past a digital camera, a laptop, a desktop, and they stole my housemate's wallet with £5 in it. So they tracked dirt into the rug, like into the living room. So the only thing they got away with was like £5 of value to them, and it's so insane.
Huh.
But I mean, I guess you don't become a burglar because you're making wise career moves, right? I think there's some. But anyway, people don't have anything worth stealing anymore. On the contrary, Diablo, people have money to buy $2,000 beds that are terrible. So I'd imagine they have a lot of money, right?
Yeah, they had to put cardboard boxes, like shredded down cardboard in the bed stuffing because they had to put in there like $200 worth of Linux hardware because they did, otherwise it wouldn't be able to read the sensors frequently enough, because it was all programmed in JavaScript. So jokes aside, I do think that one good thing that Rust is going to do for our industry, at least I hope so, is that it will make this type of development more accessible. Like you want to make something embedded. It's not even UFO mode. It's not UFO mode, right? You're like, it's not rocket science. You're making a dead simple read a sensor, sometimes make some changes to this wire, type of embedded device, and man, hopefully people will start being better at it instead of adding SSH stuff.
No, the SSH thing is just insane. Yeah. I mean, worst case scenario. So how I can see the justification of it, and there is no actual justification for this, but the way I can quote unquote see the justification is if someone somehow needs to unbrick their bed or whatever, right? But just have like 4 steps on your website. Download into an SD card, plug the SD card into the bed, hold these buttons, and then wait half an hour, and then unplug and replug your bed. And say it's not. We've been doing this for years. We don't need this to be done over the interwebs. Right?
Let me tell you how funny this is, because you could argue. So one who doesn't know any better, to be clear, I'm not an expert when it comes to embedded stuff, but we did a embedded badge. We did a custom badge for my conference. Did I ever show you the badge that we had at Software You Can Love?
Not sure.
Give me 5 seconds. I'll show it to you. This is relevant, I promise.
So D3, then your like robot has to be connected to the network somehow, right? One way or another. So even if it has like a microphone or whatever, yeah, but what does it matter if a robot records audio? What's it going to do with the audio? Unless you're saying that the robot also has like a SIM card. Oh, what do we got there? Oh yeah, those badges.
Great. Yeah,
nice.
one sec.
Let's have a look.
I also have a filter. Oh, you guys don't see it, but people on my screen do see it. Okay. I had a green screen filter active. So this is the badge, and it's based on a Adafruit design. So it's not entirely done from scratch. But if you ever seen this one from Adafruit, you will know that those don't have USB-C. This one does have USB-C, among other changes. So, and here you can see the micro Zig logo. So, nice. So you might be thinking, okay, let's imagine that Toggle, we're now at a meeting at what are these guys? 8 Sleep. We're at a meeting at 8 Sleep. What's it called? Incorporated. We're in San Francisco, so we're sitting there, Skittles on hand, and I don't know, like a large coffee, and we're talking about how to make the product. So somebody could say, well, if we don't have yeah, I Sleep TM Incorporated LLC. Yes. So if we don't have like a full Linux machine with SSH, then how do we update the thing, right? And like how do we guarantee that it doesn't break and it doesn't die completely? Here's the funny thing. Here's the super funny thing. When it comes to embedded devices, it is a real potential problem that you like something goes wrong. Maybe memory becomes, I don't know, like you're writing an update and the update like it borks halfway through. But like it's very simple. Like by default, all these systems actually, I even think they might even come with it pre-flashed already. But if they don't, it's very standard to have a basic system that allows you to have a dedicated button to boot the system in let's say safe mode, which has a automated loader that you can instruct to automatically always load a new copy of the firmware from a USB device of any kind, like a USB pen, for example, or a micro SD in the case that you mentioned. So you can totally have that, and you can have also that memory always be mapped as well. Be not like you don't have it on memory. I guess it's segment. You can define that the segment is like read only, that you can't write to that segment. So, or at least that it doesn't get used by the hardware. Sorry, by the firmware. So, like, I would even argue that if you make an embedded device, it's going to be more resilient to failure and weird problems than having a full-blown Linux distribution running in your machine.
Oh yeah, I think
it's insane.
I mean, it really is. It's not cost effective, right? It's not doesn't benefit you. It's one of those, we can get to market a little bit sooner if we cut some corners and dump a bunch of money on this thing, and then off we go, right?
I'll tell you another one. So, which I find funny. So I suspect that, and again, this to me really smells of skill issue, like but in a bad way.
Unlike the good skill issue.
I know, but you can have skill issues where somebody could say, yeah, it is a skill issue, but it's also genuinely hard. None of this stuff, in my opinion, is genuinely hard. Some of it is mildly challenging, but it's like you just have to be a clown to not be able to pull it off if you're an actual company. So here's another one. Why do they do timers remotely? Somebody also was mentioning earlier that also some other devices that they have, like Diablo was saying, right? No, it wasn't Diablo. But somebody else was also agreeing that they also have some device that cannot do timers if it's not connected to the internet. So here's the problem. It is problematic to do time on embedded devices if you lose power, because if you lose power, the device doesn't have like some kind of battery. Do you remember old batteries that we used also to have on our motherboards, right? If you don't have that, then
the BIOS battery.
Yeah, you power off, and then nothing keeps ticking, and so now you don't know anymore what the time is. So either you connect to the internet to get the time, or then in your internal clock has to be like reset, has to be set by the user every time you boot up. But two points here. One, yes, you can solve this with a tiny battery. Second point, this is a device that it's meant to be connected to the power outlet 24/7. So it's not like a device that you
your microwave, right? Or your oven, or your coffee machine if it has a clock, right? You have a power outage or whatever. It's going to reset the times, and no one is bothered by this. They're more bothered by the fact there's been a blackout or whatever, right?
Yeah, but these people decided, you know what? No, we're gonna spin up a Kubernetes pod every time somebody sets a timer or something.
For every time, every degree you change your temperature on, you trigger some kind of CI pipeline that takes 2 hours to run. Oh my goodness.
It's insane. So you know what? Now I'm curious. Did 8 Sleep? So is that the name of the company? Let's see. 8 Sleep. Now I'm curious. Did they get VC money? Okay, let's see. This is the product.
Now we're looking at your screen.
Oh yeah, I'm scrolling down to the bottom to see the company info. Careers. Let's look at careers. Data analytics expert Milan. God fucking damn it.
maybe this is your duty now, Christoph. You have to go there.
Maybe I should. I in person. They have offices here. So wait, this is not a joke. They have offices. Oh my god. I am so sorry, everybody. I don't know what to tell you. It's like
internal tooling engineering.
Let me see our research. Where's the company? So 8 Sleep or rights reserved. Where's the company info? Legal, privacy policy, sale terms and conditions, company careers. That's what we did earlier. Press, maybe. There's an email thing. That's it. Sale terms and conditions. Is there any information about where this company?
Where are they located? I'm gonna look as well.
Yeah, what is
right?
the actual name of this company? Date founded 2014.
Sleep.com, an American tech company based in New York. Goodness me, founded in 2014.
Yeah, it's a bunch. It's a bunch of Italians doing bad shit in the United States. It's not mafia anymore. Now it's shitty startups, I guess. So I wonder. I guess my point is, I wonder if they got like VC funding, because to me, this really screams that this is a company that has like ability to do marketing, somewhat ability to do software, but then not everything that is required to actually do the hardware side correctly. This to me seems sorry, I had my side covered while I was chatting, while I was looking at things, but it doesn't matter. I didn't find anything interesting. I just think that it's annoying that these people like are it's a software company. That is
it really it shouldn't have anything to do with beds or anything like that. It's really quite disturbing. I mean, like, the thing is, you are allowed to do whatever you want to try to make a business of, but you should definitely be educated and penalized when you are putting people in risk zones, right? It's very happy to hear this, Celestial. It's very bad that you can have a complete violation of privacy for no benefit. Like, the only benefit is data collection from these from people who buy the product, right?
Yeah. But the truth is that they probably don't even know what to do with that data. Like, there might be the case where you say, they're evil and they're gonna take that data and they're gonna come out with some kind of like horrible way of using it to milk more money out of you. No, they won't. The problem is that their JavaScript thing, they couldn't get the timer stuff to work on the Linux computer in the bed, and so they had to use a cloud computer to make it run, because they couldn't get they had an old version of glibc, and so they couldn't spin up a node or something. So so in the end, they collect your data, but it ends up in some, so there is still the privacy violation, and then it ends up in some stupid dashboard thing that the CMO looks at sometimes, and that's it. That's where it ends. It's it's also inefficient off top of being bad in all kinds of ways.
Yeah, I really think that the data collection thing is just going insane. I remember working for a social network back in 2008. And this was one of those insane companies where it's really all about the data. Like, we're gonna get as much data and users as possible, but no one knew what we were gonna do with the data. There was let's just get the data, and it was like some kind of half-baked. I don't know what you even call it, right? It was just like, okay, let's get all the data and then worry about what we're gonna do with it, and that doesn't even make any sense, right? It was like, we're halfway into a business plan, but no one's gonna finish the second half. We're just gonna get going, right?
Yeah, and none of it is necessary. Like, I can promise you that business plan came second. Well, my JavaScript code doesn't run on the thing. Problem came first. Here's another one. Now this is saying, in February 2023, 8 Sleep started to require a paid subscription with an annual cost ranging from $180 to $288, like $300 a year. Like, what are they? What?
So after 7-8 years, you've paid for the bed twice, if it even lasts that long,
in cloud services. Oh, yeah. And then, so to access most of the pod's functionality, including sleep tracking and variable temperature control, here's another thing. You could argue, maybe they need to engineer a way to allow you to get the data points back yourself. Like, you have health applications on your phone that might use the data points from your sleep. I don't know if this thing tracks anything useful, but let's assume for a moment that it does. so you need a way to get back this data in your phone. I have a scale that can do that, and it only does that via Bluetooth. So I don't know what to call it. Maybe it's not smart, but it's a clever scale. I don't know what the right word for it is.
Semi-intelligent internet device, right?
Civilized. I have a civilized scale. And so it doesn't require Wi-Fi. It doesn't require the internet. It stores the data points in a buffer in memory, considering that 200 kilobytes of memory probably allow you to buffer how much data you want, pretty much. And then when I want to sync with it, I open my phone and I connect via Bluetooth to it. And now every time I do that, it syncs back the data points to my phone, which become available to the health application. So maybe you need Bluetooth, but then you don't need anything past that. There is no one thing that requires all this wastefulness. This is just apologies for, I'm going to use JavaScript as the example of this. Obviously, I don't mean literally only JavaScript. There's plenty of other equally bad ecosystem, but this is the JavaScript brain programmer, right? That all they know how to do is eat chip, write JavaScript, spin up Kubernetes cluster, and lie. That's all they know what to do.
There's actually on my screen now, the Humanoidism, I think, posted a link to a version of a web app for controlling your 8 sleep mattress. So it shouldn't even be possible to write a web app to control your mattress. It runs a script every 30 minutes. They must take the YouTube API approach to whatever they're doing. And the first issue here is remove stolen information. As soon as 8sleep figure this out, they're going to remove it and make it even harder for us to get access. Do you think that's going to happen? I mean, look at their icon. Is that someone? I thought it was someone hugging a pillow.
You broke encryption to. Can you show me it again? You broke encryption to pull an application's client ID and secret, then uploaded it to GitHub. I know this because I did 3-4 years ago. So that I could have API access. As soon as 8sleep figures this out, they probably won't, but we'll see. They are going to remove it and make it even harder for us to get access. I see.
But what encryption was broken? If the stuff is just laying there, it's not. So where do you draw the line? If you drop something on the street and someone picks it up to go after you to give it to you, could they claim that you stole it because they're holding something that isn't theirs? Because I feel like if you just leave things in plain text on a machine that's in your house, if I take things out of there, I didn't steal anything, man. It's just there.
I imagine that this person to me doesn't seem too concerned with the legality of it as much as they are concerned with this system breaking because it becomes too widely known that
yeah, of course, absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm imagining that. Can you see some kind of README instructions? Because I'm guessing the way this works is that then you go into your network, you set up a local instance of this thing, and you basically change your hosts file or your redirect, your DNS in a way that basically sends you here. And then that's why it works. And so they reverse engineer the API, basically the way the server replies to clients. This is so crazy, by the way, that this has to work this way.
And so what part of this is that you're paying for otherwise?
Yeah, that's all the stuff that you have to pay for. This is it. Setting a time zone, bedtime, wake up time, initial sleep level, mid-stage sleep level. I'm guessing that I don't know what a sleep level is. Is that temperature?
No, I wonder what sleep level is. Is it the depth of your sleep? And if so, should it be -3?
Maybe
is that sleeping inside coffee beans, or what does that mean, right?
Maybe a sleep level is a profile that sets temperature and maybe some other things. I don't know. But yeah, let's look at the settings. So set up a free GitHub account, set up a free Vercel account so that's how they want you to host the thing. On this GitHub page, press the fork button, go to your Vercel dashboard, create a new project. So create a new project in Vercel. Okay, we're going to skip that one. Then 2 more settings in Vercel.
Database project, man.
Database.
Wait, can you
Oh
have
my
free
God.
databases for this thing? Why do you need a database? I don't know.
Well,
right?
I guess to save the settings, but also, yeah, I guess because I'm guessing the Vercel has fully stateless applications, so you need something to save the state to. A Postgres database is totally overkill for this.
I mean, yeah, if you can write to a hard drive or something, SQLite would be fine.
Yeah, but I think you can't on Vercel. My guess is that you can't. So, by the way, this is another. So, the solution, the solution to the overcomplicated first version of it, it's another overcomplicated thing. So,
yeah, go to cronjob.org and set up a free account. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Look,
this is insane.
For all we know, these are actually the developer notes. Like this is internal knowledge from 8 Sleep that got leaked. For all we know, that's how the company implements it internally. Like they also have a free account.
We're just building on top of sand at this point, right? This has just gone from bad to worse. The company would, first of all, the company wouldn't have problems with people doing this if they didn't allow for this to be a thing, right? This thing never needed to be out in the real world in the first place, right? It didn't have to leave your home. This is so insane.
Oh my god.
This is really like an insane thing, isn't it? Deployment not found. All right, I don't know if this is down or what they're doing with this thing, but
but also so here's where things become like so incredible. So they have a Linux running in the device, in the mattress. The Linux in there, to be able to successfully send an HTTPS request, it needs to have the date set to a reasonable value. So, like they're already overcomplicated setup. Actually, guarantees that they could run a cron job locally, but I bet you that they just didn't know how to write a thing that manages cron jobs on Linux locally.
If you can't take 10 minutes to figure out cron job, I mean that's like widely simplified compared to systemd timers. If you cannot figure out cron d, man, I don't know, there's no hope. But Neurosite says, who buys crazy stupid device like this? The incentive starts with the customer. And I think Neurosite is kind of all right, kind of correct with this, because this wouldn't exist if people weren't insane enough to pay for this, right? For as long as we keep giving these people money, they're gonna keep making this stuff, right?
But by the way, Neurosite has a good take on this. This is, by the way, this is the Tesla experience. Like you have a Tesla, that's how your car works.
To be fair, though, I mean, like you might not think about these things and know about these things. So when someone goes, here's a smart bed where you can control the temperature and it can wake you up by just shaking the entire bed at some given time, that sounds pretty sweet to me. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm up for that, right? I'll sleep and it can be warm in the winter and cool in the summers, right? I'm on board with this. And I think that's all that most people think about and hear about. They don't hear about what this actually means to them. Like, what is it? The subscription thing is a little bit sneaky. That one, I think we at some point we must realize that this isn't going to be a thing, right? Was it BMW or Mercedes that wanted to charge for you to turn on the seat warmers? There's like all these kind of things.
Yes, I think it was BMW.
Yeah,
that is so bad, man.
You've already lost at that point. If you agree to give these people money, you've already lost. I mean, no one should want a vehicle that much that they're okay with it. But what Marvin says, the subscription was also added after the fact for early customers. Yes, and this is what leads to people getting emails like, you are confused, right? Because they have the right to change whatever they want, whenever they want. You probably get frequent emails saying, we've updated our terms and conditions, or we updated our privacy policy. And the changes are seemingly very innocuous, right? It's just a word here and there, but the meaning of this stuff leads to more aggressive data collection. Suddenly, we're allowed to do subscription-based whatever, and I mean, people should be scared of vendor lock-ins. You should definitely not have vendor lock-ins in your bedroom. That's just insane. I guess that's kind of the worst place to have vendor lock-in, right? It's just really not. But we can't keep giving these people money, and I don't think we do either. I don't think there's anyone in this chat or on anyone's chat here between us who would be like, oh, I'd be happy to give them $2,000 and then pay a monthly subscription to use my bed, right? That's insane.
Yeah, my policy is no hardware that wants Wi-Fi access, period. Like I'm never gonna give Wi-Fi access to any freaking device that isn't a computer or a phone or a tablet. That's it. Like you just don't deserve it. And if there's any feature that requires that, then it's like the device does not have that feature for me.
I think that we need to kind of get away from everything being connected to the internet, because it's never in favor of the consumer, right?
Yeah, no,
I get that Bluetooth is annoying, right? It is annoying to connect to things via Bluetooth to control your coffee machine or whatever it is that you want, but that has to be better than your device being online. And it's a security hole in your entire network. It's not just that device. As soon as someone's on your network, they can do a lot more, because a lot of people don't turn on any additional security, right? They have like login-free computers behind the firewall because they think, oh, it's behind the firewall, so I don't care, right?
And then we I think we haven't seen really what is the worst possible outcome, because the reality is that we were talking about, oh, the bed is gonna now be a backdoor for my entire network. Maybe not even that. Maybe at some point you will have the smart fridge. Now it's the fridge that it's gonna steal your data from the bed. So it's like the more devices of this kind that you have in your network, the more of a war zone it becomes, because now you start having like corporate warfare in your network.
You're coming home and your bed's been fighting your TV all day, and there's network packages all over the floor, man. But that's hilarious. I mean, but we have a solution for this thing. Is it so? People who know better than I will probably chime in here. But isn't it something like Z-Wave or whatever that is this closed network ecosystem where you get the benefits of connectivity without the need for Bluetooth? I think it's like Z-Wave or Z-Wave or something like that, right? Which is an open standard for IoT devices. But yeah, I don't remember what it was called. Z-Wave. Maybe that's it, right? Yeah. It's just one of the protocols, but that's supposed to be offline. Like you don't have to be connected to the internet. Zigbee sounds like it's a familiar name. Does Zigbee do things like Wi-Fi bridges and stuff? Maybe.
Yeah, I think Zigbee is a wireless. Zigbee is like Bluetooth, but has different like it works on a different level in a different way when you like the radio stuff, like the like the receiver and transmitters are not Bluetooth transmitters and receivers, but it's kind of roughly the same idea, I think.
But it is not by default. It's a wireless mesh network. Yeah, so it's not by default. It's not online to anything, right? So, but this kind of solves it, right? So we can use these things instead of having all these. I mean, like all this, like Google Home, Apple, Home Assistant, whatever.
Architecturally, here's how it should work in my mind. You have none of these things is allowed on the internet in any shape or form. They're only allowed to interact with one local service in your network, and that's it. And that one local service is, let's call it the gateway. And the gateway works in a very strict way where for every client, you have like a very user-readable like interface where you see, okay, the fridge wants to be able to send this type of request to this remote location. Do you allow it to do that or not? And so then you press yes, and now the fridge is still not allowed to talk to the internet. The fridge is only allowed to ask the gateway to perform that request, obtain the data, and then pass it back to the fridge. So that way you have one point where every dumb thing that your smart device is trying to do, you can vision and audit. You can see and audit everything that they're doing, and then you can say, yeah, no, now the mattress can't anymore connect to Kinesis like it did before. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's really, I mean, that really is what we need. No more internet in our devices, right? And someone mentioned here, D3 mentions you do not require the internet, and if you own them and want to cloud connect, you need a gateway hub thingy for it, so you can connect them, right? But that is how it should be. You can connect it to the internet if you choose to do so, but you don't have to. There's never a reason for you to do anything with your bed when you're not in your house, right? It makes no sense. No one's like, oh, it's going to be, I'm in the office for another 8 hours because I just got here. I better check how my bed's doing. I better turn it on, right? I mean, if you want to spy on your wife, right, just install that app parents have, the Google family link thing that lets you track where your kid is and all these things, right? But honestly, it's just... or when I heat up my bed before I get home, well, if your bed takes more than 5-10 minutes to heat up, something is a little bit off, right? It makes sense to have the floor hoovered while you're away. It does. But again, that's not something, if you have to manually go into an app and then like control your hoover in the app, then that's not really that much of a time saver, right?
Yeah. So Mixenat says, thank you, Christoph. That's a solution to offer, but y'all takes is really boomer takes. Friend, if you want to pay $18 a month for a subscription for your freaking mattress to work, be 8 sleeps guest. But like I don't want to pay a subscription for my stupid mattress to work, but that's the point. The point is that if you allow companies to make subpar applications, devices that then they sell you a monthly subscription for because they couldn't figure out how to put cron in the freaking device itself and it has to run in the cloud. It's like, it's so dumb. It shouldn't be this way. So to me personally, I don't buy those devices because if they were high quality, if somebody were to make a genuinely high quality IoT device, I would be happy to buy it. But the reality is that you don't find those. You really do not find those. Honestly, okay, I don't know. Toggle, how family friendly is your stream? Or do you want your stream to be?
Well, my stream is very family friendly and very wholesome, right? We barely curse here, but I don't know. I mean, I've entered into this stream to get a transaction, so maybe I have to lift my
okay. I will not be explicit, but the point is not swear words, but the point is like imagine if some kind of toys that you play with in a very personal way, if those freaking things were connected on the internet and like they were working and they kept phoning home, and now you needed an $18 a month subscription, otherwise the thing doesn't turn on or off when you want it to. Like,
hey, turn it off. I can't. I haven't paid for it. This is your life now. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and now the thing like it finds its own way, and then you can't catch it anymore. So these things they need to be good. To make sense, they need to be good. And the reality is that companies are not making them well because most of them, my impression is that it's software companies that try to get into hardware, but they come from a primarily software perspective, not a good software perspective. They come from a bad software perspective where they can't figure out how to make normal stuff work without having a full-blown Linux machine in it. And so the result is that you just do not want to buy these things. You shouldn't want to buy these things. They are not good enough.
The consumer says things. The consumer buys things because they want it. IoTs mainly to sell the convenience. So if you bet, no, I don't think IoTs to sell any convenience, right? There's like, so, but like, what's the convenience? The IoT thing seem mostly to be for data collection, right? I don't see any particular level of convenience in here, right?
IoT is not sub. Yeah,
what's the convenience, right?
I have IoT and no subs. That's good for you. But I mean, technically, again, I don't know if my scale counts as IoT or not. But the problem is that too many of these things are like subscription based, and all the subscription based ones are bad. And the ones that are not subscription based, they are one SSH login from a employee to basically have the entire firmware, the entire OS rewritten to now require a monthly subscription. So until they figure this stuff out, I just don't.
I think the whole IoT thing kind of needs to go away, right? It's very confused. You think of boomers? I think boomers' parents are mostly gone by now, right? But yeah. Anyway, so the whole thing is kind of the whole thing is kind of insane, right? The smart device of the IoT thing that needs to be connected is very rarely the connectivity actually adds anything to you as an end user, right? Maybe you get a mobile app, another app that you don't want to interact with to do something. But the moment you give a company the control to basically disable your device for one reason or other, that's just insane. And suddenly one day they go, all right, now this is subscription based. And then the next day is you're not paying your subscription. So we turn off your device that you could have used without the subscription from day one, but because of forced firmware upgrades and all these kind of things, because ain't no notification gonna turn up about your bed being updated. That shit's gonna happen whether you want to or not. And it's just, this is taking something out of your control and putting it in the hands of someone whose main goal is to make money off you, nothing else, right? There can be legit reasons for IoT things. Okay, I agree with that. So, okay, a car could be an IoT device that should be connected to the internet. Maybe you want to defrost your car in the winter. Maybe you want to turn off cooling your car in the summer. Maybe you go to the supermarket, you park your car in the sun because there's no more shady. There's no more. I mean, if you live in a warm country, they have like parking lots with shade, and then you have the area that doesn't have it because you came late, right? And you want to turn on like the fans in your car while you still have 10 minutes left of shopping, whatever. I get that part. But most of the things that are located and resides in your home, probably not. The idea that someone could turn on your oven while you're not in your house, that's insane, right? That is one of those things that, I mean, this might not even be a nefarious thing, right? Let's say that you put some baking sheets in the oven, you put some fruit or whatever, you're going to dry this thing, low temperature, you put it in there, you turn it off, you leave it in the oven, you go off, your missus or whatever decides that she's going to cook a turkey, and she's really bad at cooking, so she sets the oven to 350 degrees and burns the house down because the parchment paper will catch fire, right? None of it was nefarious. It just was a bad coincidence, right? But because no one can see what's in the oven, you shouldn't be able to turn something on that you can't observe, right? That's insane.
Also, the part that I find really problematic is that people discover these things all the time. Look, I discovered. The fact that you have to discover is insane. Because if you had the solution with the central gateway, right, where you have a bunch of devices, but then none of them can do anything directly on their own, and they all have to go through some kind of unified interface. Also, the way I would like for this to work is for the unified, like for the gateway, to also force these IoT apps to do everything in what do you call it? Like in not in an encrypted way, like meaning that the gateway needs to be able to observe every message, like text plain version of every message that these things want to interchange.
You need like a human-friendly, non-techie person's version of Wireshark attached to this thing, right?
Yeah, or rather, I would say that would be the contract. Basically, the contract would be that since these things cannot access the internet by themselves, and they have to go through the gateway. The gateway forces, basically the only way they can do authentication via SSH is like normal keys. So that way you would have some form of like streamlining, right? But if you don't do this, then you have, for example, there used to be Emmy, who I think is not in chat anymore, which makes sense because it was 3 a.m. when we started. Probably now it's the middle of the night. But like Emmy had a fridge. There was a smart fridge. This stuff is all lost because she doesn't have a Twitter account anymore. But like there was these funny things where the fridge like required updates and required internet, and it required a new license at some point. The fridge forced you to accept a new end user license agreement. So like you can't eat your food until you accept the new license agreement.
It's just insane, right? I think it's kind of yeah, I like we got this notion. I don't know when the IoT craze really started, but it's many years ago, and we're like, everything's supposed to be online. It's going to be amazing. We talked about it, and the thing is, I was really excited about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was really excited about the idea of sorry, D3 is being called by my Automo. You have to chat in Christoph's stream, D3, because then his Automo is not going to be as aggressive as mine, right? But yeah, so I was really excited about this thing. I was like, all the possibilities were endless, right? Controlling lights and heating and fans and what have you, and to be able to do all this stuff, you kind of had like a almost like a build your routine around this thing. You wake up and then things are really heated, and then when you leave, you don't need to keep the fans on. Like turning off the AC when you leave the house. Okay, I gotta tell you what I accidentally did. I turned on the AC, right? We lived in a city in Spain. It was really warm. I turned on the AC, and then we went on a holiday for 3 weeks. And I came home to an 800 euro electricity bill, and the AC had been on nonstop for 3 weeks. Okay. And that would have been nice if that hadn't happened, right?
Yeah.
I could have done with the money, and we could have done with not dealing with the bullshit of having to pay that as well, right? So yeah, now that's in chat just died. Yeah, no, but it was insane, right? It was insane. 800 euros, and no one had benefited from that, right? There was like a complete colossal waste, and things like that would be good if you're like, okay, there's no one in the house. Turn off everything. Turn off lights. Turn off TVs. Turn off all these things. Imagine being able to just leave your house, and you don't have to walk through and make sure that all the lights are off or anything like that, right? Really convenient. But that's an ideal situation. We don't get an ideal situation. Remember, the internet was like this amazing playground in the 90s. Now the introduction of credit cards destroyed the internet. Now we're like data mongers. That's all we do, right? We just want as much data as possible for no reason whatsoever, so we can sell more crap, I guess. It's insane, right? So Neurosite says, I have a ton of automation tech at home. None of it's connected to the internet. Just use a home VPN. Yeah. Haven't had any issues so far. I'm missing context there. You paid the electricity company a good. So I really did, Remus.
Yeah. So I think there's also a second like interesting aspect here, which is, okay, on one hand, like companies doing shitty IoT stuff, fine. That's one problem. There's also, I think, another aspect which is interesting, which is the one about subscriptions, because subscriptions are a scourge in the IoT side of things, especially when they're motivated by incompetence.
I think if they are in any other context than Twitch, they are terrible. Right?
I agree. Subscriptions on Twitch, they're great.
They're amazing. They're
especially
like,
Prime
they
ones.
make the world go around.
Right. Yeah.
If you have like lots of money just laying in piles on the floor and you don't know what to do, just jam as much of it into the wall sockets that ends up at our place as quickly as possible, right?
Yes. And so the thing is, subscriptions are becoming a thing also in games. And I would say that the reason why cars are getting subscriptions, while I think it seems connected to IoT, I don't know. In my mind, it's a different thing. I feel like that they are. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you so much, Marvin. Thank you
Thank you,
so
Marvin.
much for the gift subs.
So,
Oh, I was just about to disagree with everything you said, Marvin, but now I don't feel like I can. So good save. Thank you so much, Marvin. I appreciate that.
So, subscriptions are becoming a thing, right? Because now also games, they know that yes, they can get you to pay $60-$70 one time, but what if instead they get you to pay $10 a month for like a year? That's more money. The people,
The thing is, I'm not even against that. If you take something like World of Warcraft, where you have like a running cost, I am not okay with you paying $10 a month for something that you run offline. That's insane, right?
I agree. For something that is online that way, it makes sense. But I think they're starting to. Make more things as a subscription, even when it's not like this. And also, I think on consoles, maybe people. I don't have a console, so well, I have a Switch, but I think people can correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe that like on some of these things, you have first to pay the console online service, and then you have to pay the game subscription.
I never bought into Nintendo Online. I have a Switch as well, and that's because I get a little bit icked out by the whole subscription model around a console. Like you buy a console because you want to own the game, kind of thing.
Yeah,
right?
but I think Nintendo is not the only one. Doesn't PlayStation and Xbox? Well, Xbox has Xbox Live. That one I do remember. I think PlayStation. What's the PlayStation Network stuff? Right?
PSN. Yeah.
Yeah, PSN.
D3 says Nintendo Online Store site. You buy the game, you change the console, you lose the game. It's stuck to that. So is that really true? No. I can't believe that to be true because one, I don't want to, and that's how the world works. Two, they are launching a Switch 2 soon, and if you can't take your catalog over, then that's gonna be insane.
PlayStation Plus. Wait, what's PlayStation Plus then? Is that different?
PlayStation Plus is when you get like a discount on certain titles, and if you don't pay for anymore, you can't play the games that you get. Some of them you get for free as well.
Okay. So here's my point. There's a ton of software that lately. So the software world. So this is not an IoT thing. This is a software world thing. Has discovered that asking people to pay for subscriptions is better than ask them to pay a fixed price. There is a ton of software that wants subscriptions. I have apps on my phone that have no business being subscriptions that instead are subscriptions. Have you seen some of that, Toggle? Like phone apps? Like here's one example. I was looking a while ago for a what do you call it? You know the thing that you put in front of cameras that shows you text?
Oh, a teleprompter. Oh, I built one. I'm happy to share what I did. I built one for like basically nothing. It was super easy.
Nice. But if you want to have a software, a teleprompter software, the ones that I found for iOS, all of them, or at least most of them, they want a monthly subscription. There is no freaking reason for them to ask you for one, but
I'm gonna see. Don't you have like Parrot?
I'm sure there's also ones that are not that bad for sure.
iOS. I wonder if this thing exists for. Yeah, I think this is the one I use, Parrot. And I mean, all it does, what you do is you upload your script to a Dropbox account, and it will automatically sync that. So you can literally make changes on the fly, and it's pretty quick to sync it as well. And it just plays back. And what it does, obviously, it allows you to increase to flip the text so it's mirrored, because that's how they work, right?
That's nice. Is this free paid subscription?
I don't pay anything for mine, so I'm guessing that it's gonna be free.
Okay,
I would say
that's
it's
good.
free.
And if it has optional subscription stuff, fine. Oh, let's see. There's one for iOS. Let's see. It's free, the one for iOS. That's nice.
Yeah. I don't think you need to I don't know what they charge for.
I think at some point people have discovered that it was like a Torchlight app that wanted a subscription. Yeah. So
that's insane.
Yeah, that's insane. So my point is this: we're at a moment in time, I think, where software has started to discover this subscription model and started exploring more having business models based on subscriptions. And some of it is really bad. Some of it maybe makes sense. Like having some things shaped as subscriptions maybe makes more sense. You know what? I would even argue that you could have a system where you don't pay anything full price, but you only pay a monthly subscription for it as long as you keep using it. I don't know. Maybe you could do it. The problem is that right now, none of it makes sense because the amounts are all over the place. Like $18 a month for your mattress thing makes no sense.
No, it makes absolutely no sense, and it's clearly not sustainable either. I don't understand how they kind of reason around this. So going back to the thing about games and subscriptions as well. I mean, this is the thing that gems and boosters are literally the thing that destroyed the mobile gaming world, right? I have like not that. I remember playing games on my iPhone when I had a 3-4 GS, right? The games were pretty good. There was some quality to it. These days, it just doesn't make any sense, right? Whatever you try to even look at is just gems and boosters and awful adverts. And I see the crap my kid plays. It's like 10 seconds of gaming, 1 minute of watching an ad. And I'm like, and the ad requires you to interact with it to move on. And like it's so blatantly poorly designed, the UI, and they're never gonna fix it because people accidentally keep clicking on shit and going to the app store and stuff. And it's just so awful. Like you have something that you need to use a microscope and a high precision mouse to click on. And you're supposed to do it with your like your sausage fingers, right? It goes nowhere. So it's really like mobile gaming is so rotten. And sadly, it works because a handful of people are willing to just pour large quantities of money in it, right? Your everyday gamer don't care. They make these disposable shit games to get that one guy who's willing to spend like $10,000 on gems and boosters. And it's such a heartbreaking situation, right? Like you're literally milking money from an individual that basically exhibits the same tendencies as an addict, right? It's like, what? How is this okay, right? Yeah, no, it's so gross. Kotaku, Valve Steam adverts ads ban free to play. What? Valve bans forced in-game ads from all Steam titles. That's nice. I like it, but how do you prevent this from? How do you prevent someone from wrapping the games in some kind of bullshit shell that's gonna play an ad when you start the game and stuff? I mean, the thing is, I think this is good. I'm not gonna bitch about it. I think this is really good. Ban all this crap, right? I'm happy to pay for games, right? And I'm more than happier when someone else does. But paying for games is okay. You pay for the software, you play with the software, it's great. Not paying for it is what leads to this insanity, right? Yeah, definitely a W for Valve in this case, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna read that one off stream though. I think that's like really insane. They give someone a feeling of superiority for spending $1,000, just like I once saw this Italian walk up to a roulette, place 500 euros bet, and walk away without waiting for it to finish. That's a weird thing to do, Enrico. And the only reason you're doing that is either because you're dement and you forgot what you just did, you got some kind of gambling Alzheimer's, or you did it to impress someone. You think that spending 500 euros is gonna impress someone, and that's your flex. And we all have our flexes, right? I use Arch, by the way, but I don't think I would walk up to a roulette table and be like, oh, this is for all my supporters in my community. I'm gonna take all your sub money and just place it on black and walk away, right? Like, why would you do that? But okay.
I think, Toggle, we can have a wholesome takeaway for the IoT stuff, maybe also for the subscription stuff, but mainly for the IoT stuff. We're at a point in time where it is worth, as a software engineer, to learn a lower level programming language, be it Rust, be it Zig, be it a third thing, C, C++.
We don't care about the other ones, Christoph.
Well,
let's not pretend.
Yeah, we don't. But like, it has to be like, if that's your thing, C or C++. If that's what, if that's your king.
We have a support group. Sorry. No.
But like it's worth learning those things because the IoT market is clearly not very efficient right now. There's clearly a lot of people and company that operate in that space that don't know what they're doing. They are using and abusing higher level programming languages and software development methodologies that are a very poor fit for embedded devices. So if you get the opportunity of learning how to approach embedded software development in a better way, you can basically do you can do capitalism to them, right? You basically push them out the market by making a better product, and boy, can we make a better product than what we just saw today.
So what we need to do, Christoph, we need to turn the table here a little bit. We need to make something that people who build stupid things like this bed, right? Or the bed itself is not stupid, but the implementation is, right? We need to get those people to invest in our quote unquote free, but soon to become subscription based for the, oh, thank you so much, Primo, for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that, right? Oh, is that a song? I don't know, Primo. I'm already having a stroke. I can't tell. No, I think that so if we build this thing, if we make it more cost effective for them to use our solution than not, then there you go, right? But then we flip the script and start charging them money. Actually, we couldn't because they would just start charging the customers money, right? So there's no way that would actually work in favor of the customer, right? Return to selling software away from SaaS. No, Mackle, I don't know what this is. What on earth does the stream title mean? Asks M Lago. What is the stream title? I don't remember what stream title you had.
What does Lago mean?
Oh, sorry, M Lag. Sorry, it's just, but it's oh man.
No, go for it. Lean into it. Lago. What is the stream title? The stream title is we watched a few things about AI taking all programming jobs. Then we watched something about a mattress that is IoT connected and that had like active Amazon API keys in it, plus remote SSH support and a bunch of other bad stuff that the mattress should not have. So yeah.
Yeah, that's insane. Should we, speaking of hosting, should we segue into a little bit of a Docker conversation now? Because that's changing.
Yeah, I think it's time to switch topic. I mean,
we're gonna move over to Christoph's desktop now. There you go.
Okay,
and we're gonna talk about Docker, everyone's favorite whale.
Okay, give me a sec so I fetch the link. But yeah, these IoT stuff, I think it's I think our industry genuinely needs a push to learn more low level stuff. And it's not just like, it's not just, oh, I'm a grumpy dev and I just want software to be efficient for abstract reasons. Like, no, man, I just want a mattress that doesn't require internet connection to be able to change temperature. Please.
Yeah, and with some like creepy engineers and watching me sleep, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, we're wasting good sub money on that, man. If you guys want to watch me sleep, please subscribe. But honestly, the bed shouldn't be getting there for free, right?
Yeah. Also what's funny is that they are not really gonna do it to you necessarily all that much. They'll do it to one another. Like, there's gonna be people in the office, and it's like, it's like, sorry, boss, I can't come in today because I'm sick. I'm in bed, like I'm sweating. I just need a day off. And it's like, in the meantime, there's the manager logging into the thing, SSHing into their mattress. Well, actually, the mattress says that you're not in it. You're fired.
But then the engineer has learned how to spoof that. So there's like I've registered 18 people in your mattress. This is not okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Or like, sorry, I arrived late to the meeting because there was a bunch of traffic, and like the manager logging in to see, well, no, you were still in bed at 8:45. So
Bed spoofing, the way to get out of work.
yeah.
All right. So Docker. What are they up to these days?
So
actually, it's not Docker though, is it? It's Docker Hub, right?
Yes. So okay, can you see my screen share?
I can.
Okay. The news, I think it's not by itself like a huge piece of news, but I thought it was mildly interesting. Because so Docker limits unauthenticated pools to 10 per hour per IP from Docker Hub starting from March 1st. So I think if we look at the thing, like the link is just the docs that reject all. Thank you. It's just the docs that tell you that yeah, this is now the thing. So the link itself is not particularly interesting, but the fact I think it is. So basically, people told me that Docker already had some restrictions in place. They were just less draconian. Now they're making them even more draconian. So previously, let's see, personal unauthenticated pool rate limit per hour 100 pools. And now I guess, oh no, unauthenticated users. Okay, so this is already the updated number. While before it was different. Also, they're assuming the subnet. Since they don't know what your subnet is, they're just assuming one. It's so funny. So yeah, I guess the point is this. It was 20 or 50. Okay, thank you, Karitam. So the point is, it turns out that bandwidth is expensive, and it turns out that have a ocean of CI jobs triggered by matrices deployed all over the place is a problem if the CI job, step one, clone this repository, download this other thing, basically consume a bunch of bandwidth, and it happens like ad infinitum, where basically you have an endless amount of these things running all over the place, and the cost can add up. So I remember chatting by now it's like a few years ago, but I remember chatting with somebody who was involved in the development of Rust. So somebody in the core team, although, I'm not, I mean core team in a generic sense, not strictly in terms of the Rust core team. I don't remember how things are, like how people are divided.
No one knows what those lunatics are doing. It's all good.
So I spoke with the person, and they were telling me that they showed me that the cost of how much they had to spend every month for bandwidth costs.
The crate run, right? When they're gonna test against all the crates.
Yeah, but this wasn't even crate related. It was just Rust up. So try to guess, Toggle. I don't know if we had the discussion already. If we haven't, try to guess how much. This is up to a few years ago. So now things are probably even more. The numbers are even bigger than they were before. But think about, I don't know, let's say 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. How much does it cost to the Rust project to just pay for bandwidth costs of Rust up? So, or people downloading the Rust compiler. No crates.io, just Rust, the compiler.
Just using Rust up to update your Rust version. I'm going to say $2,000
a month.
A month. That's quite a lot.
Mm-mm.
Okay. No. Is it higher or lower? Higher. Okay. Then I'm going to go 2,050. No, okay, right. So $5,000 then. Okay. $10,000. Hot damn. All right. $15,000.
15? Oh, okay. I'll do it for you. I'll say, let's say that you said 50, not 15. Okay. 50.
50. Okay.
You said 50.
Oh my God.
It's more than that.
This is like binary search to financial ruin, right?
Let's leave it at that. Let's say more than $50,000 a month just to download the compiler, because
how financially successful? Hang on, is that based on some, is there a company donating bandwidth and they're estimating it based on that, right?
Yes, but it's not fake. It's their monthly.
Oh no, I don't think it's fake. Absolutely
It's
not.
their monthly S3, well, CloudFront bill, but then they get credits from AWS.
You can't bind the search if you don't know the upper bound. Try me, Andrew. I can do it. Upper bound is infinity, okay?
So it was very expensive, and Rust is popular, obviously. So a lot of people download Rust and all the time, and that's fine. But a ton of that is guaranteed to be CI jobs. That the CI job, first thing it does, Rust up, and then they never cache that layer in their Docker thing or whatever system they're using. And so it's like Rust up, every commit, every push, boom, 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 like endlessly.
I don't know about Rust, but I'm like, just in general, I wonder how much money and resources are wasted on really unoptimized CI pipelines, right?
Yeah, good question. A ton. And if you think about it, Docker, the success of Docker is insane, right? Now everybody wants to run Dockerized CI. And so
not just CI, people's solutions to running software with
also
the
locally.
flexible libraries are like, I just put it in a Docker container.
Yeah,
man.
just
like
pull
a
the
Docker
container, man.
per program.
Yes. And now it's just for free, and like it happens all over the place. For all we know, like, are you confident that the mattress is actually running the software directly in the Linux machine? For all we know, it's actually a Docker container running in there.
What up you to the to Docker as well, right?
Yeah, for all we know, it's a Docker container.
Oh man. What if they're single-handedly responsible because of their bad practices for reducing the limit, right? So what was people's hot takes on this thing, right? So if I just pop this open full screen instead of opening on my screen, I'm just reading off yours, right? Starting April the 1st, 2025, all users with a pro team or business subscription will have unlimited Docker Hub pulls with fair use. I don't know what fair use means, though. Unauthenticated users and users with a free personal account have the following pull limits. Unauthenticated users has 10 pulls. So from the chat, this was a question of 20 or 50 before this, right? So the only thing that has changed is the number per hour. An authenticated user with a free account has 100 pulls per hour. The following table provides an overview of the included usage and limits for each type subject to fair use, right? So if you have a business team or pro account, looking at this table, a business team or pro doesn't really make any difference, right? And a personal account, you still have 100. So you can still pull 100 images per hour with a personal account, right?
Yeah, but you need to have an account, and I'm guessing that probably you still have these, and then there's like fair use limits. So they're probably also, by having an account, they want to have like a way of like kicking you out if you go overboard one way or another.
Yeah, and the fair use thing could be a little bit sketchy. I don't know. But the thing that kind of concerns me a little bit is that this doesn't seem like a surprising change, right? The fact you still get to pull free images from there is still kind of insane, right? That we get free access to all of this, isn't it?
Yeah. But let's see why people on Hacker News were upset, because I think a bunch of them were. I host open source images there, and I see notice how they will be affected. So there's like open source projects that used to have a free hosting that they liked, and now the free hosting is not as free as it was before, and now they're annoyed.
Hang on, isn't it unlimited for public? It's only private that has an issue, right?
Yes, although the idea is the maintainer of the open source project is not consuming resources, is their users consuming resources. And so basically what's happening is that as a distribution channel for an open source project, Docker Hub is now slightly worse than it was before. How much so? I don't know, but it is because of the numbers going down.
Okay.
Yeah. So look at this. turning this into a way to quote unquote know every user and extract some value from them is their prerogative, but I feel like this isn't in good faith. It also feels a bit creepy in the sense of the user is the product.
But the user has always been the product since you never paid for Docker. No one ever thought otherwise, right?
And the bandwidth is not free. Like man, like you may have an open source project. Nice, good for you. Thank you for your open source contribution. But at the same time, the bandwidth is not free.
I was kind of expecting us to go in, to kind of clear things up for those of you watching this who don't know the process. There's no process here, but who don't know how we kind of approach this thing, right? We talk on Discord a little bit, and I grabbed like an article, and in this case, it was the bad thing linked to by D3. And I said, this one looks interesting. And then Christoph linked this thing to like
has to balance itself one way or another over time. So
and
like,
the fact, and you're obviously always gonna be, if it's free, you're the product. I don't think there's anyone in the chat right now who doesn't understand that. If it's free, you're the product, right?
Yeah. You want to know how we solve this in the Zig ecosystem?
Which part specifically? Because in that case, it's not. I mean, it's free, but you have like donations and stuff that goes to the compiler dev. And I'm guessing, is that what we're talking about, or do you mean hosting of something? Right?
Let's say that there is a general problem of developers have this expectation that they should be able to set up CI jobs that keep pulling stuff whenever the CI job wants, and somehow this stuff needs to be available. And on the other hand, you kind of need to, as an open source project, you kind of need to figure out a way of paying these costs. Like $60,000 a month. I think right now we make more than that at the Zig Software Foundation. No, I don't think we do. I think this might still be more than what we make as the entire ZSF every month. So somehow we need to make these things needs to work out, right? So on one hand, we need to solve it for a project. On the other hand, we also need a way, in my opinion, of pushing back against inefficient CI jobs that keep running forever, triggered by matrices, or not.
By the sleep deprived. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Hang on, just give me 1 minute.
Sure. To be honest, better Docker tells everyone that they need to pay, then Docker goes bankruptcy. This entire Docker thing is a mess. If I remember correctly, Docker started the container business, but then they couldn't correctly They couldn't monetize as much as they wanted the concept of containers, because most of it was open source or got reimplemented by somebody else one way or another. And so they basically, it's a company that created, you know what, you can argue how good or bad are containers for the industry. I think they are good in some sense. I think they are bad in some others, but let's assume that they are more good than bad for now, just for the purpose of the argument. So they created some value, but then as a company, they had the problem where they want to be the main beneficiary. They want to capture the majority of the value that they create. And the problem is that open source makes it bad. When could it be bad? In plenty of ways. Docker containers are oftentimes a solution to a problem you shouldn't have in the first place. Like you have a Python application and you want you want to take your Python application and put it on a web server, but now your Python application has system dependencies that you don't know how to manage correctly. And so what do? You put it in a Docker container. And so there's a lot of problems that should be solved at the root. And instead of solving the problem at the root, oftentimes people just put a Docker container on top to solve it. And so that overall makes things more complicated and inefficient and janky than they should be. So Docker containers do, in practice, help people get things done. But on the other hand, man, it's so bad in some other ways.
Right, my kid's back from school. I just had to go and make sure everything was good. It's all tickety-boo now.
Okay.
Right. So where did we leave off?
Okay, so here's what we're doing in Zig World. You might find this funny. So I'm going to read this to you, okay? So migrating from AWS to self-hosting. You often hear this story in tech news. Some project got increasingly popular, so they had to migrate their simple one-computer setup to some kind of auto-scaling cloud hosting solution to meet demands. The Rust Foundation, for example, reports that they spent $400,000 on infrastructure costs in 2023. That's 88% of what the ZSF makes, the ZSF's entire operating costs in 2024. It's hard to find the exact number from the Python Software Foundation's financials because their infrastructure costs are sponsored, but suffice to say, PyP wheel storage is huge and exponentially growing. Yes, this is Python, the cost of hosting PyP.
Is there 85 terabytes of packages on PyPy?
It's gigantic.
That is insane, especially if you think about it all being like Python code and not, it's not like...
It's not, I can promise you. The Python code is a tiny fraction of that number.
I see. Okay.
The reason why it's that big is because they also push in their packages pre-built versions of their C and C++ dependencies. So they build those things as dynamic libraries like DLLs, SO files, dilib files, and they commit them to the repository, to the package index alongside the code for every OS, for every version of Python and of the library.
I see. What's on the left? I guess that's the size, right?
Yes, that's the size, I guess, in bytes, and then 85 is the human readable total amount.
The x-axis is the data, the y-axis is the size, right? Yeah.
Wait, the x-axis, it's the data, exactly. Yeah, so it's horrible, and it's like it's exploding. I gave a talk on this subject at PyCon IT. Let's see, PyCon. Let us scroll. De-inventing the wheel, where wheel is also the name of the package format that Python uses. So the joke here is basically, what if you stopped creating wheels the same way you have been doing now? Because this has been Python, it has been doing this thing for, how can I say, it's understandable for them to want to do this thing, because historically it is impossible to guarantee that a C or C++ compilation process succeeds on the user machine, because it never does. It always freaking breaks. So I guess what I was suggesting here is basically to use Zig as the C and C++ compiler, so that way they can guarantee success on the host machine. On the client machine. And the reason, and it's also funny because you can do pip install ziglang, so you can get the Zig compiler from pip. So they basically add this dependency to their project. In any case, and I was suggesting you do something like this so that you can stop rebuilding a number of dynamic libraries, and so that you can stop having this insane exponential growth of your package index. That was my suggestion. In any case, let's continue to the main thing. In this story, however, we take the opposite approach. Ziglang.org used to be hosted on Amazon S3 plus CloudFront, but as it became more expensive to run due to increased traffic, we have migrated to a one-computer solution for the website and Tarball hosting. Our AWS cost over the last 6 years looks like this. So this is, I guess, monthly cost, basically. And it went up a bunch. So like $700 a month. It ended up, that's where it ended up being in the end. So let's see. Amazon sometimes offers free credits to organizations like ours, but despite being a non-profit with our primary source of income being unrestricted donations, we don't like begging for money, especially from Jeff Bezos and his ilk. We like the idea of increasing, overall computing efficiency rather than externalizing costs onto someone else with deep pockets.
I mean, this is the thing. Even if you were to get free hosting from Amazon, there's no guarantee how long that's gonna last for. So they might turn around one day and go, "You're not getting it anymore," right?
Oh, about that, let me tell you about that. As far as I know, so there might be some different agreements that some other people can make, but as far as I know, when they give you free credits, it's always a one-off thing. It's never an auto-renew thing. So you have to regularly ask for more. You regularly have to bend the knee and swear fealty to the bald head of Jeff Bezos.
I need my rocket.
So
very good.
yeah, so like we did get free AWS credits at some point. Like in the past we did, but then you had to basically keep asking for more. So it means that the one time you want to say something bad about AWS, or anything that AWS doesn't like, now it's a problem. Now you have to be careful.
So this is not just the website. This is the actual compiler for Zig as well, right?
Yes, this is also downloading. Let's say quote unquote Rust Zig app. So the thing is, ziglang.org is not an essential service. It's not really an emergency if it goes down, and 99% uptime is perfectly fine for this use case. The funny thing about that last 1% of uptime is that it represents 99% of the costs. With that in mind, here's the plan. As traffic to ziglang.org continues to increase, we will continue to host the website and torballs on the same 36 euros a month Hetzner instance, perhaps someday upgrading to a $100 to $200 beefier machine, but not more than that. If the website is temporarily unavailable because of too much traffic, so be it. If it gets accidentally DDoSed by too many people not properly caching their CI runs, so be it. That's why we sign artifacts with a public key so that you can use mirrors. Instead of spending donation money eating these costs, which are ultimately due to inefficient use of computing resources, we push those otherwise hidden costs onto users of Zig, causing Zig users in general to avoid waste. And then when we have more money to spend, on paying contributors for their time. So far, so good. We are enjoying instant website deploys rather than waiting 5 minutes after pushing. Some of this is also this is what it was before. So previously, the online thing that would also.
This is the SSG. I can see that in there as well.
Yeah, it's the SSG plus also a very slow resync to S3. I don't know if you ever had to do this yourself, but like there's a Python client for S3 that is insanely slow. I don't know whose fault it is. I think the Python is at fault to some degree, but like it takes what is it? Build the website takes 2 minutes 24. Deploy takes 20 seconds. Post it up 52 seconds. I don't remember where it is. I think it might be. Might be including build the website, but like the S3 interface is horribly slow. And
shit! Kevin is saying good old Boto. I remember Boto for the AWS storage stuff in the past. Oh my goodness,
Boto.
Yes. That's it, isn't it? AWS SDK is slow.
Yeah.
There are more acronyms than not in that sentence.
Yeah. So this was before, and then this is after, and it's instant because we build on the machine directly, and then we just copy the output to the var what is it, var public www, whatever the path is. This is also this is being left unsaid, but in here another reason why this is faster is because we're not using Hugo. We have switched to Zine, but it wasn't announced in this blog post, so we just left it unsaid. In any case, moving forward, we'll look into providing torrent files for releases. In the meantime, big thanks to Slimsag, Hyrix for providing mirrors of Zig releases. If you want to join them, please submit a pull request to set up a Zig compiler. In any case, by using this particular GitHub action that integrates with mirrors, you'll not only be doing us a favor, but you will make your own CI more resilient. Because the idea being that once we deplete our bandwidth on Hetzner, we do nothing. Like we leave the website throttled until the next month. And so that way, if you're doing the silly thing, if you're being a silly goose and you don't use the appropriate setup, like the right GitHub action that does proper that properly uses mirrors, or like if you do things directly yourself, then you will feel the pain. That is by design.
Oh, there's Mlug again.
Oh yeah,
Mlug's everywhere.
Yeah, it's him.
So in this case, the images are hosted on the Hetzner service, and
yeah,
you mentioned mirrors, but is there any of this that actually hits the Hetzner VPS or whatever you have in there, or is everything going via mirrors?
It's a physical server. So this tries mirrors first, and the official Zig server last, I think. But yeah, it does. So it just prioritizes mirrors before our server.
Okay, that's nice.
But Hetzner does
Head
host
snare,
our
not
bars.
head snare. Oh man. All right, sorry, Bonin. I had to think, do I ban you or do I apologize? I'm still a little bit on the fence
Do
there,
both.
Bonin,
Do
but I'll
both.
apologize.
Do
I
both.
could do both, couldn't I?
So
Hertzner would be a good. Isn't Hertzner the car rental company?
I think I think you're right. Maybe it's just Hertz. Yeah,
Hertz.
it's just Hertz.
It's just Hertz. No, that hurts. But if it hurts, D3, stop doing it. Hertzner. All right. Okay. Now, are you thinking about Herzegovina, right? Anyway. Okay. Right. Back to this. The detours we take together, right? All right.
Yeah.
Moving on. Let's have a look. So what is that? So what's the actual like downloads? Do you have like download statistics for this? I can see the graph there, but it doesn't say how many people actually download it, right?
No, because on our web server we don't really have statistics of this kind. We have logs from the web server, but then you would need to build some kind of visualization on top of those logs. We literally do not collect metrics on this stuff.
No,
can
I'm
you
guessing
imagine?
that's not.
Can you imagine not collecting metrics?
I know, right? What kind of programming language are you even if you don't have metrics? I'm gonna program F# tomorrow against my will, and the first thing you have to do when you have to do this, but the first thing you can do when you install .NET Runtime on Linux is disable their telemetry. And the thing is, I don't even think telemetry in programming languages necessarily are bad. They could be good, but they should absolutely be opt-in, not opt-out. So that's kind of a bit insane, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think for some things, maybe collecting data is not the end of the world. I do think that though it's like it's an American thing to say that no, we totally need to collect this data because otherwise we will not be able to optimize for what the customer wants. And what I'm thinking most of the time is like, no, if you were competent in what you were trying to sell, you would know what's better. Maybe it's not the best for everybody, but you would know in general what the right choice is in terms of design, and you wouldn't let some stupid freaking Kinesis log tell you, or what was the name of the AWS service. You wouldn't let that thing tell you what to build next. You would know as a human being firsthand, with firsthand knowledge.
So what made you guys pick this particular provider? Do you know?
Hetzner?
Yeah.
Well, you're not familiar with it?
I mean, I am. So the reason I'm asking, so I was approached by a random stranger in the trench coat the other day, and he said, "Do you want to pimp our client, which is Hostinger?" And I said, "Okay, but why is Hostinger better than any of the other things? My community are on a bunch of Muppets. They actually understand hosting. Some of them work in this field. I can't sit here in like good conscience and tell them to use this when I see that your prices for this thing is more, right?" And I ended up saying to them like, so I don't think I can in good conscience like support this thing. But if you have any other potential sponsorship, then let me know about it, because if it's a product that I believe in, then I'm happy to shill for that keyboard. But I couldn't find a reason why anyone should get into hosting it, right? There just wasn't anything there, right? But we looked at Hetzner and we looked at Contabo and DigitalOcean, and Linode has kind of become more expensive, so we moved away from those a bit. So I was just wondering what made you guys pick Hetzner of all these things. Right?
Personally, as far as I know, so I've had a personal experience in the past as a random developer, like deploying small projects, so nothing like insane. But I've had experience with OVH and Hetzner. And in general, my impression is that both are like the cheapest that you can get or close to. And especially OVH has Kim Sufi, which is a the even more lower grade server thing. But in general, my impression was that of the two, Hetzner was the more reliable. So I actually suggested Hetzner to Andrew. So we kind of ended up there because Andrew didn't have any, like, he didn't know any host that he preferred better. I had in the past had good experiences with Hetzner. We look at their offerings and we saw that they had some decent servers. We have more than one server on Hetzner. One is for the Tarballs and website, but we also have like most of our CI running on Hetzner. So we have like a huge ARM machine. The ones, what's the name of the company that is making like these fancy ARM machines that are new?
Apple?
Yeah, Apple. Not Apple though. The other one. There's another one.
Dev Spages, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're just talking about hosting companies, and I am asking why Zig. I demand to know why Zig choose Hetzner and not something else.
Yeah, no, not Snapdragon. There's another one. God damn it. Okay, I'll find it. Ampere. Thank you. It's Ampere. Yes. So a while ago, Ampere started producing like these beefy servers with like 200 plus cores and like a ton of memory. And yeah, we have one of those machines that runs our ARM Linux CI, and like it's pretty good. Yeah, they're expensive, but because they're gigantic. So long story short, we have a bunch of servers on Hetzner, and like it works like a charm so far.
Nice. So okay, no, it seems like a good choice. And this is the kind of stuff I wish that someone would tell me if they want me to shield for their company. Like, give me a reason to tell people why. Give me a reason to like you, right? If I would have gotten like a year free worth of hosting, and I thought we could have done a lot of fun with that, but I can't just sit there and go like, yeah, I'll sign up for this company which offers nothing unique or interesting whatsoever, and then for no reason other than so I get some money, right? And they were paying pretty good as well. They were paying decent money.
Yeah, we were also chatting with the Ampere people a while ago. I'm not gonna get too much into details, but for whatever reason, we were chatting with Ampere people, and like we were talking about a sponsorship. And like we wanted them to sponsor us like a year worth of hosting on an Ampere machine, maybe on Hetzner or something. They didn't want to do that. They wanted to ship us a machine, like a server. And like
they want to give you a physical server.
Yeah. Because for them, that's their product. That's what they own. Like if they were to offer us like a year of hosting, even if it's on an Ampere machine, it would still be that they need to pay Hetzner or somebody else to at the very least for co-location. So instead they said, no, we don't want to do that. We just want to ship you the machine. And it's like, I remember being in a call and asking, does anybody want a very noisy server blade to put somewhere? It's like nobody wanted it. So in the end we said no. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Well, yeah. Okay, so should we roll this back to this Docker conversation? Like we're poking at Docker here a little bit here.
Yeah. So long story short, that's our solution, and also we do tell people to not use Zig with Docker. By the way, if you want to try out Zig and your first step is, I'm gonna fetch it from Docker, you already failed the mission. Like it's already that screen.
It's you're gonna get chased out if you're using Docker with Zig. Okay, what benefits would you get from using? So why would anyone use Docker and Zig, right? I mean, I'm not talking about like for building. I'm talking about like you wanna run Docker. You wanna run Zig, so you reach for Docker. How's that working?
The only reason why people would do that is because they grew Docker brain, and so they
Docker brain.
No, well, I guess the idea is, I'm used to the idea that software is impossible to set up, and so obtaining it via Docker is the most reliable and quick and overall quick way of obtaining it. And so Docker becomes my standard way of obtaining software. Also because maybe software has like installs a bunch of stuff, a bunch of crap in my system, like, in a global fashion everywhere. And so now my system is now tainted and like made more weird by this extra software. But like in the case of Zig, is a fully self-contained tarball. It doesn't install anything anywhere. You don't have to build it from scratch and potentially fail because your dependency doesn't match whatever. So like there's really no reason use Zig in a container.
People are saying things, and so my question was like, why, if you want to try Zig, will you reach for Docker? And people keep telling me about reproducible builds, and they tell me about what's the other one? But this is deploying to K8, right? But this is not you trying out a compiler. If you want reproducible builds or deploy to Kubernetes in some means or other, this is not you trying anything out. This is you solving some kind of pipeline for deployment or continuous integration, right?
Yeah.
And so but you're answering my question, Christoph. You're saying that people basically have developed a way to use Docker as a packet manager, and that's what you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that what Nixos is supposed to solve? Then, right?
Okay, look at this stuff. So we were talking about fuzzing a while ago, right? And one of the most popular fuzzers is AFL++, right? Let's see, maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm fairly sure that, you go to the AFL++ repository.
Yes,
you scroll down and look, they have
it's a Docker file.
They have a make file, but they also have a Docker file. And like, if you ask them, they tell you, look, how do I install AFL++? Look, the easiest way, the first way we recommend, Docker pool. Boom.
Oh, I mean, it might be the least amount of friction that to do that. I don't support the idea, but it might be the least amount of friction.
Look, if your project is a pile of C++ plus CMake, it may very well be.
Okay, I'm just gonna watch my chat collapse now. It said what? Mentioning Docker is the easiest way to scare developers away. I never really so I think I see the value in Docker, right? I can see the bit. If someone who's suffered through things like Vagrant and what was the other one that we had around that time, horrible ways of solving reproducible builds. I think Vagrant was one of the big ones that we did that with, right? You're on a Mac and you're on Linux, and together we have this dysfunctional system, right? That takes we have some veterans in the chat, I see. Vagrant isn't too bad, says Caratham. Well, Vagrant could take an awful long time to get going with, and it could be very annoying with a new project. That's how I remember Vagrant, not fondly. But so we also had things like Chef and Puppet and all these things as well, but they were kind of orthogonal to this thing, right? But because that was more about deployment, and you had your salt stack and you had all these things. So Ansible was another one in there. But Docker kind of seemed interesting because you're leveraging the operating system for some of these things. I don't know exactly when Docker became something that you ran locally, and I think it's because, as in, you ran it locally for running programs. And I wonder if this is because you could, and it sort of solves a problem, right? You want to run your web stack with your database and all this. Like, here's a Docker Compose file that will put all this stuff for you. You just map it to your dev directory and then you code from there. Right?
The problem is that we have messed up software distribution. We didn't know how to fix it. We, as in the software engineering, the people that do software engineering, we messed up software distribution. We didn't know how to fix it. We put a band-aid on it, and that band-aid was Vagrant before, or like virtual machines, and now it's lightweight virtual machines.
I think it's an interesting one. I mean, on one end, right, if you're working in a space of, say, multiple clients, and you're working on a new client every other week, right? Then I can definitely see Docker as part of your local dev. If it's all different tech, you got like MySQL or MariaDB, you got SQLite, Postgres, Redis, all Memcache, all this stuff spread out across multiple projects, different versions, and in that case, I can kind of get that, because I am not gonna fire up Vagrant again if I don't have to, right? Because I don't have time for that. But I think that's I can kind of see that, but it's some kind of not the same way that I want to run a program. So I'm gonna reach for a Dockerized version of LS or CP or whatever. Right? I feel like we've kind of taken a step too far in the wrong direction for that. Ain't nobody got time with exactly, right?
I even remember, and like this is so entrenched. I remember back when I worked at Redis Labs, having this meeting in Tel Aviv with the Redis Labs engineers, where Redis Labs. So, bit of context: Redis, you can have custom modules added to Redis. Some of these custom modules are like open source ones made by random people. I made one myself. Some of them were made by Redis Labs, so they were like they weren't exactly official, but they were, kind of like more serious, I guess. In any case, Redis Labs had these custom modules that you could add to Redis to add extra functionality to Redis. And they had the problem where they wanted more people to try them out.
I just have to say that logo, I just looked at it now and realized that's an amazing logo, that bunny there.
Oh yeah, the
I just looked over the screen. I thought it was one of my alerts.
No, it's really nice. Yeah.
Wait, sorry, go on.
Yeah, so they had this problem. They wanted people to try out these modules, and one thing that I told them is, well, you also want people to try these modules in combination, but they had basically one Docker image per module. And I told them, why are you not distributing just the dynamic library, just the DLL, just the SO, just the dylib? And they did not want to do it. I remember chatting with the engineers. They kept putting up excuses for why they did not want to do that. And they kept saying, you cannot do that on Linux. And here's the funny thing. Now I actually know precisely what you can and cannot do. And that was a bunch of nonsense. They had no idea what they were talking about. They were just a bunch of C people. They were like talking shit out of their ass.
Oh, do you know? Is it so? This I don't remember if you remember what it's like to be a junior developer, but as a junior developer, people tend to say no to things because they don't know how to do it, right?
Yeah.
When you become a senior developer, you say no to things because they're stupid. But that's a different story, right?
These people
you're like, we can do it, but it's a terrible idea.
Yeah, these people were technically senior developers in any case. In any case, now you go to the redis.io. I don't know if anybody remembers the old redis.io website. Now you go to redis.io. First thing you're greeted with is a freaking cookie pop-up. You have to decline all. And then the buttons are login, book a meeting, try Redis. I press try Redis, and it wants me to sign up. I don't even.
Oh my goodness!
I don't even get a link. Where can I download Redis? There's pricing docs. Where is Redis, man?
Wait, this isn't the main Redis website, is it?
So the way it is. So the way it used to work is that Redis Labs had a website, redislabs.com, I guess, and then Redis.io was owned by Antirez and contained links to the Redis executable and the docs. And now you can't even download it. There's try for free and get a demo. Where is the download link? It's gone. Redis software.
Redis AI.
Wait. I found it. Get Redis downloads.
Wow, that was not straightforward, right? That is pretty dire.
Yeah, and now it's Redis Community Edition. Like
anything that is called Community Edition, this makes me think about back in the days with Visual Studio when they had the Community Edition stuff. It's like, nah, I don't know, man. This is very IntelliJ as well, yeah.
Download center. Download Community Edition. Let's see. Redis Community Edition. By the way, I'm 3 clicks in. Without including the pop-up, I still can't get Redis.
But it's Redis web scale, though. That's the important question. What about if you click on that like Linux link there?
Linux.
Okay, and then
Linux.
Funny enough, none of them link to actual binary. Oh, you have a source code one, right?
Yeah. Okay. So download some dependencies. curl packages
What?
Redis.
Wait a second. Is this
GPG.
not part of the Debian sources? Did it not have Redis?
About that.
No. What happened?
About that. It was, but I think it might not be anymore because it's not open source anymore.
Really?
They changed the license to a source available license.
I am okay.
Diablo,
Redis is shipped by Debian currently. Is okay?
Yeah, Diablo, can you do Redis -- version? If you have it. You have to do Redis server or whatever I don't know what your executables are named. I don't remember.
So this is because what they're showing you to do there is add another apt source, right? That looks like you're adding an apt source.
Yeah, they're asking you to
that
add
is
their own.
very dodgy. In general, I say.
I mean, if a project is a tiny project, maybe they haven't gone through the process of upstreaming everything. I've done this in the past for things that seemed reasonable, but in this case, it's entirely 7.0.15. Okay, let me try to remember which version are we at right now. 7.4. I think 7.0.15 might very well be the last one that was open source. I mean,
I wouldn't expect Debian, and this is not a dig at Debian, but I don't expect Debian to have like recent versions of things, right? It's not in the nature, right?
By the way, Valky is the new Redis.
The new Redis. What is?
No,
I see.
I would not agree with that take. Valky is a fork of Redis maintained by AWS.
Oh, really?
They forked the last open source version. Starting with Redis 7.4, Redis will be dual licensed. Valky is not the new Redis. Come on, guys.
If it's owned by Amazon, then I don't. I mean, Redis was open source.
It's not owned by Amazon. It's part of the Cloud Native Foundation. So it's the good guys that own it.
Okay. I don't know what that actually means because I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's the Linux Foundation. Yeah, no, it is owned by Amazon, though. De facto, it is owned by Amazon. The people that have push and control over Valky is 100% AWS.
Then that is not okay.
100%. Let me show you my old boss working for AWS.
It's BSD licensed and maintains it, so that means that you can't change the license then?
So he works for AWS and he's the senior developer. I think he's now something more than this. I think this website might not be updated. So no, he works on Valky. The core team that works on Valky are AWS employees. Valky is 100% owned by AWS. Don't get memed by the fact that they are putting it under another corporation. It's like, it is 100% not real open source. So if you want an actual open source Redis, look at Redict. I don't like this one either personally, but yeah. So Redict is an open source fork. This is maintained by what's his name? Can somebody remind me name of the guy that started this? I'm sure people in chat must know.
Click on the blog. Maybe it's in there.
Yeah. Drew DeVault.
No, it's
thank
no
you.
names on this.
Yeah, no, it's Drew DeVault.
Drew DeVault. What did he do? That's a very familiar name.
What didn't he do? It's definitely a name. Drew DeVault is he runs SourceHut.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, Blurry Cat. Thank you. That's who it is. The window manager. Thank you.
Yeah, window manager. SourceHut. He's banned from the Zig repository.
What did he do? So much drama over an in-memory hash map. Oh yeah, so I was gonna say, like, if you guys need Redis, just attach a TCP socket to a hash map, right? You're good. It's easy.
So if you want my recommendation, so for the purpose of just getting a Redis running, Valky is fine, Predict is fine. Actually, even freaking Redis nowadays is fine. Who cares? If your point is what is the fork? These are all forks of Redis, by the way. Redis is a fork of Redis because Antirez left the project at the time. He gave everything to Redis Labs. Redis Labs basically changed the license and started pulling in all the proprietary, non-open source things that they had. They started putting them into Redis. So all of these are forks. Valky is a fork of Redis. Redis is a fork of Redis. Predict is a fork of Redis. Pick whichever fork you think it's better for your use case. But in any case, let me tell you, they all suck in their own special way. And be aware that going forward, and I can promise you this, Redis Labs and AWS, so Redis and Valky, are going to fight with one another for supremacy. And they will purposely put in breaking changes into their distribution into their fork of Redis just to fuck with each other. And I can tell you that. And I also, and I also can tell you they're fighting over clients too. Did you know that, Toggle? This is kind of funny.
Poaching clients, or what are we talking here?
So,
beautiful.
Redis Labs.
Just gonna spool up another disaster.
Check this out. Redis.rs drama. Where is it? Redis Hacker News. Redis Inc. seeks control over future of Rust Redis-rs client library.
Oh my god, what's happening here? We're even poking at Rust at this point. Good grief. Well, Redis Inc., whose core product is the formerly open source Redis in-memory DB, has prompted further unease in the community by approaching the maintainer of the most popular Redis client library for Redis with that was a Rust client library for Redis with the intent either to control or fork it. Yeah. Armin Hoornaker, who controls the Redis RS entry on Crates.io, the Rust. Oh man, if he's involved, he's not gonna let that go. Posted by an email from Redis product manager Mirko Ortensi, followed by a call in which the company expresses desire for a Rust client with official support. The proposal was to take over Redis RS in order to add enterprise-grade features, but continue with community contributions. And I mean, imagine someone being like, "Oh, you've done pretty well. I'm just gonna rock up and ask to get ownership of this thing so we can add enterprise bullshit to your stuff." Ronica said he understood from the call that the name of the library constitutes a trademark violation in their mind, and that the options were either to transfer the code to Redis or to rename the crate. He said he did not wish to be in any kind of trademark dispute.
Wait. Is it a trademark violation for the Redis or for the RS part?
Oh man, Almin's getting sandwiched by that one, right? There's no winning there. In March 2024, Redis changed the licensing for its code from the open source to the Redis source available license on the server-side public license restriction to use the code. One of the consequences was the formation of Valky based on Redis 724 and continuation with the BSD3 license. I mean, what happened to this thing? Did this actually become a
Which
thing?
Valky? Yeah.
Hang on. Yeah. Let's just go to Crates.io and let's have a look.
Yeah. Right? Show us. But I can tell you that Amazon pumped a ton of money in Valky. They hired people that used to work at Redis Labs. I showed you my former boss. For example, and then they are going to conferences. They have Valky stickers. They have Valky kiosks. I don't know what to call them. Stands.
There's Surdy. No, Redis RS. Why does this go to Surdy? Oh no, this is something else. There's no Redis RS here. I didn't spell it wrong, did I? No.
You did not.
Okay, let's find.
Maybe it's now Valky RS. I don't know.
Let's see. 3 months ago, but probably not. What we can do is we can find We can find Armin's Ginger LSP is probably not. No, where is he in all of this? Mini Ginger, right? This one, Mini Ginger. This is Armin's project. Let's see what he has. Analog augment. Okay, so we're gonna go down. A bit too far down, apparently. Redis. Oh, it must be this one.
Yeah, I guess it's just named Redis in the package manager then.
Yeah, there you go. But it's owned by Redis RS. So who owns Redis
Who owns
RS
Redis
now?
RS? We don't know.
Okay, no, I don't think that it's Redis Labs or Redis IO because that would have showed up here.
Yeah, I guess we can see what, and there might be some message from Armin that says exactly what happened.
Yes, Blurry Cat, that's the thing, and he wasn't very happy about that. Armin Warnake, I do my best to pronounce his Vienna style name there. Austrian name. So he's been subbed. I understand now. So he wrote some blog posts. I looked at them and it's like, it doesn't seem very happy about things. But now I understand him a little bit better. Because it's not only SHA1, but also I can't imagine how frustrating you're gonna be, right? You sit down and you work on open source software. You build things for the general good of people, maybe. Yeah. I definitely believe he does. He made Ginger, which is a great template language. Most people know about it. He wrote Flask for Python. He's done a lot of stuff, right? And some asshole company comes by and be like, oh, we want the name now. You're doing all right with this. We want the name. And it's not even the first time this is happening to him, right? It wasn't a company with crypto stuff, but still. And nah, man, when you're doing things for free out in the open like that, companies can just piss right off. There should not be any. It's just so ass backwards, man. This is really, really disturbing. And I can understand how he's getting a bit disenfranchised by everything when people are doing that, right?
So watch my screen. There's the stuff from Armin. I think I'm not gonna read it all out. I think it's a little bit too much. But basically, he's talking about this whole story, right? Basically, I guess it's the longer version of what you read. So he's asking about what to do with regards to Redis and Valky, the license change of Redis, blah, blah, blah. So the most important questions for me are people using this crate with Valky? Are there risks in transferring the crate to Redis Inc.? And so he's asking, you know what? I'll do one thing. I will still man the position of Redis Labs a little bit. And by the way, in this whole story, we haven't seen yet the AWS counterplay here. So just so that we're clear, we'll see it later. But don't think that AWS is not doing anything. You might not believe, you might get tricked into thinking that AWS is not playing this fight because only the startup, only Redis Labs is fighting, but AWS is just doing its own thing, and like AWS actually cares about open source. You might be tricked into thinking about that, but like no, I'll show you also what they are doing.
Welcome, Raiders.
Hey,
hello, Monroy. How you doing?
Hello.
We're just in the midst of looking at. Thank you for the follow, Akira. We're looking at some things that has happened with Redis. This kind of started from Docker going to a more. They're reducing the amount of free stuff people get, and that's kind of where we started. And we ended up. How did we segue into Redis?
I have no idea. Somehow we got here.
Thank you so much, buddy. Yo. Thank you so much. There we go.
Boris, thank you.
Thank you. Did you? Oh, man, mate. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you much, man. Thank you so much.
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, everybody. So yes, somehow we got into talking about Redis. Okay, I'll give maybe the short version of it. So we're talking about how Redis. Oh no, I remember how we got there. So we're talking about Docker. We talked about how people are abusing Docker too much to download things because there's projects, right? They give you they give you instructions on how to download and use their software, and the way they do it is the first option they offer you is just Docker pool, and then
Yeah,
run a
that's
container,
right. So people using Docker as their like package manager. That's what we were kind of
Yes.
talking about, right?
And then I got into complaining how this was also somewhat happening with Redis and discussion that I had back when I used to work at Redis Labs. So from there, we got into the fact that now Redis doesn't tell you to Redis Labs doesn't tell you. Give him by the way, just for clarity, Redis is the product. The company is also named Redis now. It used to be called Redis Labs. I will keep referring to it as Redis Labs. 50% out of disrespect, 50% just to avoid confusion about when I'm talking about one thing or the other. So we went on the Redis Labs website and we went to redis.io, which used to be a good website. And now like you have to click a bunch of times before you can download stuff. And then you can't even find Redis. For Linux and Ubuntu specifically, they don't tell you to do apt-get install Redis because it's not there anymore. Or rather, it's an old version. The new version is not open source. Yeah, it's so right now the latest version is 7.4. And nobody has 7.4 that way. Like we saw I think it was Diablo D3 that had version 7. Was it 2? In any case, it wasn't
7.2.5 is available here. And then it shows Valkey with the exact same package description when you search for Redis.
Yes. So everybody switched to Valkey, which in my mind, I'll tell you, in my mind, this is, if you want to look at the reasons why the free software world never like took over, and kinda was always, you know how like the same reasons why we talk about open source nowadays more than we talk about free software is because they don't realize when political plays are happening to them and they just play into them blindly. Like in my opinion, they should have not added Valkey as a replacement for Redis. I think they should have put Redis there.
Saying that, I can't wait for AWS or Amazon to offer me a bunch of money for something that I've made. I mean, come on, and I hear about all these people get rich from that.
What do you mean? What do you mean? They don't do that. They don't do that. Like the whole reason why there's a Scrabble, like there's like a squabble between Redis Labs and AWS is because AWS has been using Redis and selling. Like Amazon makes orders of magnitude more money off of Redis than Redis Labs does. Orders of magnitude, like for real. So no, Amazon doesn't give you ever anything if they use your stuff. Never.
Crimson Mana will offer me some. Thank you so much, Crimson. That's very nice. It would be you like, do you own the software now and then I lease it from you, or how do we go forward with this, Crimson, though? Right. Yeah, the Elasticsearch thing was pretty wild as well.
Same page from the same playbook with what happened with Redis Labs.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I mean, if you have a license that permits companies from doing this, then they will. But if your license don't permits it, and this is the thing, right? I kind of don't love so there's a UI library called Slint. It used to be called 60 FPS, but then they changed it to sound like genitalia instead. And so they did that, and it's kind of a bit wild, right? Their license permits you to build free stuff with their things as long as it's open source and such. But if you want to do something commercial, you have to pay them a license. And this is completely sensible to do this, right? You wanna use our stuff that we are hiring people to develop, right?
Well. Technically, if you ask the good people at the Linux Foundation and the CNF, more specifically, it's the same actual people, but in any case, if you ask the open source initiative, that is not an open source license. For a license to be considered open source, it cannot put restrictions on commercial use.
Well, there's the thing, though. I mean, as a user, do you care about the label of the license when you're building your like Minecraft modding content or whatever, right? You're not gonna, hello, Christopher. You're not gonna care.
Yeah, that is a good point. And yes, as an end user, maybe you don't care much, but every single time one of these database companies try to wiggle themselves out of the AWS can use the product that we're developing for free, which, by the way, might not apply to Redis Labs. Like Redis Labs is a weird corner case because Redis Labs is a third-party company. Like they did. It's not like Mongo. Mongo was made by the company. Redis was not made by Redis Labs. Redis was made by Anti-Res, and Redis Labs used to be a different company called Garancia Data. They rebranded itself to Redis because they wanted to start selling more Redis and like verticalize on it. But so Redis Labs never made Redis. They had contributors. They had core contributors. They had employees that were paid to work full time on Redis, yes, but it was never theirs. In any case, Mongo was made by MongoDB, and every time Mongo and Elastic, although to be fair, also Elastic is another weird situation, but in any case, every time these companies try to keep the license as open source as possible while restricting AWS from reselling the thing for free, they got always shamed publicly because their license was technically not open source.
But I mean, yeah, that's I was gonna say that's fair enough. It isn't fair enough, but that's like one of those insane things, right? I don't know. It becomes a bit of a tinfoil hat moment almost to look at it, because you have like AWS appealing to the open source developers' nature by saying that it's not open source. And what is important to people who write open source? Well, open source, right?
Yeah. For them, what is important?
Insanity, right?
For them, what is important is that they want to keep using open source software without having to pay for it. For them,
they want to sell open source software that they don't have to support or pay for, right?
Exactly.
And that is an insanity in and of itself, right? Now, I don't think anyone is going to give me like what I sell any services built on what I'm doing, because it's not network anything, right? So it doesn't lend itself there. But I know people who write databases and stuff, and they are definitely in the boat where you could possibly end up having someone using your software and then not like giving anything back. And I think we're looking at like the lowest amount of effort you can do as a large company is to contribute back, right? We don't even say you should give money. Like you could have bug fixes or whatever, right?
That, yes. You want to know also this funny part? That also what AWS used to say. They used to say, well, we are good citizens of the open source ecosystem because we contribute our fixes back to Redis. So, but the truth is this, that for a long time, Redis didn't have built-in TLS support. So you couldn't open a connection to a Redis server using encryption, because Redis is meant to be a service that you don't expose to the internet, you keep it locally. So it's like, who cares? Well, once you put stuff in the cloud, then maybe now you care more. And so AWS had to keep a fork of Redis where they patched in support for TLS. For ages, they kept pushing to have the main Redis project upstream their changes to add TLS support. They did so in a way that Anti-Res did not like. Like nobody was happy with that patch set because it was Amazon Basics source code, basically.
Amazon Basics, man. That's the new way, man. It's Amazon Basics.
It was Amazon Basics source code. And so nobody wanted it. And for ages, nobody wanted to upstream that change. And AWS kept being annoying about it because otherwise they had to maintain the patch themselves. Every time a new version of Redis came out, they had now to pull the changes, fix all merge conflicts, and run tests to ensure that now their downstream patch set also kept working with new Redis. So long story short, even like giving back changes was actually a burden on the project. Like,
so I think Los Marbler has a point, though. The problem with custom licenses that are not supported by OSI is that you need a lawyer to figure out if you can use it or not. Yeah. And that is kind of a truth to that, right? And that makes it problematic. Okay, I get that, and it's super annoying. So for this, there probably are solutions. I know there's like a lot of people who came up with like various joke licenses and stuff like that, right? But really, what you kind of want as an open source developer, you want people to use your software for free, contribute back. And if someone's going to invent some kind of insane service selling your shit, that should at least make some of it is back into the open source community. But I don't think it does, though, right? I don't think that it kind of just makes a run trip back into AWS at that point, right?
It's a complete mess, yeah.
But in my case, was what I'm developing is not something that's going to be used to run a network service or anything. If AWS is using it, and I don't think they will, but if they are, it's going to be for some internal tool. I don't think they're going to go nuts and do something else with it. So to me, that's kind of like, I don't think there's going to be any sense of unfair. But that in itself is like a very, it's like a crazy conversation as well. Do you guys remember that JavaScript library written by someone some years ago, and they kind of they went through a lot of stuff. I think there was a lot of things happening to this person, so it wasn't just this one thing. And they had like some kind of knee-jerk reaction to what was happening to the software they were making. So they just like pulled everything and stuff just started falling apart. And before I knew the whole, I don't remember the whole situation, but I remember kind of swinging a little bit back and forth between how I was looking at it. On one end, if you make something, you make it open source, you'd be like, here, use my software. But then one day your software becomes very popular and they go, hang on a second, I want money from this. But your software would never become popular in the first place. And if you have asked money for it, so you can't really ask for money now. So that's one perspective. The other perspective is, if you're a large company using the software, can't you just be a good dude and throw some bloody scratch back our way kind of thing, right? It's a very on a per case basis, right? Was it left pad? Was that it, right? Just ask for money to begin. Well, that's the thing, Christopher, right? If I went to AWS now and be like, hey, Jeff, can I have some money? And just be like, what do you want money for, you bastard? Because we're like this, me and Jeff.
Yeah,
then I'll be like, I'm building a library. I've invested like years in this bullshit to draw interfaces in the terminal, and Jeff's gonna be like, "Ha, see you later, nerd," and they give me nothing, right? It's just not gonna happen, right?
Yeah. The truth is that as a software developer, most of the time you just don't start with that perspective in mind, and then when it becomes too late, then you don't know how to course correct. But in any case, this was never even the case for Redis for real, because Redis, as in the open source project, that's not Redis Labs. It's so weird. Like, it's a squabble between companies that all want to basically absorb value created by open source because they don't want to leave it like you wouldn't want all that value to go wasted, right? By leaving it in nature. Somebody has to come in and like vampire suck it out of the system.
Money source, right?
So
it's funny. So the thing is, I didn't even know about this, right? So some lifetimes ago, I was doing a lot of web dev. I was using a lot of Python and Redis and Memcache and all this stuff. Redis was like part of the stack that was used for all clients, right? You got Redis for caching and all that stuff. I was never even aware that Redis had stopped being Redis and sort of exploded into this like multiple different incarnations of the same thing, right? I had no idea that was it, that it had even happened, right? As a matter of fact, if I was going to build something today, and I probably would have thought, oh yeah, we're just going to chuck Redis there for some caching or whatever. I had no idea, right? Or, but it's interesting. I didn't know.
But in the meantime, it's happening because Redis moves a lot of money, for better or worse. And so companies have opinions on who that money should go to. And for some reason, they never agree on this. Like, for some reason, companies never agree on who should be getting the money.
I mean, they do, but they only agree internally.
No, they all say the same thing, even though they all agree. They all disagree. It's kind of like, it's one of those riddles, right? What is the thing how is it that all companies say the same thing, but they all disagree at the same time? How can it be? It's because they all say, I should get the money.
I mean, I agree with that, though. I should get the money. I should get the money that Redis generates because, one, to make a very solid case for it, the most driving factor why I should get it is because I want it. And I think that's a very valid reason. D3 says caching is dead today. It's now faster in many cases to just regenerate the whole thing or run your caching as part of your Postgres query. Okay, so we're talking about database caching in that case. I don't know. So every time someone makes a claim like that, in my head, I'm spinning up a Docker image to benchmark that, and it turns out that you were wrong. But that's just in my mind. I'm kidding, but no, I think that's one of those things. I wouldn't necessarily accept that without trying it out in some way, but I don't think that you are wrong. I think that there has been so many optimizations gone into Postgres, and it has so many insanely good things going for it that maybe, right? I remember when Redis got this. Do you guys remember? Oh, hello. 1 second. Do you guys remember when Redis got PubSub, right? That became a thing, and that became a very cool thing. Suddenly, we could use like this PubSub thing to build cool WebSocket-looking things on Comet and Socket.js. Probably Comet was dead by then, but Socket.js and Redis, like, you had like this like push thing into the browser. Very cool, right? But now that's built into Postgres as well. You can set up these really interesting things for that, right?
I think it's a big rabbit hole that I don't want to get into right now, but Redis is certainly overused. It's way more popular than it should be, because I think in a lot of cases Redis is just used to basically be a band-aid on top of like other problems that your system has. For example, if you have a bunch of Python web servers, and you're basically you're using Redis as a way of bypassing the GIL. Like your Python web server cannot do stuff in parallel, but then
oh my God, Celery with a Redis backend is bringing me back. Jeepers. Is there anyone familiar with Redis as Python, Celery, and Redis as the backend? That's exactly it, because you have no multi-threading, so you need that kind of message queue or multi-threaded whatever bastardization that you have because of the GIL, right? Good grief. For those of you who don't know, GIL is the global interpreter lock that makes Python single-threaded, right?
Yeah.
Now, every year I hear that the GIL is going to be removed, but has it been removed, or is this another year when people are saying that it's going to be removed?
I think they got there. Maybe somebody can correct me, but I think they got there, or they're really about to get there. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's real now.
But will they get the Guido von Rossum, right? I butchered the name, but if you're in the chat, you can pipe up. He said that we're not removing the GIL until you can show me that single-threaded, like that your multi-threaded whatever is as fast as the single-threaded.
People are saying that it's behind a flag now, understandably, because there's probably a ton of Python code out there that is not working correctly. It's not going to work correctly without the GIL. Because it previously was doing multi-threaded stuff, assuming the presence of the GIL, so they were doing, silly multi-threading, and probably you enable that flag now, and all falls to pieces.
So Prevan says they still have to use Celery at work, but you're leaving the companies, you don't have to deal with. I wonder where my offer letter is, though, Prevan. I'm wondering where my offer for joining your startup. Where's that though, Prevan? So Lobsang says we have plans to double down on Celery, but no plans for long-term Redis. Are you talking about food? I don't know. Long-term Redis. I mean, Redis after today, Redis is just not interesting, right? It was a really interesting piece of technology. Whether D3 is right or not, I just don't see Redis being this magical thing that we need anymore, right?
I think that sometimes you need something shaped like Redis, be it Redis or something different but similar that solves the same ballpark of problems. When you need coordination in a distributed system, sometimes you need that. A cache is, to some degree, a way of... Redis is not just a cache, is a cache, but also a way of doing synchronization across a distributed system. So in that sense, it can be useful. And that is, in my opinion, a very legitimate use case for Redis. If you don't like Redis, there's also alternatives, like RabbitMQ can do some of that. There's also another one, NATS, N-A-T-S. That one is in the same ballpark of Redis. It's not Redis. It comes from a...
Wait, they called it NATS.
They call it NATS, yes.
NATS, like NAT, the networking. Oh my God, that's not going to cause any confusion then. How do you do some networking with NAT? Oh my, look at the answers and how not related they are, right?
Yeah, so in any case, let's go back to the client, because there's something funny in here to learn. So let me scroll down to the replies so that people can see. So you can see Mitsuhiko, that's Armin, chatting with people. And then at some point, you will see also interaction with other people that belong to different that don't belong to the company. Sorry, to the organization, to the Redis RS organization. For example, here Matt Olson. Matt Olson is a AWS employee. I believe she is like in the core team, probably the lead of the core team, I'm guessing by now. So she has been doing Redis for AWS for a long time. So I'm one of the bulky maintainers for context. And then there's obviously complaints about what Redis Labs does. And then let's see. I don't know. Is this guy from either camp? Product manager at Redis, right? Oh, that's Mr. Mirko Ortensi. Dude, is this another Italian guy? Why are they all doing this crap? God damn it.
Man, I feel so sorry for you, right? next stream. Oh, no, it's Christoph from Austria. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm going to move to like Argentina. I'm going to... No, okay, this is Spain, so Spanish. Okay, maybe. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so here you see the Redis Labs guy, and then Matt Olson again. And then you scroll down more, and more discussion. And I can tell you, neither side wants to, you know, it's like two dogs biting on the same bone, right? And they keep, but none of them wants to let go of the bone. So now you can see also Antirez in this in the middle. I didn't mention this earlier, but Antirez left the project, and when he sold everything to gave everything to Redis Labs, and then he's now back. He returned to Redis. So
and has he returned to Redis during this conversation?
No, not during this conversation. Like
okay,
a few months ago. When did Redis? When did Antirez return to Redis? November of last year, maybe. 75 days ago. Less than that, then. 2 months and a half ago. So that's February. We are like middle of February. No, end of February. Okay, so that would be December, basically, of last year. So he's also in there chatting with people. Yiftach is the CTO of Redis Labs, or at least used to be. I don't know if he's still there doing this stuff. So, oh yeah, this is a screenshot of the CTO of Redis Labs saying that Redis was never changed. It is BSD and will always remain BSD. So that's like that's a funny quote from that Redis Labs walked back. I think I'm confident that he's not CTO anymore, though. They changed the entire like C-suite. So like the old CEO, Yiftach, and the old CEO, I forget his name. They were both founders of Redis Labs. Now they both went away, and now there's like a new people in town, and like obviously the new CEO obviously wants to change things up. So in any case, they're still here squabbling, blah 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 blah. Okay, I forgot to give you like a stillman argument for why Redis Labs wants control of clients. Okay. It's not necessarily an evil thing. It is true that if the clients are maintained by the community, every time they make a new release of Redis, then the clients lag behind potentially, and it's not guaranteed that the new client will implement everything when it should. When they go to a big enterprise company and they sell them Redis, then when a new Redis version comes out that has features that they as in the client, the customer wants, then sometimes they get blocked by the fact that their client is not updated yet. So Redis Labs perceives that as a problem because it is a problem. You're selling to enterprise customers and you're not giving them an enterprise customer experience because you're getting bottlenecked by the ebb and flow of open source software development. So that's why they want control. Secondarily, it is true that they have their own custom modules that they would like to give first class. They would like to have open source clients have first class support for their custom extensions of Redis, and so there's also another reason why. There's a third reason why they also are fighting for ownership of this stuff with AWS all the time. So AWS, Redis Labs, I believe today owns already the majority of Redis clients. They bought them. They bought clients from other maintainers. And correct me.
Oh, okay.
Glide for Redis. No, I don't want to connect to a representative. God damn it. Yeah.
Oh, but can we get a representative on stream? Like, how you doing? Do you want to participate in the streaming thing we're doing? And be like, what? That's just gonna be an LLM at this point anyway, right?
So Glide is the general language independent driver for the enterprise Glide for Redis. It's an AWS sponsored open source Redis client, which is now available in preview. It works with any Redis distribution and agrees to, like, it implements Rust, blah, 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 works with all the various things. Blah. Do they mention Rust? They don't mention Rust. Okay, let's go to the GitHub page. So basically, the idea is that, now it's called
Rust. Oh, yeah, it's a little bit.
Yeah. Now it's called Valky Glide. So basically, it's a Rust.
Wait. Can you go back to the previous page? Did it not say Redis Glide there?
No, it did say it did say Redis.
Yeah, Glide for Redis. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now it's Valky now. Okay.
Yeah. Now
that's that one.
Because they started Glide before forking Redis.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm. They were already fighting over clients before the fork.
But this is like the thing that is a little bit confusing is that most people kind of know what Redis is, but I don't know, right? The whole name thing is a little bit confusing.
Give it enough. I was about to say time, but I would say give it enough money, and people will have a different brand in mind. Because they go to conferences, they give talks titled Valky. They have Valky stickers, they have Valky booths at events. They give out Valky swag. They talk about Valky in a good way. They talk about Redis as the old bad thing, and so it's gonna be Valky. I promise.
Can we get some of that swag though? I'm wondering what the stories were like. Okay, I went to PyPy looking for Redis. And there's like, well, I can show my screen here. There's Redis 3, Redis 5, Redis 55, Redis 2. So what's actually owned and maintained by who at this point? Do we have, okay, that's some random guy, maybe. Unless that's the initials of that old CEO. Redis 5 it's the same person. Interesting. Are these? That's Pi 300. Whoever that is.
I have no idea what's going on there.
Redis Labs owns Redis Pi.
Yeah, I told you they bought it. They got it. Well, I don't know. Maybe it was gifted to them. Probably they bought it.
The thing is, that wouldn't be the author. That's a bad field name. It should be the current proprietor, right? Because they probably didn't write it. Right, this probably didn't exist when it was written, but damn, yeah, no, it's very. Oh no, this is Redis Inc. This is someone who is part of that. Oh man, did they just name Squad all the way to Sunday? Maybe,
probably. We don't know.
AWS Ball Redis. No, that's what they didn't do. Oh,
why buy? Why buy what you can get for free?
Yeah, why pay for it, right? You can just fork it, do whatever, right? Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know, right? Maybe I'm just like delusional, but I like to think that most programmers kind of, and I realize how stupid this is going to be as about to say it out loud, right? But for some reason, I thought programmers cared more, but that clearly isn't the case, right?
No, they don't. Yeah.
No, I think there's a lot of I don't know, like if we were to compartmentalize programmers, I don't know which camp it would be. What would we label the camp? The people who simply don't care and is happy for, maybe the people who make money, right? The people who work on software and make money, right? You're not wrong, Cone, right? You're absolutely not wrong, and this is the thing, right? We do make software, most of us. I think I am in a minority in this case. I don't think most people spend the days working on open source software. Absolutely not, right? Yeah, everyone likes to get paid, and I think that when it comes down to it, you're probably not gonna let your moral take stand between you and feeding your family, right? It's the people who don't eat on a yacht that I'm against. Yeah. Sorry, boat owner, but they're not really boat owners at that point, are they? Right? Here's my fleet of yacht. Yeah, no, I don't know. All right, there's no winning here, is there?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, no developer got rich with any of these things that are happening. At the end of the day, the people who are fighting over this and like dividing among themselves the profits, at the end of the day, it's basically just the C levels, like the people that own shares, like tons of shares of Redis, the people that are like I don't know, maybe they don't own. Well, maybe they also own shares of AWS, but I'm guessing people whose what's called like the quarterly bonus is based on their performance on uh, taking away market share from Redis Labs and bringing it to AWS. So these are the people that more than anything else make money. Like Madeline, the person I mentioned earlier, she works for AWS. She's a software engineer. She's like a good software engineer that has been doing good work over time on Redis, and so. Yeah.
I mean, but their name is literally mad. I don't know, man. It seems a bit sketchy. But no, that is, you know what? That is it. I have reached my 5-hour mark now, and I'm not allowed to sit here anymore. I have to go and play Balatro to show Temporis how it's done. That is not true at all. I'm going to feed my family. Which has been helped to do by Temporis. Thank you so much for the subs today. And the same thing for you, Priven, and for you, Marvin. And you too, Gandalf. It's been very, very kind of you. Thank you guys for supporting. Thank you for letting my family eat. It's wonderful. Do you have any like final words, Christoph?
Final words?
Sounds like a threat. Do you have any final words? Okay, because you're gonna get it out.
Yeah, here's my final words. Are you looking at my screen?
I am.
Yeah, so check this out. I was looking at commits on the Valky Glide stuff. They have a commit where they remove the race flag from the Go test. I don't know if that is because then that runs the test in a weird way, or is it just because they have concurrency bugs and they don't want to see CI fail? Because like the dash race flag is for getting crashes on race conditions.
Race conditions? Oh,
yes.
damn.
So it's because it's slow. Okay, maybe this is it. Maybe it's because they just want CI to be green. We'll never know. It's Amazon Basics Redis for you. That's what Valky stands for. So
you're gonna build Amazon Basics. So so tomorrow I have to do F# again. I'm very grumpy about this. I absolutely do not look forward to doing F#, and the stream will be half an hour long because of this. But when should we do our next stream? Do you want to go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? What's your take?
Wednesday would work for me. Friday would also work for me, I think. You know what? I should probably look at my calendar before I answer you with wrong information. But I do think that Wednesday is fine, for example.
Yeah. Okay. We should aim for doing a Wednesday. If you guys are watching this on my stream, go and give Christoph a follow, and I will catch you guys on Wednesday. Then I'll catch you, Christoph, on Wednesday. I'll catch the rest of you guys on tomorrow. By tomorrow. All right. Yeah. That's it for now. I'm not going to rain anyone. You guys have a wonderful evening. Bye for now.
Bye. Woo. Okay. So now it's all us. Let me.
Shit, I need to turn things off.
Yeah, you have to. Okay, we're back to normality. So, and it's not chatting with Togglebit anymore. So this is the state of things. I'm rating someone. I have to decide what to do with my stream. Maybe I should continue, but to be honest, I'm kind of hungry and I wouldn't mind eating something. Maybe calling it a day. I think that's what I will do. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Let me give a shout out to Toggle. I'm assuming that, where is it? Shout out. I'm assuming everybody knows where to find Toggle, but just in case you don't know, is that Helix? It is indeed. I do use Helix. Yes. Because unlike Toggle, I like Rust. And I don't let the fact that it's written in Rust stop me from using it. While apparently Toggle, for some reason, doesn't want to use any editor written in Rust. If chat is shared and we rate somebody who is a raider, well, at this point, chat is not really shared anymore because Toggle left, closed the stream. So now we're back to normality. So we have to decide what to do at this point. We can keep chatting about stuff. We can do some programming. I had a bad time with Elix, who was really early and it crashed periodically. Yes, it happened to me too. I kept using it. despite that, now it doesn't crash anymore. I can tell you that it's very, very solid compared to the past. How could it crash? Well, it's because crashing is memory safe, so you can do it. It's fine. Yeah, they had a bunch of unwraps everywhere, but it's pretty decent now. I like the experience. I don't have any complaint about it. I'm surprised a little bit uses Neovim though. Yeah. So I don't know. Anything else that I have to say about this Valky Redis thing? I don't know. I'm honestly kind of. What is the word when you feel like disillusion? Like I feel like that all this stuff is kind of bad all around. I don't think that any of the forks of Redis is particularly good nowadays, and you basically just have to pick which bad thing you want to deal with. Of all of them, honestly, if you want to avoid the Redis Labs one, understandably, honestly, I would pick Redict over Valky, because Valky is still engaged in adversarial behavior against Redis Labs, and they will keep doing weird stuff to it constantly because of that. Redict is the only one who isn't in this fight for supremacy. Redict is basically just a way of keeping current the original BSD fork, the original BSD version of Redis. You could argue that technically Valky is the same because it still shares the same license, and that is fair. But at the same time, Valky is, I promise you, Valky is looking forward to find clever ways of breaking compatibility with Redis. And Redis is also looking into finding compatibility by itself doesn't necessarily mean that it's to your advantage. So that's why I use the word clever. Because obviously, just randomly breaking compatibility might be something that happens against, like it's something to your detriment instead of to your advantage. But I think they're all trying to find clever ways of doing it. So ways in which, the breakage looks like a missing feature, a downgrade into the other thing. Oh, we support this other thing that they don't support, etc. And also, since one thing is not properly open source anymore, now there's the problem where technically, Redis Labs can upstream any change made to Valky, but Valky cannot upstream changes made to Redis by Redis Labs because of the fact that the second license isn't compatible with BSD. So, well, because it's not open source. So there's all this stuff to keep in mind. Hey, Chris Urbana, holy shit. Okay, you're like fuzz testing, stress testing, Borg. Thank you for the gift of subs. Hello, everybody. Hello to all the new subs. Thank you. Holy cow. So this is the situation when it comes to Valky and company. Also, I think somebody mentioned KDB. KDB. Personally, I find KDB just bad because it's Redis, but C++ and multi-threading, while Redis has good reasons not to do multi-threading that way. So to me, it's also another bad version of Redis. But you know what? That's just one take. But at this point, who cares about all this stuff? Do something better. Write web services that don't require caching this much. Use Rust, not Python. Anyway, so yeah, this was crazy. But wait. No, wait. Let me go back to this thing. Caching layers are just band-aids by mistake. Sometimes they're not. Like I would say it's not a unique. Like I wouldn't take that to the maximum extreme, but yes, in practice, in reality, 90+% of what I've seen out there is just band-aids all the fucking time. Yeah, absolutely. So let's see macOS. Do they have downloads for macOS? They tell you to use Brew. Windows. They tell you to use WSL. Source code. Downloading source files. I find this amazing. They don't host executables anymore. Install Redis stack. Linux. They don't have executables anymore. Is it me? Am I missing something? This is insane. It's only through package managers that they let you download Redis. Install Redis stack on Windows. To install Redis stack on Windows, you will need to have Docker installed. When Docker is up and running, open Windows PowerShell and follow the instructions described in Run Redis stack on Docker. Then use Docker to connect with Redis CLI as explained in that topic. About using WSL and Ubuntu on Windows. If you attempt to use subsystem for Linux, WSL, or Ubuntu for Windows to follow Linux instructions, blah, blah, you will get a systemd error telling you the system has not been booted with systemd as init system PID1. Can't operate. Do not fret. Just use Docker. Systemd is a suite of basic building blocks for a Linux system. That is certainly a description of systemd. For more information about its function, see systemd and service manager. This becomes an issue due to the lack of support for Linux workflows on WSL. But you can test instruction listed in blah, blah, blah. Okay. They don't have... They don't have downloads. That is a very interesting decision. Yeah, it's like instead of install build essentials, you install systemd, right? Oh my god. Let me see. I don't know if people remember the old Redis.io website. It used to be so nice. Let's go back to 2016. Okay, we're loading. That is crazy. Wayback Machine, slow, clearly because they don't have enough Redis. Let me zoom out so that you can see it. Like, yeah, this is how it looks like normally. Commands. The commands page was pretty nice. I don't know if you remember. You could search and then open every single one. Clients. Let's look at the clients page. Browse by language. Like, this was nice. Documentation, there was a bunch of documentation links. Yeah. Download. Let's see how you could download Redis. Stable, testing, unstable. Other versions, Windows, other, verify your file's integrity, installation. Oh, so the official website only gave you sources, I guess, and then you were supposed to build it yourself. Release notes or download this version. Unstable. Yeah, it was giving you a targz archive. Okay. Man, I wrote a blog post a while ago complaining about open source, about Redis Labs and open source stuff. Where is it? playing the open source game. Like in here, I was complaining about what Redis Lab was doing. And so they had changed the website like this. It was still redis.io, but now they had this try free button here. And it was still horrible, in my opinion, because it was basically trying to get you to sign up for something instead of downloading Redis. And now it's complete and utter garbage. Now it's pure S. Absolute pure S. Stop testing. Start deploying your AI apps. What? See how with MIT Technology Review's latest research. Download now. Moving generative AI into production. Get a new software stack for deploying generative AI. Oh my god, this thing. In any case, Redis. I'm sorry, Redis is gone. Like this is a goner. Like they let the worst marketing instincts take over everything. They corrupted Redis.io for no good reason. The funny thing is that the actual real value, the real advantage and the moat that Redis Labs had is that developers liked Redis. Developers respected the Redis name and they had a ton of goodwill with regards to it. And they fucking burned it all to the stake just so they could get one more click on their stupid fucking moving generative AI worthless white paper. So, have you read the entire Redis LTD story? Yeah, I know it. I used to work for Redis Labs. I know I was. They were Garancia Data. Yes. A company from Tel Aviv. And then they rebranded because they used to do Redis and Memcached, and they decided to go all in on Redis. And then at some point, they tried to rebrand to Redis. They tried to rebrand. So they rebranded into Redis Labs. And then they tried to rebrand to just Redis. But at the time, they didn't own the Redis trademark. Antirez owned it. And so and so apparently they attempted that rebrand without telling him. And so they went into a fight over it. And they had to rebrand back the same day. I think it's called the shortest rebrand in history. Let's see, Redis Labs short rebrand history. Rip Redis, how Garancia Data pulled off the biggest heist. No, they didn't heist anything. Man, where is it? You know what? There's too much new stuff that you can't find the old one. I find it super wild that he's working there now. You mean Antirez? Let's see, maybe 24-hour rebrand. It's just that it's an old one, and I think we see too much new stuff about the new rebrand. Well, Antirez was getting money from Redis Labs also in the past. Then he left, and then he came back. I don't know. I don't know what Antirez's motives are precisely, but I think Redis Labs is impossible to course correct. I'm trying to see if I can find the old thing, but no, this is like changing the open source license. Yeah, I don't think I can find it. The Redis rug pull is worse than you think. I don't think so. By the way, this is not a rug pull. Like, people keep saying that what Redis Labs did is a rug pull. It is not a rug pull. It is absolutely not a rug pull. This take makes me go insane. So I think that it's fair to despise Redis Labs, and Redis Labs deserves your spite. But this is not a rug pull. This is people not understanding what open source is because they keep being fed dumb ideas about open source from big tech. Big tech keeps feeding you what you should be thinking about open source, and you end up with these stupid fucking ideas. It is not a rug pull because, okay, so listen. Redis was made by Antirez. The owner of Redis, the copyright owner of Redis was Antirez. There were open source contributions, yes, but the vast majority of it was from Antirez, who gave you a license. Antirez never gifted anybody the copyright of Redis. He gifted a license to be able to use it for free. A license that grants you a ton of stuff for free, but he kept ownership of all this stuff. Understandably, he made it, he keeps ownership of it. Like, I'm making Zine, I'm giving out a license for people to use it for free. It's still my shit. Zine is mine. I made it. Just like Antirez made Redis and gave you a very permissive license to use it. Then, at a point in time, he decided to give his copyright rights to somebody else. Maybe for money, maybe for free, we don't know. But he gave then ownership of this stuff to Redis Labs. It is in his power to do so. It is in, what do you say? It's in his purview. It is his right to sell or gift or exchange. Maybe he exchanged the Redis Labs copyright for a bunch of goats. It's still in his right to do so. So he gave it to Redis Labs. Redis Labs probably had to pay at least some goats to get ownership of all the Redis stuff that was previously owned by Antirez. And so this is a legitimate transaction that you can do with stuff that you owned. The community never owned Redis. The community had a license to use Redis for free, which is huge. Like, getting a license to use stuff for free and redistribute and being able to fork is huge. This is not something that you should take for granted. But that doesn't mean that you have ownership over the thing or that the owner cannot sell it. No, the owner can sell it. They never gave you ownership of the thing. They only gave you a license. That is open source. This is what open source is. So no, Redis Labs didn't rug pull shit. Redis Labs bought, potentially, with goats, so exchange some goats or something like that in order to get the Redis brand, the website, ownership of the repository, and transfer of the copyright. So no, Redis Labs didn't steal, didn't heist, didn't rug pull. Redis Labs had a normal transaction, as far as we know. They had a legitimate transaction. It's a goat pool. Yes, it's a goat pool. They had a legitimate transaction with the legitimate owner of Redis. So, yeah. And at the same time, but what about who else that contributed code to Redis? They still maintain the copyright, but they gave a license to redistribute and also relicense that source code. So, like, it's fine. That was part of the agreement already. So open source, this is the thing. Open source doesn't mean that now Redis is public, belongs to everybody. Redis never belonged to everybody. Redis belonged to the person who had the copyright and had push access and owned Redis.io and owned the trademark. And like the big tech arguments around open source, they make you forget this because they want you to think about it this way. Because as long as you keep thinking about it this way, then when somebody tries to stop them from being able to use open source for free, then they can pull out but you're bad because we're the good open source guys, and now you think that Valky is a good thing. So just so you know, it's not a rug pull. Like, there is no way you can argue for real that this is a rug pull. You could argue that Redis was maintained you could argue. You could argue that previously the CTO of Redis Labs said that they would not change the license of Redis. Let me tell you, that was a stupid fucking statement by the CTO, because the CTO was making assertions about something that he didn't own. He did not own Redis. If the CTO at the time had wanted to turn Redis closed source, he could not have done that because he, at the time, I believe, I might be wrong, but I think at the time, Redis Labs did not own Redis. So once they got ownership of Redis, then yes, you can say, well, but what the old CTO said is not true anymore. Fair. But at the same time, you know what? That CTO is not there anymore. There's a new CTO, there's a new CEO. No matter the company, whenever a company makes a promise, that promise at best will hold as long as the person in power who made the promise is still at the company. The moment that person of power, like CTO, CEO, VP of whatever, the person who had decisional power, the moment they leave the company, that promise is not gonna hold anymore because companies cannot make promises. Humans can make promises. Companies cannot make promises. Companies can only sign contracts. So, and they still break the contracts sometimes. So the expectation that a company can make you a promise, it's another dumb idea. It's another dumb idea that big tech likes to fuel. It's like they want you to think of a company as something that can make promises. They can't. So in the end, Redis Labs is just acting what it is, a company. And so, yeah, if you have expectations that make you think that a company is not going to do things that companies do, I'm sorry, but the problem lies with you. And if you think that the Redis thing is a rug pull, I'm sorry, but the problem lies with you because you got bamboozled by people that want you to think that way. Why do I know? Hey, Janet Carr. Hello, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. We are complaining about open source. Risk is going to change everything. Is it? I hope so. I have to say one thing. Risk V assembly, mwah, it looks so good. I did this the other day. I was doing operating system in 1,000 lines of code, and this had me write some Risk V assembly, and it was such a good experience. So much better than freaking x86-64. That thing is a nightmare. Thank you. Have a nice day. So, okay, going back to complaining about Redis. So, long story short, yeah, be careful. Be careful when it comes to picking sides. Why can't the company make promises? It's a different assertion from many companies breaking their promises. Because it's not a thing. It's like expecting. It's like, can this badge make a promise? No, it can't. We can make the badge print that it's making a promise, but making a promise is not something that a physical badge can do. Or I don't know, like a stone. Here I have a stone. Can this stone make promises? No, it can't. A company cannot make promises. When you see like something like a company is making a promise, it's actually that person who is working at the company at that given point in time that is making a promise. And you can maybe trust the person to maintain their promise, but the moment they leave, well, a promise, okay, it's not a legal entity. A promise is not legally binding. A contract is legally binding. A promise is not legally binding. So the fact that the CTO of Redis Labs said that they were not going to change the license of Redis, once he left the company, the fact that he wrote that thing in a tweet means nothing. You cannot expect that to be maintained. So the only thing that you can do that you can expect a company to follow is a contract. That depends entirely on the jurisdiction. Then you know what? Keep thinking that Redis Labs is never going to change the license. What about a pinky promise? The point is whether you can argument that the promise ends up being something legally binding, but normally it's not. A tweet, normally it's not legally binding. So whenever people discuss that Redis Labs did bad things, in my opinion, every time somebody tries to argue that what Redis Labs did is a rug pull or a heist, I think that is the entirely wrong way of looking at it. For the raiders who have not been here, let me tell you, I'm extremely I am extremely critical. I am critical of Redis Labs. I think that like we spent a bunch of time looking at the website. The company is bad through and through, but at the same time, it's not the only bad company. There's also a bunch of other bad actors in that same space. And every time somebody tries to argue that what the Redis thing is the thing where Redis Labs got ownership of Redis and then changed the license, everybody who tries to argue that it is a rug pull, in my opinion, they are entirely wrong. I'm not going to repeat the whole thing again, so I invite you to look at the VOD if you want to hear the reasoning. It was like just a few minutes ago. But yeah, it's a bad thing, but it is entirely in the legal right to do so, because open source is not that the community owns copyright. The community owns a license. The copyright stays who the owner of the copyright is, and who owns the website and who owns the trademark. And so these are properties that you can transact, and it's not only legal, but it's also generally considered something that you should be able to do. So if you don't like this stuff from happening, guess what? Then what you should look into your open source projects is for them to start nonprofit foundations. Have them start a nonprofit foundation, ideally a 501c3, not a 501c6, and then have the foundation own trademarks, have a mission statement, have transparent finances, etc. And at that point, you can reasonably expect the open source project to not be sold to Redis Labs or whoever happens to be the company in that case. Only then. And the interesting thing is that by making people think that open source kind of implies these things by default when it never does and it shouldn't, it's kind of what makes people think that that non-profit foundations are less important than they are. Non-profit foundations are extremely important. But people get tricked into thinking that, man, this project is BSD licensed, so whoever tries to change the license is rug pulling, when they're not rug pulling. And at the same time, basically the actual real thing that makes a difference, non-profit foundations, gets downplayed. Is Zig Showtime tomorrow still a thing? It is. I need to announce it. You know what? That's what I'll do once I stop the stream now. But yeah, Zig does show. Let's go. 23 hours from now, Zig Showtime. Next episode, DVUI. So if you want to see a nice immediate mode GUI framework for Zig, come tune in tomorrow on Zig Showtime. The website is Zig.show. You know what? I'm going to share it in chat for everybody. It's going to be on Twitch on this channel, so I guess follow. If you also want to be notified when I go live, ring the bell, subscribe, yada yada. And yeah, and then I'll see you tomorrow. So I guess it's time for me to call it a day. I think at this point it was a fun stream as usual. Chatted about a lot of stuff with Togglebeat. Hopefully I didn't weird him out too much this time. Let me see if there's anybody else to raid. So who else is there? Oh, we're at the top of the category. That's so nice. That's nice. And about and the time when I'm closing down the stream, so we're gonna lose everything. Oh well. I'm gonna send you to Mr. Halsey, who's working on another database using Rust. So I guess you can go say hi to him. Oh, I have an ad in my preview. So I'm trying to start a raid and I'm getting an ad. Thank you, Twitch. Good job. See you all. Bye-bye.